I'm feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good, so good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, yeah, yeah.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from two rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If two teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the seventh Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio Game.
能拿下2022 Nbpl S1 单排总冠军，首先感谢我妈妈当年不减网线之恩。
虽然我不是冠军，但是冠军是被我击败的。听说2022 Nbpl S2 赛季来了很多新人，我就想知道有没有比我帅的。
是谁呀？谁呀？
只要你不退役，估计以后还是没有对手的。来这么多新人手，有空来我基地交流一下。
我们队里有个40敌带2娃的，如果你们打不过的话，可以退役了。
一个捷杯冠军，一个联赛冠军兼 FMVP， 还有比这更稳的东西吗？有的话你给我找出来，我不信。
稳，实在是太稳了。麻烦转告一下你队友，离你远一点，毕竟地气之子嘛。
No hesitation, no hesitation， 天地震看我剑气如虹。
No hesitation, no hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。
听说 Nbpl 有4大金刚，哼，我只能说，请多指教。
很遗憾，岛少失去了复仇的机会。
唉，单排赛打不来的嘛。
知识越山，知识要牢记，
喵，
知识开爆。
AS 现在也不在了，麦克4舍5入也算个亚军吧。
海豹闭嘴。
对于已经通关了单排赛的我来说，就浅尝一下3排吧。
你这叫能通关？我这才是通关单排，浅尝3排啊！
我要在这个舞台上证明谁才是 Nbpl 第1劳模。
你要问什么是强者？如果你只停留在这一层，是无法理解的。当你来到了这一层，就能有所觉悟。
隔着先真品呢？那我想问问，到底什么是心魔？
我的菜刀沾满了刀哥的鲜血。
2022 NBPL S2我的夺冠概率也是你们的2倍了。
垃圾话就说到这里了，中区赛场见真章，2022 NBPL S2我们不见不散。
Tunnel systems beneath the circle, beneath all of the action, as in comes LXM, looking to lock Sleepwalker and play Sleepwalker. Can't really do too much, but he is getting Wushend out of there. We're about this. A lot of people are very clustered, and that third party is very scary. You burn all those ultimates, it's gonna hurt. Xiao Lue is actually on the top of the with the ballista, just raining those shots down.
Early fight, but of course these early fights, they're good for score, and you get those kills and stuff to add your stats, and it's not the end of the world though if you lose these fights. You do have that revive available, you can get back up.
The team who are currently running the overall standings, the team who are on top of everybody else and in 3 games put more points together than FPX put together in 6 games on Friday. Looking to increase that score even higher, but I say that and they lose a player immediately. Another grab's coming down here from Godly. JJHRD, we said this new team had to prove us some stuff, and they are proving. Just able to get away, and this is the power of the Wushend, and this is why we see so many people actually pick this hero up, because it is just a get out of jail safeguard. As Bowder finally starting to strike back, they're getting themselves a kill, make it 2 kills.
好的，让我们恭喜本次2022永劫无间职业联赛单排总冠军，他就是 BIWEEKLY1 独白。
你还能一直赢下去吗？我也曾经会这么问自己。
很多人会说，实力不是吹出来的，需要靠成绩来证明。
有时候会很累，也不一定能有好的结果。
即便有再高的天赋，发挥不稳定，成绩从何谈起？
排在前面的人还有很多，没有人甘愿成为无名小卒。
对手真的很强，屡战屡败。
就不追了，
本是同根生，相煎何太急啊！
这边打出来，对方也直接一个迅雷如火，想颠到了。来了，这边武装直升机，看一下自己血线很残，再来一个原地火球，感觉这一波刀哥有了。
如果选择了放弃，那你连复仇的机会都将丧失。
激发你的潜能，奇迹并不会昙花一现。
顶盘子，他能杀吗？这波
他正刀他控制了，他失误了。
这个正刀组合剑，
残血，他虚步，他秀了。
这场游戏并没有绝对的落败，哪怕仅剩一次机会。
就看海豹能不能完成逆转了。谁的击败分，这是很关键。现在的话，我觉得楚真已经很残了，这个时候被钩索打断，然后呢，直接来个龙虎乱舞，海豹的
拿到了，
海豹第7个，海豹这个时候已经第8名了，他现在已经成功逆转，他把13少给顶掉了。
哪怕是一丁点的进步，终有一天会成为强者。
哇，中青这边怎么已经是残血了？
哎，没有假呀，放了一个织物还行，但是还是要反打，很勇。
这波直接贴脸有机会放的。这波这么说还不放吗？这其实可以放了，放了就斩杀了，但是放到了，
漂亮。
没用，这边麦克直接开启一个不祥之刃，非常的果断，在这边状态已经打起来了。
刀一挥，心魔，
钩索，
哎呦，
还有3刀，
麦克直面了自己的心魔，刀哥要被秒了，
这一剑直接带走了刀一挥，
有机会吗？麦克还在闪转动作，感觉有点逃不掉，有人给了个钩索。被迫找不了这开劈，
看错人了，
一刀回了点血，麦克能不能逃出升天？
哦呦，
守心神被麦克收杀了。本来没有天人第一，但是有人做到了其他人做的不到的事情，所以成为了天第一。
获胜的方式有千百种，但我会继续走出属于自己的道路。
击出对方一个冰安飞影，两边血液是差不多的，但是自己是个劣势，被冻住了，
还是一个血爆啊！
是的，感觉有可能要秒啊！再来一下，这边来燎原镜，
哎呀，没办法，
得考谁？小一之风我没有，
这个刀
反手被震刀啊！独白的击败分数。
既然还站在这个舞台，我的目标永远都是冠军。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another week of the Naraka Blade Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me, as always, is my right-hand man, my main man, Dobby here. Dobby, how you doing, baby?
Man, they keep cooking up these fire trailers. I'm obsessed. Every week I get excited for another week, literally just to see how fire these trailers are. Shout out to production. Shout out to the team that's on the floor that goes out and shoots these insane shots and then literally takes it to the editing base so they can cook up some fire edits. Because I'm not gonna lie, every week there's always something new and I'm just like, yo, like, listen, whoever's up there in that production studio, they need to get paid a little more. That's all I'm saying, because that was fire. I'm excited. Now that sets the tone for the rest of this weekend.
Speaking of getting paid, though, Dobby, we're coming in today. is our last day of solos for our first bi-weekly split before we head into finals, and that's where people are really going to get paid, is in the finals this weekend. So today is the day. It's the last day for these solos players to put points up on the board, and of course, if you're not in groups A and C, you've already had all your opportunities to put points up on the board. So some of these players desperately going to be trying to climb up for that first spot, but I know we're going to take a look at the overall leaderboards in a minute, but I do believe it is Zhang Yu who has performed extremely well. He doesn't get to come perform today. I do believe he's in Group B, but he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard by almost a 30-point lead, Dobby.
I mean, the way that he's been dominating as a solo player, you know, usually we see like really close games, right? We see like a lot of close points, you know, at least like within under 10, right? To see a 30-point difference between first and second place is absolutely massive. The confidence coming into these games, you got to keep that same energy, because really, you really have to go in knowing that now it's go time. Now, if I can hold this lead for the rest of the day, it's going to be a wrap. And that's really how you can really handle it for the rest of it. But they've been doing a fantastic job so far, and I'm so excited to see how they're able to lock this down as we're looking at not only how the format is. You guys know the format in terms of how the points are and how it's gifted and how it's given. But at the same time, if we look at our solos, now we look back at the list here in terms of how it's been going on for the last 2 days. Now we're about to lock in for day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, somebody we're not used to seeing at the very bottom, AOW's Mike. He didn't get to play during day 2, so he's got a whole other day, but only 14.2 points is an extremely weak performance from one of the top players in the league.
Really? Okay, that's interesting coming into this. So a whole lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot coming in if you really kind of think about like certain things, and there's always like something. There's always something that's being like added, right? There's always something that's being adjusted in terms of these players and how they've been able to like run this down. They've done such an amazing job so far, but it's been really fun to see how they've been able to like kind of lock it down and do an awesome job of it as well. So let's hope that obviously if they keep this same momentum, I mean, we're going to see an amazing start to an insane patch of game series we're locking in for our 9th through 16 slots, with Panaman with 17.6, WBG Spider with a 21.3, Hornfly 26.2, Zin with a 26.5. The points are there for a lot of these players. I think if they really come through and pop off, especially like within these next couple of games here, they can really see themselves within that top 10 slot easily.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's really going to come down when we take a look at these top players here. Our top 8 really setting the pace. I mean, look, Baudos, Wongfly, GBL Zin, 2 very, very strong players, both put up, 26 points during day 1. But here's the difference maker, right? You look at this, okay? Zhang Yu, look at these top 6 people. They can't play today. They do not get to put any more points up on the board. Their 2 days are done, right? So the only person who stands a chance to pass Zhang Yu is EWG's Ren, who's sitting at 29.2 points, but he still has more than 35 points to climb today if he wants to walk away in first place. Second place, we've got GG Shah sitting at 50.4, 17 points behind Dobby between first and second place. It's the difference between like 3 games in solos on average between Zhang Yu and GG Shah. Zhang Yu is a player last season who came in. He had the hypest moment of season 1 in Nbpl, in my personal opinion, where he literally finishes another player off, turns around. He's got 2 ticks of HP. 2 clanks is all it's going to take to kill him. The other player's looking at him, full reset, full HP. Both of them have their abilities. Zhang Yu manages to clink 1 time, clutches the fight out, takes the kill, end the entire round. Just an insane play coming out from Zhang Yu. And I said it, he was a player to watch this season, and here he is sitting at the very top of the leaderboard by over 17 points coming into the 3rd day of solos, Dobby.
They really have been doing an amazing job of that, but also just like you said before, the maintaining and the resets, right? Resets have been such an insane thing that we have actually paid attention to so far. And at the same time, I'm also like really impressed with how these players have been able to maintain that, because obviously in these games, surprisingly, things can get really hectic. Things can get really crazy if you're not paying attention. And so far, a lot of these players have had have done such an amazing job with really paying attention to when things really get tight, when things really get hectic. And the one thing that I love talking about in a lot of these situations is crowd control. Crowd control is really being able to hold and create the narrative for yourself in the middle of the game and not get caught up in really bad situations where you end up being the target. We talk about the Sharks all the time, right? Where there's 2 to 3 players kind of rushing and trying to catch this one player out in a bad situation. And sometimes you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy that gets really caught up in a bad situation. So as we look forward to locking in for this first game, there's going to be a lot of eyes on some of the top people, but at the same time, this is redemption for a lot of players that really didn't play to the best of their abilities yesterday or last week.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, AOW's Mike has it to do, right? He didn't get to play day 2. He's gonna be playing in day 3, but 14 points from him in day 1 out of 6 games. And you have to remember, this isn't last season, right? Last season you got to play 3 games a day, and that, you know, you didn't get to play 6. So a 14 point something in 3 games wouldn't be bad, but in 6 games, it's abysmally low for a player like Mike. And only 0.4 points above him is one of the other top players in the league in 19th place, Wang Liang. These two went head to head last season constantly. They were the 2 players that we were always watching going, this is the fight that we want to see. Wang Liang versus AOW's Mike. There's some newcomers coming to the scene, and then of course there's some players that have just locked it in this season. And I have to give it to Wang Liang. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was a player last season that had big pop-off moments, but didn't have consistency. This season, he's had those big pop-off moments and the consistency. He has worked on filling that gap in his resume, as it were, to come in and dominate the season. Now, that said, none of these players can be, counted out yet. And Wolves Kaibao is one of the reasons I say it's not over until that final game is played, that final kill happens, and that final circle happens. Because Kaibao, against all odds last season, right? He was all the way down in 15th place in the repechage, 1 game to play. We completely counted him out. We said there's no way. He's in 15th place. He can't climb back up to top 8. And against all odds, had the best solos game that we saw all season, walked away with nearly 9 eliminations, and moved himself all the way up to 7th place from 15th place in a single game. So none of these players can really be counted out yet. Mike could come in today and just have an absolutely dominating day and claw his way back to the top of the leaderboard.
That's very true. That's very true. Even with like a lot of the hecticness, I think with a lot of these players, like I said, like you said before, they've done a really, really good job of not only connecting the dots, but also connecting the lines and kind of going like, hey, this is something that we can do and handle in a lot of these situations. And, seeing as though we've seen them kind of come out of these really bad situations time and time again, it only goes to show that we should be able to see it more and more as long as they keep that same momentum going into this first game. And I think this first game here is truly, honestly, I really think that it's going to set the tone for the rest of today, because with that amount of momentum going into it, there's a lot of confidence that comes with that as well. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand that amount of confidence pushing into it really helps you connect and really gets you going for the rest of them. So hopefully, let's see how it goes for the other ones, because I would love to see that kind of continue to push on.
Coming in here, Wolves, Kaibao, busting out Balder early here. See what else we got. No surprise here. Yodohime, Zipin Yang, kind of the new meta here, Zipin Yang, Yodohime. We're going to see a little bit of Justina coming in as well, but it's really interesting to see the Valda pick come out of Kaibao so early here into the day. We're also going to see Pandaman, of course, rocking his coveted Tarka here, and Ventus's Reki bringing in the Valda Kui as well.
It's going to be fun to see how these players go. But I mean, obviously the Yodohime picks are very, very strong in this first game here, but that's okay. We've seen it before. We know the vibes here, and let's try to have a fun one, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at it. Oh my, it's going to be W King all over this very first map. I mean, literally, Stillside Temple is just being shoved all the way towards the backside, and everybody is stretching as far as they can towards that far back side of this map. It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think there's literally anybody in any other space, as it looks like this is going to be the main forefront of the first battles we're going to see today for Naraka Blade Point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the vibes. I hope you guys have snacks and food. Get ready as Panda Man immediately gets frozen here, so hopefully you got some ice to stay cool, and because it's been hot, as Fun Plus Phoenix ends up coming through with that fireball. Nice little fire to be able to go through the burn. And welcome to game 1 of the Naraka Blade Points Pro League for bi-weekly day 5 for our first game of solos, ladies and gentlemen. We've been going through all types of solos from last week to the week beforehand, as Panda Man absolutely gets smacked on each side and smooth, and as it looks like the fireball is going to come out here. Grapple ends up trying to connect here as Moo wants to be able to get this elimination. It looks like he might be able to. One kick, and ladies and gentlemen, that could be it. And yes, he does. Moo is able to connect it and get the first elimination, the first blood of our game.
There's a pop over now to AOW's Mike here, using that F2 here on Zipin Yang to take a little bit of a free reset here. GBL's in, gonna throw the F3 out aggressively as they continue the hunt here on Wolves. Kaibao going extremely low. One of the only Valdas in the lobby makes you a big target here, especially for these Yodohime players, because you do counter them in the final circle, and that's exactly where you want to pop off as Yodohime. Kaibao going to take multiple musket shots here. That bubble not providing any protection from the range shots here as both Mike and GBL Zin continue to pummel down Wolves. Kaibao trying to make something happen here with the nunchucks and a little bit of movement, but it's Mike on the receiving end of GBL Zin and the dagger as both players continue to try to focus down Kaibao. Going to catch the bubble onto GBL Zin and get most of a reset, but AOW's Mike not going to let it go here. Wolves continuing to be on the run as we pop over to EWG's Yiran. This is the player all eyes should be on, right? Yiran, the closest to first place, the only one really capable, honestly, of climbing to the very tippity top of the charts here today. So Yiran needs to have a good performance to put some points on, but it looks like them and Alliance's Jux are going to go their opposite way, as we are still in the very beginning of the map here as we pop over to Ventus's Reki on the receiving end of a charged left click of some dual blades. Gonna pop for a reset here as they throw a bubble out. The other Valda here, they're gonna catch WBG Spider out with the charged left click as well, returning the favor. Spider, though, with the Justina ult available, is just gonna dash straight out of there. We're gonna see the grapples come out. Spider not getting the maximum distance off those dashes is going to hurt. Terrain stopping them twice. They're going to get a mini reset off here with a single pot, and Reki is going to opt to back out.
Going to be able to get that force to back out, but that's okay here. Sometimes it's better just to back out rather than full committing to it, as it looks like one fly is going to be right there, just waiting, lying in wait, hopefully waiting for the opportunity to strike here. Sadly, the strike has not connected with anything. Wang Liang, Ego, all close by, trying to see if they can maybe get elimination from one of these players. So much happening. Spider's the first one. He ends up getting massive damage on his body. Not looking good. He's going to have to be able to rotate and retreat out of this section. Beautiful maneuvers coming in from Spider. Spider's doing a fantastic job of really trying to make it harder for them to connect any hits at all. As we go back to Mike and Kaibao, that's also in the middle of their fight, dagger against dagger, both pushing it out as best as possible. Nice water ends up coming in, trying to see if maybe he can connect it. Looks like he's able to connect one, but not a lot here. As Mike pushes in and ends up getting swiped by that one. But it looks like he came prepared for it as the ult comes in. And it looks like this might be the one that shuts down AOW's Mike. Oh, no, it doesn't. Kaibao. Beautiful timing, though, with that ult. Nice little bubble to see if he can lay it and laying in wait. Nice little dagger coming through. And oh, my goodness. AOW's Mike juggles Kaibao and pops the elimination for that one. As Zin comes in, ready to see if maybe he can. Oh no, he actually doesn't even know.
Super unfortunate here for Wolves Kaibao, actually, because the ult there for our Valda Kuis, the damage is actually based off the weapon they have, and the only weapon Kaibao's been able to get their hands on was a white dagger. So that damage just wasn't enough to clutch that kill out there. Very, very unfortunate. So you see Ventus's Reki over here. Still, this fight from the temple up top, moving down here into the lake. We're going to see Reki take these bow shots. This is the disadvantage of playing that Valda, that Valda F1, right? Whereas Yodo's F3 F3 actually blocks the range shots, that bubble just can't. Yeah, you're safe from melee. Nobody can just step up and approach you, but everybody is going to take advantage of the fact that you can take those range shots, and you're not really going to get much of a reset. There's not much safety there in that bubble, Dobby.
Absolutely, has done a pretty decent job of it so far here. So let's see if they keep that same momentum going into this. As it looks like the first Yoda Himeo comes out. It's going to be able to force it, as Jux is going to try to see if maybe he can go through something. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne for our first time tonight. And we love to see it coming in from the Yoda Hime, trying to see if they can slash it as much as possible here. As looks like Hang is they end up getting caught by that one. Beautiful timing, though, with the dagger. F3 comes out, pushes Jux immediately after, not giving him an opportunity really to hesitate, as Hang is able to get the elimination. Beautiful timing, though, from Jux as we look back here from Wang Liang and Panda Man still here at this building. Looks like everybody else is rotated out and decided to dip up out of here, as it looks like the last two remaining players of this building are still here trying to see if they can fight it out for elimination. Wang Liang, one of the few players that we've seen absolutely dominating, especially in season 1 here. Sadly, just a non-existent player here in season 2 so far. So let's hope that we can really see him shine and really make some magic here, as it looks like he's going to get pushed by Rexy Champion, trying to see if maybe he can catch him in the limelight. Third party from somewhere close by here. Champion's not giving him the opportunity, but Rexy's not making it easier for him as well, as the Aeron looks like he might be able to get a 2-piece here if he pays attention here. And beautiful dodge is coming in from Rexy, though, as it looks like Yaderon is able to clean up the first one. Let's see if he starts looking and tries to see if he can catch for the second one. Might not, though, because the other one is already gone here. Oh, no. Ends up getting shot at. There could be a big opportunity here for him to clutch and get a second. As Wanfly is going to be up top here, trying to see if maybe he can find his next maneuvers here. But Yaderon nearby here. Champion wants to try to see if he can shut that down. But Yaderon is not going to make it easy for him, as he's going to push out.
Now on the kill feed over here, we see AOW's Mike picking up his second elimination, and it's the first full elimination from the lobby. Is WBG Spider, a player who's done relatively well during their first day here in the NBPL Season 2, actually is the first player completely eliminated from the lobby here, as we see Ace's Champion going head-to-head with the EWG's Yiron here, as they both throw F3s out. Champion, a player who in day 1 had a very dominating performance in their first game, put a ton of points up on the board, and has struggled to do anything since. We're going to see F3s from Yoda Hime like crazy go down on the box, but it's EWG's Yiron who's able to slide in and secure that purple armor. Now as we turn our attention to Badass Wongfly going head-to-head with 17JL. I say head-to-head, but this is complete madness here. Wongfly actually is able to pick up the elimination for a second elimination here today, but it seems like the entire lobby is here. Nobody is going anywhere. There's no players spread out at all. All of these players on top of one another, just in a complete mad melee, as JDG's Chung Zi here now going head-to-head with Wolves. Kaibao comes in for a dagger clink and then backs off of the fight. Kaibao still looking to get some resources off of some of these bodies here. Rocking that blue armor, not in a great situation as a Valda player. Wants to get a little bit more loot under their belt before they commit to some of these fights. And About Us Wongfly gonna back out of here. JDG's Chuzong now going head-to-head with NAD's Dao Yihui. Dao Yihui, one of our big Tarka players, opting to play Yodo into the first game here, and it seems to be serving them okay, but they need to look to get some more eliminations under their belt, as we now turn to AOW's Mike, a player we all expect a lot out of today. Going head-to-head with Ventus's Rexy. Looks like they were able to find a little bit of space just to themselves, and this is going to be a 1v1 here, as Reki turns around with the bubble and catches AOW's Mike out. Goes for the left click, right click, but isn't able to follow it up here. Now as AOW's Mike comes back in, we're going to see the armor swap come out from Reki. Reki gonna turn things around with a wave. They've got the blue nunchucks, but it's not gonna do a ton of damage. They need to wait this out for as long as possible. It is gonna pop the F2, but they're gonna go super low. One hit is all it's gonna take. They're gonna throw the bubble down. They catch Mike out. They're not gonna be able to get it. They get greedy. They hold the charge too long. Mike needs one more hit, and that's gonna be it. AOW's Mike secures the kill on to Ventus's Reki.
I'm not gonna lie, we went through so much there, like legitimately, like going back and forth, but I'm not gonna lie, that final hit was just a little bit disappointing. I'm sorry. It was just a little bit disappointing. We went through all that work. It was so exciting. Your casting was impeccable, only for it to just be like, wah, wah. And I was like, oh, that's not fun. I really thought we were gonna see like a crazy finish and just an absolute decimation and just like a little bit of disrespect maybe at that time. Like, oh man, I didn't know he was gonna hit like that. And then all of a sudden it was just like, It's like, oh, it's nice little pistol. A pistol limits comes in here, trying to see if maybe they can do something. Whole lot coming in though. Love to see it. As it looks like the parry's gonna be able to come in. Kai Bao ends up getting shut down by that one. Is able to at least dish it out in some way, as Kai Bao's gonna get hit by some bows. Looks like some pistols as well here. That pistol, Yateron trying to make some magic out of that one here. Nice little ticks on each side. Yateron is going to be able to go forward. The repair, Mike and Moo going at it now, as Moo ends up getting grappled by a third party coming in right behind. I mean, look at the scaling coming in from some of these players, though. If he didn't even grapple and he was able to make it halfway through that entire canyon of space without actually having to use a grapple. Absolutely insane here, just showing you how good a lot of these players are, really trying to save as much of their utility as possible for when they actually need it. And most of the time, they're really going to need it when they try to get aggressive on players rather than just doing it through terrain. And it's something for me, like even I didn't necessarily know that, but seeing how they've been able to put this together, they've done a fantastic job of it. As we look back here, and it looks like Moo trying to see if he can do any type of maneuvers here and trying to patch this as best as possible here. We got two fights on each side of the canyon here. Hangs and Zin is on the other side here. It looks like this could be a Lion King story. Long live the king, as he might get shoved off of the cliff into the canyons of the waters. And it looks like Hang is going to be able to hold it back and go all the way back towards the other side here, and following and clutching it up with the rest of the team and saying, hey, what's going on? I saw you guys are fighting. Let me join in on this action. And it looks like Zin is not going to let this man go. Absolutely pushing and getting as aggressive as possible here. Without any shield, though, it just goes to show you, it makes sense as to why Zin is going that aggressive, though, knowing that he's so low. But there's that, oh no, and he missed the grapple. This might be the opportunity that Hang needed just to at least pop something here. And no, he ends up getting stopped. And the dagger comes through. He gets nice and aggressive, pulls the F3 out. And it looks like he might be able to do something here. As Zin looks like he's also going to go for the reset. He doesn't even really need a reset here, but there's another player that ends up coming right behind him, and that is Moo. Moo is going to try to see if he can push Zin out as best as possible. And it looks like they're going to go for the separation here. You love to see it coming into that. So close from having a major opportunity here to really clutch it up here, but sadly just was not able to finish it off.
As we pop over here now to EWG's Yiran, going head-to-head with GD's Don Quing. Don Quing, the only player to drop, super far from the rest of the pack, and unfortunately it looks like it did impact the loot he was able to get, as he's still only rocking the blue tier armor and weapon as well. Iran really trying to make something happen, wants to come in on the Sports Blessing, wants to keep Don Quing off of it, but it's going to be F3 on F3 action, as now we see another third Yodo come in with an F3, and it looks like a fourth going to come in and drop one as well here. Yiran more than happy to just go ahead and back off this box. Doesn't want anything to do with this four-player action here. Don Quing still trying to make something happen, goes back and armor swaps into a full blue shield. Not able to secure the purple shield that they were hoping, but now they've got it locked onto a target here. NAD's DAY5-SOLO here is going to start taking some range shots from Don Quing. Don Quing going to throw those pistol shots out. But DAY5-SOLO going to get a quick heal up, and Don Quing going to opt to go back to the box, see if there's any resources he really needs here. As we pop over to AOW's Mike, going head-to-head with Wang Liang. Last season, this would have been the fight to watch here, but AOW's Mike just walks up and eliminates Wang Liang. Wang Liang already very low, but it doesn't seem like he put up much of a fight. I don't know where Wang Liang's spirit has gone this season, but it definitely is missing here in Season 2 of the Nbpl, as we see JDG going head-to-head here with Wolves. Kai Bao going to catch him out with a charge right click into the left click, goes for the uppercut combo, but Kai Bao going to use a little bit of iframe abuse there to actually turn that back around. Goes back towards his bubble, but his bubble goes down. They're both relatively close here. Kai Bao really needs to turn around and take this fight. We're to see the left click come out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He goes for the charge right click here, and no, JDG's Chae-Zung actually walks into the charge right click. Is going to F3, going to go for the reset. Kai Bao going to throw the bubble down, but here's the problem. This is where Valdez suffers in two Yodo Himes. The F3 gives you so many defensive options, but that bubble just doesn't block range shots whatsoever. And unfortunately, Kai Bao is now going to be the one who's on the back end of this fight. But it looks like Chae-Zung is actually going to let Kai Bao get out here and opt for the full reset. So Wolves, Kai Bao lives to fight another day, as we pop over to KZ's Panda Man. Panda Man, one of our more aggressive players playing Tarka, who's that early to mid-tier hero. Quite honestly, he hasn't put any points up on the board. Panda Man needs to make something happen soon before these circles get super tight, and he's not able to enjoy a good 1v1 on Tarka and has to worry about those third parties, because that's where Tarka starts to fall apart into the late game.
Whole lot of late game action happening here. So they're able to do a pretty good job of it. Let's see if they keep that same momentum and that same energy. It looks like we're gonna be able to see where these other ones go. It's only more and more happening with this timing though, and it looks like the space and the spread is very, very wide on each side. Let's see if they keep this same momentum going into this. Love to see it as they're gonna be able to patch this in. Looks like shots ring out. AOW's Mike is waiting for the opportunity for Champion to maybe try to see if he can push and strike, but it looks like he's gonna push out first. Looks like Yeron looks like he's gonna successfully get it. Ends up getting hit by a couple of both shots, but it looks like he ends up getting shoved immediately by Don Quinn. Don Quinn ends up coming through and snatching the gold shield immediately from the chest. The absolute speed coming into this is AOW's Mike is gonna be able to shut down a Yoda Himeo right in front of him and says, "No, buddy, you put yourself in the corner here and let me send you back to the home screen because you don't need to be there if you're gonna be holding a corner there, sir. What is wrong with you?"
Just pop over now to GD's Don Quinn here with the legendary armor. Is managed to get an upgrade for his armor, but unfortunately not the weapon. Still rocking the blue dual blades here. Don Quinn moving over, looking for the box, seeing if there's anything there. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to be able to secure anything out of it here. We're going to see bow shots coming down from GBL Zen as well. Zen looking for a place to safely repair. Don Quinn on the move. Stayed on that box for a while. He must have been able to secure something, but it doesn't look like he was able to get a purple weapon here as we take a look at EWG's Yi-Ron, the player to watch here today. They picked up one elimination, but they're here, and they're here to stay till the end game. We are Zone 4, getting ready to collapse into Zone 5 in the next 40 seconds with 11 players left alive. AOW's Might, the top of the order with 5 eliminations. Second place right now, tied out by Baodao Swangfly and JDG's Chu Zhang with 2 eliminations each. And Ace's Champion also tied for second, but eliminated from the lobby. And then the rest of the lobby sitting at 1 to 0 kills respectively. Looks like this is going to come down to an end game late circle with all these Yodohimes and these ultimates. But they need to be careful. There are still Valda's alive left here in the lobby by the name of Wolves Kaibao, and Valda could potentially shut down all the Yodohime ults in the final circle with that wave when things get tiny. Kaibao just needs to stay alive and see if they can make the magic happen coming in to the late game as we see things slow down and players start to lock down an area to call their own here, because they know now that Zone 4 is collapsing onto Zone 5 with this many players left alive. The chance of third party is astronomical. See Hongfly, or sorry, Baodao Swangfly here. Use that F2, get a little bit of a reset here. Coming in onto GD's Don Quinn, who's got that legendary armor. Hongfly just wants to hold this space and is going to opt to escape through Secret Tunnel.
Looks like they're going to be able to patch this and see where they can push it towards the next spaces. You love to see it, though. Now it looks like we're going to be rotating it back right through caves. Don Quinn up top. Don Quinn came through with so much speed and aggression. Comes through, snatches, legitimately, actually, snatches the gold shield and just dips out and says, all right, I'm done. I've done my part. I'll see you guys later. Absolutely insane coming into it. I was not expecting for him to do that at all in any which way, shape, or form. So when that happened, I was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. And it looked like it worked. Clearly, because now he has to go chill. So, looking back at it towards another section. Looks like we should be able to patch it up towards this next one. Looks like Hongfly. It looks like he's going to try to block in Daoi. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can block him in as much as possible here. Hongfly. Try to see, but it looks like he doesn't want to get caught up as he ends up getting hit by that gold with the dual blades coming in. Don Queen, H-Fly, move. Daohui. Daohui. Sorry, I've been saying Daohui this whole time. Daohui. So I apologize, Daohui, for pronouncing his name wrong. As it looks like we're going to be able to go forward the rotation here. Circle's slowly closing in here. Circle's just about to start closing. Circle 5 is about to be in effect in about 25 seconds. AOW's Mike leading with 5 eliminations so far. Hongfly and Hens tied with 2. Looks like there's still going to be a lot of work to do with a lot of these players here, but this really could be anybody's game, truly, at the end of this game. So much has been happening so far. They've done a pretty decent job of really maintaining the rest of the circle. Let's see if they can hold it towards the very end. The question is it going to end in this building? No, it's not. I don't think it is. Wait, it might actually. It might actually end at least inside or at least on the outskirts of the building. That's actually going to be really interesting because this really could be one of those like kind of all. Oh no! As it looks like ALW's Mike comes through with that Flamebringer. That Flamebringer is going to do absolute damage and cooks Hang all the way back to the lobby.
Yeah, Mike here picking up his 6th elimination of the game. Absolutely huge game coming out from AOW's Mike. If he can clutch this out in first place, he's well on his way to making up the points that he wasn't able to secure on day 1. As we see GD's Don Quing actually blitz down NAD's Dao Yuhui. Dao Yuhui stayed inside Secret Tunnel for way too long. You know, you box yourself in like that with no out except forward, especially into a lobby full of Yoda Himes here who can just throw an F3 in that doorway and keep you from coming through. There's not a whole lot you can really do. Dao Yuhui picking a terrible place to lock himself down there, had multiple opportunities to get out and just sat down in the top of that. I don't agree with that play whatsoever, and clearly it didn't work out in his favor. He's been eliminated from the lobby here. Taking a look at the top of the order again, AOW's Mike still 6 eliminations. We're 3 eliminations away from being the most kills in a solo game for all of NBPL, including season 1. Would be a huge game for AOW's Mike if he can walk away victorious in this lobby, but he's got a lot of work to put in. There's still 9 players left alive as Zone 6 gets ready to collapse onto the 7th and final zone in the next 30 seconds here. Wolves, Kaibao getting caught out here by multiple shots. GBL's in, trying to put in work. Kaibao trying to just hold on desperately to the end here and make something happen with his ultimate into all these Yoda Himes. But we're going to see the likes of EWG's Yiran also coming in, trying to blitz him down now. We're going to see the bubble come down, but this is where the range shots are going to come out. This is where Balda falls apart. We see a huge parry come out, followed up by the Yoda F3. Unfortunately, Balda just doesn't bring the same level of utility that the Yoda Hime does. And there it is. EWG's Yiran is going to eliminate Wolves, Kaibao. Very unfortunate for Wolves. Kaibao here is going to go out with 0 eliminations and is going to go out in 9th place here into the lobby. EWG's Yiran going to find just a moment to take a quick reset while the rest of the lobby looks to hold on to what little space that they have left. We're down to a top 8 situation as Zone 6 begins to collapse onto Zone 7 here. Things are about to get tight, and there are still a lot of Yoda Himes left alive here. And KZ's Panda Man on Tarka G here, opting to swap things up. He's playing Fireball Tarka here, and I do believe he's got Blackout Vulcan. Maybe trying to make a repeat performance of what we saw come out from Dao Yuhui last week with a huge lobby with 5 eliminations, using that Fireball Tarka to actually secure some big points. The first time we've seen Fireball Tarka make any kind of performance here in the NBPL. But Panda Man still just trying to hold on for dear life here, needs to play this zone very carefully because there are a lot of Yoda Himes left alive, and that damage reduction on the ult is going to be huge for them. Panda Man's going to need to make something happen as soon as he sees an opportunity. Nobody willing to commit to a fight right now. We're seeing a lot of players moving around, but AOW's Mike has a ton of space holding to himself, and nobody threatening that space except EWG's Rion. Panda Man comes in, but they're both going to opt to back out of the fight here. Everyone's staying airborne. Nobody wants to commit to this because they know as soon as one person commits and somebody gets low, all hell is going to break loose here in this final circle. Panda Man taking a little bit of damage here, going to half shields, and he does not have the opportunity to shield up here. The second they see Panda Man stop to try to take a shield here, the whole lobby is going to turn onto him. We're going to see a grapple come out. Panda Man going to move to the side here, watching for the play from AOW's Mike, who's hungry to pick up a kill. Mike knows that he's low and is watching on. Panda Man holding on to what little bit of meter he's got left on the nunchucks here. We're going to see the first fireball come out. He's going to abuse it when he sees the F3s come out. He knows he's got a little bit of opportunity to make some damage happen. He's going to now ult. Are we going to see it? Yeah, Blackout Vulcan's going to come out. He's trying to make that repeat performance from Dao Yuhui. He's going to send 2 of them flying into the zone, but now the Yoda ults happen. This is where Fireball Tarka unfortunately falls apart here. Look, he's going to EWG's Yiran picking up kill. Alliance of Jux, GBL. No Panda Man. AOW's Mike picking up a kill. Panda Man goes extremely low. He's going to go down to the zone. It's Yiran and Don Quing. Don Quing going to secure the final kill here. It's going to be really close. It's going to be hard to tell who picks up the MVP this round because so many people were able to pick up kills. But I think it's going to go to AOW's Mike. He already had 6 eliminations. I don't think he picked up any more in that final zone, but he finished high enough that it doesn't matter. He had 6 elims. Nobody could really catch up to him here. Great job, AOW's Mike.
Yeah, I think even in that situation with what you have a lot of confidence going into it. And I mean, AOW's Mike really came through with a stellar performance. And obviously, we talked about it before, right? In terms of really having that confidence to push in, obviously it can be very hectic. Obviously, AOW's Mike didn't have the best performance that he could have had in week 1, but he comes through, shuts down the first game of tonight. And obviously, I know he's got to be feeling really, really good going into these next couple of games because, man, that first game really does set the tone and the precedence for the rest of the game. So I'm excited to see how he's able to dish this out for the other ones. But so far, first game goes to AOW's Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Mike must have sat down and had a heart-to-heart with his coach this week. You know, he came in that first day and just didn't perform. I don't know if it was jitters coming back for the new season. Maybe he wasn't used to Zipin Yang yet. Zipin Yang had only been out for a week. That's not a lot of time to learn a new hero or learn how to counter a new hero. Not only that, we clearly have metas developing here between the players. Maybe AOW Mike was just kind of feeling the field out that first day. It's the first week of a brand new season. You can afford to not have a good first week and come back the rest of the season and absolutely dominate. But
True.
AOW Mike clearly, after that first day, has decided, okay, I figured out the field. I know what I'm doing.
Gotta
we're
run
gonna come
back.
back in refreshed and we're gonna knock it out of the park. In this first game, he clearly knocked it out of the park.
Absolutely, definitely has to in that amount of time, and also going like, yeah, no, we're coming back tenfold and we're going harder than ever before. And I think they did a good job of that. And obviously, with how other things are, they've done a fantastic job. So now it's like, all right, let's really dish out the rest of it. So far, AOW's Mike comes through strong with a first game dub, and we love to see it coming from Mike. Mike being a veteran so far of our Naraka Blade Point program, and he's really done like an amazing job. Like, he's made some of the best sweat, and they have to earn that elimination if you're going to get an elimination off of AOW's Mike. And AOW is one of those players that he's just like, listen, Mike Jones, who? Mike Jones, who?
Look, I think AOW Mike, with just this first game of the day, is going to double his score from the entire first day, if not be very close. He's got to be in the 12 to 13 point range at bare minimum off of those 6 kills and the multiplier. He's sitting pretty close to almost doubling the number of points he made on the first day. Yeah, here we go. Sorry, he got a 9.6. He got 7 eliminations. He went out a little bit earlier than I thought he did there in the end. It was kind of hard with the kill feed just absolutely popping off, but he picks up 7 eliminations, 1 elimination short of tying for the most eliminations in a solos game in all of NBPL. He goes out, I do believe, in 5th place, picks up a 9.6 game score, but EWG's Yi Ron, who finishes 2nd with 4 elims, just behind him with a 9.4, only 0.2 points behind, and GD's Don Quing, who struggled to make anything happen all game, spawned way far away from everybody else, wasn't able to secure really good armor. In the end, is able to snatch up that gold armor, and because of that, picks up 2 eliminations in the final circle, makes it to first place, gets those 4 ranking points, as well as the 1.6 multiplier, giving him an additional couple of points there, which means he's going to be at a 7.2. Don Quing's got to be happy about that after struggling for most of the early game. Unfortunately, XCG's Wang Liang at the bottom with a big 0-point game here. AOW's Mike able to come back alive here today with a 9.6 for his first game. Wang Liang, the other player we were looking to really start piecing something back together here in our first week, not able to perform in this first game, and it's super unfortunate. So take a look at the stats for AOW's Mike, who played Zipin Yang this game, going to be walking away with 19,491 damage, 7 eliminations, 1 counter strike, and man, what a game for Mike opening things out today, Dobby.
Absolutely, and what a way to do it though in AOW's Mike's style though, knowing that Mike is one of the biggest players that talks about brain games, right? The mentality coming into these games sometimes can absolutely wear you out, and sometimes it's not the best thing to be happening, especially when you have a tough first game. So knowing AOW's Mike, I know he has to be very, very confident going into the next couple of games, because, you know, the first couple of games that he had last week, you know, he came in really strong. He was able to catch some amazing eliminations, and even we were feeling Mike going like, yo, Mike has the confidence to own these, only to not see him in the top 5 like we usually do in like every single game. So to finally see him up top here, well deserved from AOW's Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see it. And, you know, we got to give it to EWG's Yiran as well. Yiran, the only player who's really kind of in that range to be able to climb past those 5 players in the top. Again, the top 5 players right now overall in the league for this first bi-weekly split of NBPL Season 2 have all played both their days, right? So they can't put any more points on the board. 6th place is EWG's Yiran. Yiran, really the only one kind of in a space to try to start playing catch up with some of those players, puts a 9.4 up, only 0.2 points behind our boy AOW Mike. And Yiran is that player day one. He had consistency. It was him and Zhang Yu consistently fighting for 1st and 2nd place out of those lobbies with the most points possible. Yiran, if he can continue this today, might be able to climb up that 30-point deficit and make it to 1st place past Zhang Yu. The question is, can he keep the momentum going, Dobby?
He has to. He has to keep that momentum going here, as it looks like, you know, it's gonna have to go back towards that top of the order, right? You have to come into these games with that amount of confidence and that amount of energy to be able to lock that in for the first 2 games. Those first 3 games are very, very vital, right? So when you come into this, you lock it in, 19,000 damage, 10,000 healing, 7 eliminations. That's a very good start, but at the same time, I mean, 7 eliminations, he was 4 away from getting 10, and we haven't seen too many double-digit games. We usually say within the top 7 to, you know, 9 eliminations, you're bar none better than absolutely destroying the lobbies, right? So when we talk about that type of situation, and we kind of go, hey, you know, let's do something like this. What's more important? Let's figure this out. Crowd control, backing out of bad situations. Mike really was able to read the space as best as possible and really was trying to maximize as much space as he could in order to get those eliminations, clean it up, and was able to not get caught up by some bad third parties.
Well, I mean, not only that, Mike played to his heroes' advantages, right? Zipin Yang is an early to mid-tier hero, similar to Tarka G, right?
But now he has to do it. But now he has to do it with other characters in the future because he can't lock him in all the time.
No, he can't log Zipin Yang in all the time, but he played to his character strengths, right? If you're Target G or Zipin Yang, you need to put eliminations on the board in the early to mid game period, because when you get to those final zones, we just saw it with KZ's Panda Man, right? He got to the final zone, he had 0 eliminations, he's on Tarka. Tarka's just not doing anything into a circle full of Yoda Himes. He has no way to zone that space down and lock it down. We've seen the shift to Fireball Tarka because Fireball Tarka has a way to shove people out of the zone in the final fight. The problem is a Yoda Hime F3 or the hyper armor that's on the Yodel ult that reduces the damage they take while they're ulting and keeps them from being sent flying, just completely eliminates that advantage, and Tarka can't do anything in the final circle to really have a pop-off moment. He has to come into the final circle with kills under his belt already. That's what we saw AOW's Mike do. Mike can use Zpin's F2 to kind of take the neutral back from a fight, which is only really good in those 1v1 scenarios. You're only getting those in the early to mid game. The closer you get to that final circle, you know, there's 11 players left alive. Everybody's trying to stay alive as long as humanly possible. You're not going to get those easy 1v1s anymore because everybody's going to be after the third party. They're looking for the blood in the water. They want to turn into a shark and steal that kill out from underneath of you. So Zipin Yang also can't control that final zone. And speaking of controlling that final zone, we're going to see how these players do doing that in game number 2 when we come back from a quick break.
Oh, Shanghai is looking absolutely beautiful. It looks like we're going to lock in here for our game 2 for Naraka Blade Point. How are you guys doing? My name is Nbpl, and I'm accompanied by my main man, RuneKeeper TV, ladies and gentlemen. As we come through and we're going to be able to lock this in here. We saw some really interesting vibes out of game 1, but obviously Mike up top just absolutely destroying. Now we come into game 2 here, keeping the momentum, that consistency. And we talk about it all the time. I don't know, consistency. But at the same time, you got to come with some aggression, though. You got to be able to come through and really patch it up and really lock it down, not only in the beginning, but at the end of it. And I think Mike was able to really find his center in really being able to get that first couple of eliminations, and then was able to pull back. And then by the end was able to catch like 1 or 2 more. But even if he wasn't really able to get another one, I feel like he still would have been able to get the dub regardless, because of how well he ended up playing in the beginning of the round.
Well, again, he played to his hero's strengths, right? And that's one of the big things I think some of these players struggle with, right? So we looked at KZ's Panda Man this game, right? He needs to be aggressive early to mid game if he's going to be playing Tarka G. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is the best time for Tarka to put eliminations up on the board. Towards that end game, he's going to struggle to do anything, and he knows that. He can't go into a final circle playing an aggressive early to mid game hero with 0 eliminations. You just can't. Because even if you get placement points, if you have no eliminations, that multiplier is multiplying nothing. Anything times 0 is still 0. Right? So he needs to come into the match just like AOW's Mike did and play aggressively from the rip and put points onto the board. And even if you risk being eliminated early, right? It's better than going to the final circle and walking away with, 2 placement points and 0 elim points. You're better off trying to be aggressive early, because if you at least pick up 2 eliminations early and then get knocked out, you're still sitting at the same score, but you have a chance to take those eliminations to late game and get a multiplier on top of them. So these players really need to start adapting to their heroes a little more. They clearly have, the mechanics of these heroes down. We see Yodohimes, as soon as they get parried, pop an F3, aggressively turn things around. But they need to play towards that hero strength, whether it be a late game hero, a mid game hero, an early game hero. One of the other things that I love seeing is there's kind of this meta where players will use abilities only defensively to take resets. Some of the players we saw do very well this round, including EWG's Iran, were taking Yodo's F3 and playing it aggressively. they used it as a combo extender, or they used it to push somebody back out of a space and take control of the neutral, which is not typically what you think of Yodohime doing with an F3. I think it's a really strong strategy because not only is it a resource that you need to use, you shouldn't just only use it defensively. Being able to use it offensively makes it that much stronger, and it throws the tempo off. Most of these players are used to playing into defensive Yodohime F3s, not offensive. So the second an offensive one comes out, it catches them off guard. They haven't been playing against it a lot, and all of a sudden, now they're on the back foot, and they're in an unfamiliar situation, and the tempo has changed. It's really, really strong. I want to see more players start adapting their heroes this way and stop playing so defensively. This is a game about aggression. You said it, Dobby.
That's true. That aggression is very, very important. And it looks like even with all of this stuff, they still was able to lock this in and do as best as they can to really show that, yo, we have an opportunity here. Let's not eliminate what we already have. And so far, they've done a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they keep that same momentum coming into this as we see other spaces happening. And I cannot wait to see how the rest of this goes here. For these games. Now, obviously, as we look at other spaces, there's still a lot more that can happen. We just have to see where they're gonna go from here, though. So, locking in on game number 2. This is gonna be fun, honestly, especially with AOW's Mike. Now, the question is now, do you think he's a target?
I mean, Mike's always a target. Let's be completely honest. From start to finish, Mike comes in and he's aggressive. That makes you a target, period. Now, here we go. Battle Swang Flag. These Valda picks are very strong if you make it to late game. The problem is we see too many of these Valdas trying to use their bubbles to reset, and we're seeing them punished for it time and time again. They need to stop thinking about these bubbles as a potential reset. Yes, it blocks people from physically getting to you, but they need to be using it as a zoning tool. Throw it in a doorway and then go inside a building to take your reset, so they can't force themselves through there and you've got wall to block the range shots. Stop throwing the bubble down and standing in it, because everybody in the lobby is going to turn to you with a musket and a bow and light you up, and that's exactly what we saw last game. So I think the Valdas have potential because they can counteract all the Yodohimes if they make it to final circle, but when you're the only Valda in the lobby, it's a very big question of if you can make it to final circle.
If you can make it to final circle is going to be the big one. We're going to be able to patch this in as we look at people that's going to be rotating from all different sides. Still side temple, definitely the favorite area here, but there's only one person that's going to be by themselves, like in between Celestra and Wreckage. So that's going to be interesting to see how that goes as we look at Heng and DAY5. Looks like they're going to be around the rotation as well. I'm surprised we didn't start immediately from you know exactly where. AOW's Mike's perspectives. It looks like, yes, we are coming back towards it as Panda Man is going to get pushed immediately by him. Whole lot of aggression coming in with those spears. Is able to go through the F3. Is going to be able to pop that. And AOW's Mike is going to play this smart and decides to not actually push this, decides to take his time with it, and still is able to patch up the rest of it here. Love to see it, as it looks like now they're gonna be able to lock this in and kind of go towards the next stretches here and says, hey, this is what's happening here. So much more happening, as it looks like he will get pushed in as well, playing this off as best as possible. The whole lot of aggression coming in from these players here. AOW's Mike repeating the same process again, and it looks like he's gonna decimate Panda Man with those insane slashes. Shuts down Panda Man.
Panda Man here, I don't know what he's thinking. He tried to go for the Dragon's Rush from the beginning. Mike constantly just counteracting it, moving out of the way, and then he tries to force it for the rest of the fight. He doesn't change anything up. He keeps the same tempo, continues to take damage while charging it, and then is forced to stop it as Mike puts himself in a situation to be able to parry it. Panda Man, you got to change your tempo. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, because that's what happens. AOW's Mike's gonna take advantage of that and just go ahead and get a free elim off of you. Mike was on the back from the beginning of this fight. I have no idea what Panda Man is doing. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed as we pop over to Ventus's Reki here on the receiving end of some nunchucks from GD's Don Quinn. Reki gonna take quite a bit of damage as they stand here in the no old zone. GD's Che Zun gonna be the one who catches out Ventus's Reki though. Reki goes super low and he's able to get hold of the last hit as we see multiple players take bow shots and try to steal that elimination out from underneath of him. But Chu Zhang there actually gonna lock it down, get himself a set of purple armor and an elimination earlier as we pop over to EWG Yiran going head-to-head with XCG's Wang Liang, a player we expect to see a lot out of. Did not have a good first game, needs to make something happen here. Comes in, is able to get Yiran, stop the pot out. But now both players going to go head-to-head. Yiran, a little bit of a deficit here in terms of shields. But the question is how long is that going to last? Is both these players going head-to-head with Katana and Dual Blades here? Yiran able to catch out Wang Liang and catches Wang Liang with the 1-2-3. Wang Liang doesn't even try to parry the third, doesn't expect it to come out here in the Pro League. And unfortunately, it does. Yiran going to play a little bit of the mind games here. Both of them going to take a reset as Wang Liang's forced to use his F3 to get a reset here because he was blitzed completely down. Yiran with their F3 back up down now has more resources for the fight. The charged left click coming out from the longsword, putting in absolute work there, though, as now Yiran is the one with no shields, is actually going to land the scale rush, and the charge left click. Wang Liang goes extremely low. 1 second left on the F3. Yiran's going to hold on to their F3 and reset here, as Wang Liang goes inside to take a reset as well. Popping back over to Ventus's Reki.
Looks like Reki is going to try to see if maybe he can patch something. We'll see if he can get something. It looks like he was able to here. See if he keeps that same momentum coming in with everything else here. As DAY5-SOLO, Spider, and Hangs is up top, both tied up with 2 eliminations each here. Wang Liang looks like he's going to be able to cancel his own. Forces the Yorihime ulti. Massive damage coming in towards Yiran. And it looks like he's going to push this and try to see if he can get a hit right. It doesn't look like he's hit that one, no. And it looks like that. Oh, no, and he misses the grapple. Big opportunity, though, for Yiran maybe to be able to find something. Looks like he's able to go and find himself in the successful shield swap, trying to see if maybe he can get the heal, but it's unfortunate, though. Forces them outside of the circle here, as Wang Liang is going to try to see if he can figure something out as well here. Does a fantastic job of it, as the Yorihime ult comes in. The nonchalant...
Oh, no. Yiran actually tries to teleport into the zone, but is actually caught on top of the little sign there, and it keeps the teleport from going any further. The zone tick alone is going to be enough. Yiran played that super aggressively with little to no HP, forcing into the zone, and then was not able to find their way out. Very unfortunate set of circumstances for Yiran, as now we pop over to GG's Dongqing, going head-to-head with KZ's Panda Man. Panda Man here with the purple armor, actually going to get a charge left click off the Katana. We're going to see the ult come out from GG's Dongqing. Dongqing just says, let's go and burn the ult. Let's pump some damage out here. On to Panda Man. I'm about this life. Panda Man going to take a little bit of a reset. Dongqing going to move in here, trying to find some space to get a reset. Panda Man still on the hunt, has a fairly good idea of where they went. Panda Man just going to take the time to get a reset, knowing Dongqing is likely going to be doing the same. Has the advantage in shield still, though, so sets himself up for success as we move over to checking on to Wolves. Kaibao going to take an opportunity to take a little bit of a repair here. Multiple fights getting ready to break out over his battle of Swangfly, and NED's DAY5-SOLO see each other, and DAY5-SOLO going to start taking some pop shots with the bow. On to Wangfly, actually hits a pretty decent body shot for over 300 damage. Is going to wipe 1.5 shield bars off of him now. The 1-2 on the dagger right click, actually going to drop Wangfly to almost no shield whatsoever. DAY5-SOLO coming in with the left click 1-2 once again, just chipping away at Wangfly's HP again. We're going to see the bubble come out here again, but once again, the weakness of the bubble, the range shots. We saw another 229 damage come out off of the bow shot on the Wangfly. Wangfly able to get a reset, though. The bow just a little too slow to punish them as much as they would like, but they were able to take a shot. And Wolves, Kaibao in the background while that fight's going on, able to pick up an elimination on the 17 JL's ego. Now it looks like DAY5-SOLO trying to fight Kaibao off the body, and Kaibao more than happy going back away from the fight now that he's picked up an elimination.
Able to pick up an elimination and does a good job of it here, as it looks like he's also going to join the number 2 gang from everybody, as it looks like there's going to be 3 teams, 3 players that's going to have 2 eliminations, as Wang Liang is going to get hit by the massive right click, and they're both going to pop their Yorihime at the same time. Okay, that was funny. I wasn't expecting that. They both looked at each other and they said, yeah. They both popped that Yorihime ult. You'll love to see it, but it looks like AOW's Mike is going to win that fight just because he put in more damage and he was able to shut down Wang Liang before he can even really get it cooking and up and running.
Yeah, Wang Liang is severe disadvantage there. As soon as he popped the ult into another Yorihime, the Yodo can just pop their ult. They both have damage reduction. Wang Liang had like 1 HP in a dream. Clearly going to be the first one eliminated there. And he didn't even have like a window he could reach to teleport out to try to create some space. He just was hoping he could pump some damage out and have the realization beforehand. Oh my goodness, NAD's DAY5-SOLO on the receiving end of this ballista, taking a ton of damage. And bowed off, Swangfly gonna punch in here. Immediately, jump cancels into a parry, and NAD's DAY5-SOLO is gonna lose their first life. They still have a resurrection, and Zone 2 hasn't been completely collapsed on just yet. Man, that was a nasty parry coming out from Swangfly there as he secures himself a kill. As we move over to Funful Phoenix's Moo, giving chase to Wolves. KaiBao gonna drop the F3. Take a little bit of a reset. Moo trying to throw his F3 into the F3. It finally does move forward, but not before KaiBao was able to get a little bit of a reset off. We see a third party coming in the grapple. It's EWG's Yiran looking to secure a kill here onto KaiBao. KaiBao with the armor swap into the blue armor now, though, is head-to-head with both Yiran as well as FPF's Moo. KaiBao really needs to get out of here and find the time to get a reset, but both these players do not want to let this go. We're going to see the trigger come out from Wolves' KaiBao, and we're going to see a little bit of that momentum moving away from this, but taking damage from a range shot here. Wolves goes low, gets a reset again. The F3 comes out another time. Wolves, KaiBao here looks to have the trigger Soul Jade as he didn't lose meter when he blocked that attack, but is it going to be enough to help him here? He's going to use it again here to great success into EWG's Yiran. He's going to find a little bit of space, but Yiran actually catches that grapple and goes over the side with the grapple attack there. Catches Wolves' KaiBao with it again. Wolves turns around, returns the favor. Both of them seeing their shield splits off. It looks like Yiran's going to opt for the armor reset, knowing that Moo, waiting in the wings there for the third party, doesn't want to be the one who ends up getting turned on here as EWG's Yiran continues the chase on to KaiBao. Neither of these other players wanting to turn attention to each other because KaiBao was the one locked down and low. KaiBao trying to get the reset here. Doesn't get it. Going to turn around with the pistol. Pump a little bit of damage onto Yiran. If Yiran's not careful, nope, Yiran's going to get a huge parry onto KaiBao, though. KaiBao, no nunchucks now, though. Got the trigger, but no ability to use them. They didn't have a spare in their back pocket. Going to be forced to move over to, I do believe, the dagger here. And EWG's Yiran trying to reset, and I do believe Phoenix's Moo taking some pop shots at them as we see KaiBao trying to break line of sight and get away from this fight.
Looks like his scale rush is just waiting for the opportunity, but Hang decides to back out. Doesn't necessarily want that energy, but he's waiting for the right time to strike here. As he knows, he looks like AOW Mike will be able to get nearby as Moo and Yeron looks like they're in the middle of their fight. Yeron with no shield whatsoever. Small amount of heals as Moo is just gonna get really, really aggressive on him, waiting for an opportunity here, maybe for him to miss. Looks like they're both gonna be able to push in on this, and it looks like the time is gonna happen. F3 comes in, just force themselves to go for the reload. As no, it doesn't matter. The F3 comes through trying to cancel it, and it looks like they will be able to at least get some more shield under their belts here. Does a pretty good job of it here as Moo is going to be playing this aggressively as best as possible. He's going to do that jumping bow shot, trying to see if maybe he can get something to connect. But sadly, Moo looks like they will be able to reset this back and forth, though. I was curious in terms of like where that was going to go, but sadly just it didn't go anywhere the way that I wanted to. Rexy and Don King in the middle of their fight here. Beautiful finish from their shield here. And now Rexy, all he has to do is finish this off here as Don Queen is going to be able to pop that blue shield. Beautiful timing coming in. Trying to see if maybe they can try to do something here as the Yorihime comes in. It's going to force the hand here. The desperation play sets in, though. Rexy ends up getting hit by the first slash of it. And it looks like they're still going to be able to push in on this Rexy. Trying to see if maybe they can do something. But oh my goodness, Don Queen resets and turns his game around. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, this really could be anybody's game. It looks like he also got hit by a bow shot from somewhere unexpected as Don Queen wants to back out of this fight, but ends up getting caught up outside. And now Don Queen feels like he's forced to push this and fight.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate for Don King here. I really feel like he should have taken that aggressive fight there. They were both about equal HP. He could have turned the corner. Rexy was in the middle of trying to reset. If he had caught him off guard with the left click there, he guaranteed the kill onto Rexy. He opted instead to try to find a reset of his own. Look for an armor to maybe swap into from that pile there, but it just didn't happen. And now Rexy, unfortunately, on the receiving end of some huge pain from GBL Zin, sitting up top here with this ballista, but he's able to get out of line of sight and out of that 100 meters and get a quick reset going. As we pop over to KT's hand-to-man, playing Zeep and Ying this round. Another hero needs to be aggressive early to mid game, and it's still not able to put any kills together for himself yet this round. We're going to see XCG's Wang Liang going to use that F3 to come in and get some stuff off of the box. I'm not sure if this purple armor was secured from the box or not, but it looks like he was able to get together a couple of things before multiple of these players coming in and trying to make something happen. We're going to see Wolves, Kaibao trying to get out of the fight, and it's Alliance's Jux, a player we haven't even seen today, finally getting an opportunity to be on camera here, but not for a good reason. He's currently the fish in the water that's bleeding, and all these sharks are hungry to put an elimination under their belt here, and Jux needs to make some schmooze happen here. Doesn't have the F3, actually gets caught out on terrain. No way! Oh my goodness! Alliance's Jux thought he could slip through the fence and the rock, but it just stops him outright. And Panda Man slides in and says, thank you, I'm gonna take that, and knocks Alliance's Jux out of game 2 here. Puts his first elimination on the board. This little corner causing these players so much trouble as Ventus's Rexy comes in to pick up a little bit of loot off the elimination that KZ's Panda Man just put together.
Looks like Rexy trying to see if maybe he can get some loot here from this body. Panaman backing this out. Deciding he doesn't want that energy. Trying to play it off as best as he can here. Timing is going to be absolutely impeccable for a lot of these players here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum throughout the rest of it. Nice little bow shots. Trying to see if maybe he can get something here. Move. Trying to see if any of those bows can connect. Sadly, he's unable to as they're in the middle of a fight with Wang Liang. Wang Liang is going to try to see if they can try to make something happen. Tries to not get caught up in a bad situation. Probably smartest play not to push in there, only to get absolutely massacred by an F3 from a Yoda. Definitely don't want that happening. As now it's all about timing. Now it's all about patience as well. Patience. You really got to be able to look at this and kind of go, hey, all right, this is worth it. Let's see if we can figure this out.
We take a look at the top of the order here. It's Baldos, Wangfly, and JDG's Xu Zhang with 3 eliminations each here. Tying for first place. Second place tied out by NAD's Dao Wei and WBG's Spider. Unfortunately, AOW's Mike already eliminated with only 2 kills under his belt. This is not the game he needed if he wanted to continue to try to climb all the way to first place. We are zone 4 getting ready to collapse on to zone 5. Sorry, zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. I apologize. With 12 players left alive here. Taking a look at the leaderboard once again. Panda Man, Wolves, Kaibao, and XCG's Wang Liang. The only other players with eliminations are about 1 elimination each. The rest of the lobby sitting on 0 as we see a massive melee breaking out over here by Soul Jade Pond here. Ventus's Reki able to secure himself a set of legendary armor and a legendary dagger. The problem is he's got no eliminations under his belt. He's gonna have to turn that armor and a legendary dagger into something if he wants to get some points here. But it's EWG's Yi Ron who catches out NAD's Dao Wei inside a building and is able to take a 1v1. Yi Ron putting himself an elimination on the board for the first time this game and is still alive here. WBG Spider with 2 elims under his belt, moving topside. Doesn't want to take a fight into that building with Wang Liang. It's a dangerous place to be with Wang Liang, especially when those Yodas have those F3s. JDG's Xu Zhang here coming up top, trying to poke a little bit of damage onto WBG Spider, but not able to find anything. There's a huge Bane's Breath bursting down onto the edge of that Morris Blessing there. I'm not quite sure whose Bane's this is, but all of these players need to be very careful as it's taking up a lot of what's left of this tiny zone. Ventus's Rexy here trying to give chase to GBL Zin. Seeing if he can't get something going. Needs to be careful though. There's quite a few players left alive, and this Bane's still going for another 6 seconds here as zone 4 is collapsed down onto, about to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 15 seconds. Still 11 players left alive here in game number 2.
Rexy with that gold shield, trying to see and trying to maneuver as best he can here. Nice little scale rush. Looks like he might be able to wait, but here comes the barbecue as he's going to be able to go for the cookish here. Nice, beautiful hits off of Dun Queen. Dun Queen is going to have to force himself to back out of this situation, though. Now it's in a caught. Now it's time for the Sharks. The bleeding has happened, and they have already started to smell it, as all 3 are going to be able to push it on Dun Queen. The question is, who's going to get the elimination? Is it Rexy with his burning sensation? And it looks like it will be. Dun Queen is able to get finished
by the finisher of Don, that is Rexy. Rexy trying to figure this out now with this nice maneuvering, knowing that there's 3 people surrounding the area as well here. Circle closing in. We're in circle 4, about to be circle 5 here very, very soon here. This is what we talk about. Like I said, that aggression coming in is really, really all over the place here. But let's see if they keep that momentum going into this, as it looks like Panaman with 1 elimination. Yeron, Gaibao, Wang Liang, and Rexy. And Spider, Huaifly, and Heng in another. But check this out, though. AOW's Mike out of this game. Out of this game. What?
Yeah, we watched him get eliminated earlier, Dobby. We were talking about this. Unfortunately, this is not the game he needed here. He's got 2 kills. He went out in 13th place. He was the 3rd player fully eliminated from the lobby, unfortunately, for Mike. You know, he had a really good first game. He kind of came in, he wanted to make a statement and be like, look, I'm back, baby. I'm not going to have the same first day that I had. And clearly he's not. You know, a 9.6 in your first game is quite a bit of points to put up on the board, considering he only put up 14 points on day 1. But he needs to continue that momentum. The problem is AOW's Mike is a player that we've seen when a game does not go his way, he starts to crumble. Will he be able to pull the mental back coming into game 3 and continue to make things happen? Or, like his first day here in season 2 of the Nbpl, is he going to have a bad game? Is he going to get eliminated off the rip? And then, you know, unfortunately, let his mental come apart and not be able to perform for the rest of the day. We're going to find out when we get to game 3, but right now, all eyes here on the rest of this lobby. Ventus's Reki, who was able to secure that gold armor, the gold dagger, as well as the flame breath, was finally able to put an elimination up. But Baoda Swangfly, look at this, up top, 3 eliminations, as well as JDG's Chu Zhang here. But Baoda Swangfly quite literally up top, holding the top of this tower, just taking bow shots at the rest of the lobby. This is a very interesting final circle. The last final circle was super flat. There was no trees. It was all bamboo. Here, we've got a lot of little rocks, a little, you know, these little tiny huts, a ton of tiny little trees, this huge tower up top where Huangfly can just sit up here and take shots. There's also some invisibility bushes and stuff. This is going to come down to a very tight final circle as we see zone 5 getting ready to collapse into zone 6. Huangfly is going to be forced off of the tower, looking to find a little bit of space of his own with a little bit of cover here. We see a couple players going up the trees, but this final circle, not only, look at this, by the way, that's an anti-ult zone that's not been popped in the final circle, Dobby. Can you imagine if it goes to zone 7 and then that gets popped? All of these Yodo's game plans go completely out of the window because they're looking to pop off using those ultimates there in the final circle.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit more dangerous here. You have to be very, very careful in these situations because it really could not go the way that you want it to, and you definitely don't want to get caught in a bad situation here. It looks like now we're going to be able to lock this in for our top 10. Huanfly, Hen, Spider, Yeran, Pandaman, Kai Bao, Wang Liang, Rexy, Zin, and Moo. Gonna be able to shut this down as best as possible. So much more happening here as he's gonna get able to get burned by absolute barbecue cookage as Yeran is gonna get pushed on. Nice little grapple comes in and a bow hits him from out of nowhere here. He's gonna have to spread himself wide here. He has to be careful though. It's not gonna look good as he ends up getting found and eliminated by Rexy. Yeran finished and done by a dagger. Beautiful timing though coming into this. Absolutely insane. That really could have been anybody in terms of who got hit though, but that just was suddenly chosen for that one man, and that's tough in those situations as it looks like Rexy trying to keep it alive here, patching this in with everything going on here. Rexy trying to see if maybe he can find something here that might be helpful to him. Already has a decent amount of, he has a lot of shields, very low on heals though. So let's see how he's going to be able to handle this though, knowing that even in these side situations,
yeah,
there's going to be more happening here as the circle starts to close in very, very soon. Actually, it already is closing as it looks like Zin, it looks like he ends up getting blitzed by an insane shield as well. Rexy's going to try to see if he can corner him as well and see if he can get something. The push comes in on both parties. The sharks come through trying to see if they can smell the blood, expecting to see if maybe they can get the nice push. Each side trying to see if they can find something that's going to be helpful towards them. As it looks like they're going to be able to rotate this around here. The circle starts to close little by little, making it so much harder for them because there is no way for them to hide or be anywhere close by as the battle starts to begin. Rexy and Huanfly ends up pushing up and getting immediately aggressive. Nice damage ends up coming through, but that Flamebringer forces them back every single time, because that multiplier really helps. But it looks like Rexy's gonna try to see if he can crowd control this as much as possible with that Flamebringer, as Moo ends up coming through trying to get one dagger hit and ends up backing out. Wongfly ends up getting hit a little bit, and it doesn't look, oh no, he ends up getting double teamed. Whoa, Wongfly ends up getting hit in a very crazy recession here, as it looks like they're able to come through here as the Valda ult comes through. Oh man, I don't even know exactly what happened. I just know there was an F3, and I think there could have been an absolute spittable finish. So much going down here, as it looks like Rexy is able to capture that elimination from Chucks, as Moo ends up trying to see if he can get something as well here. Spider playing this to the best of his ability here, knowing that Panda Man is very, very close by. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get some form of elimination. He does not have time to really go in one of the corners of the circles and really force himself to try to get a dub here. Or try to get a win. Very, very tight-knit in terms of like how things are going here, but this really is only going to get crazier though, as we're going to lock in for our game, as Moo ends up getting an insane parry onto one of those players, and Moo ends up eliminating Ventus Rexy. GG's on your game 2 there, buddy. So much happening though, as it looks like Moo and Spider, they will be able to rotate this around as best they can. The Yodohime ult comes out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go airborne for the final time of game 2. So much happening though, as the impact and waiting for the damage to come in absolutely pictures out the rest of what's going on here. As Kai Bao is going to try to see if maybe he can get some form of damage. So much happening. Spider is able to pick up 1, is able to pick up 2, is able to pick up 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Spider caught him entirely inside of his web and said, dinner is served. Let me go and munch, and finish this off here, as the big Spider ends up collecting that dub for game 2.
WBG Spider playing that circle really, really well. Wolves Kai Bao looked to lock things down. He actually moved across the circle, picked up the kill onto Panda Man, was positioned very well, but he took a hit from one of the early Yodohime ults and decided it was worth it to go ahead and pop his, knowing there was at least one more Yoda with his ult. He should have held on to that just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, because he popped it so early, WBG Spider was able to capitalize, pop his immediately next, go airborne, while Wolves stayed down at the bottom because he was so concerned about staying in the zone. WBG Spider just goes airborne, hits everybody, does a ton of damage. Wolves catches a ton of damage on his final slashes as well, but because WBG Spider still has his ult up, Spider able to hit everybody who got sent flying with his last slash, and because of that, he was the one who dealt the last damage. And it's all about dealing that final hit to be able to secure those points there in the final zone. And that's what WBG Spider does. He cleans it up. He plays a perfect Yodohime game here, waiting till the very end, waiting, like you said, for all of those little insects to be in his web. And surely, as soon as they get caught, Spider gonna devour them here in game number 2. I can't wait to take a look at the leaderboard. Things are getting shaken up a little bit. EWG's Yiran with 2 eliminations gets eliminated, or sorry, with 1 elimination gets eliminated in the middle of the pack. AOW's Mike with 2 eliminations gets eliminated very early on, and unfortunately that means they're not going to be able to put the points up on the board. EWG's Iran can kind of afford one bad game today because he's only a 30-point deficit. Unfortunately, if your name is AOW's Mike, you were down more than 50 points coming into the day. Every single game, he needed to put 10 plus points up on the board. He put 9.6 up on the board in the first game. That's not, that's pretty close to what he needs to be doing if he wants to walk away in first place. Unfortunately, this game, he puts up 2. Now he's going to have a game where he makes it up. He needs to have almost a 20-point game in one of these games to actually stay in contention for first place.
Wow. Needs at least a minimum of 20 points. That's a tall order for a bunch of solo players. That's all I gotta say. That's a tall order. That's not a small order. That's not a, let me get a small Sprite, small fries, and kind of get a little, just the corner of the burger. I don't need the whole burger. I just need the corner of the burger. That's a lot in that situation. And it's just more so where certain things are in terms of points. Now, obviously, if you're in the top 3, you still have the opportunity to qualify, but still, that number 1 spot is the one that everybody wants as we look at WBG Spider with 12 game points. Absolutely shutting it down as we look at 6.2 and a 6.7. 6.7 connected to Wongfly, 6.2 connected to Kai Bao, and it looks like we're still able to dish this out as best as possible here and they've been able to do a good job of it so far here, along with everything else that's been happening. It looks good coming into this. So, ladies and gentlemen, they've been doing their part here. Let's see how they're going to be able to lock in for our game number 3. Game number 3, we're already close to halfway done. That's crazy. This game is going a little quick.
Look, 2 games down, third game getting ready to come up. You know, solos is a different beast. It's absolutely insane out here. We got to talk about it, though. Ace is champion. Again, another 0-point game from him. What happened? His first game of day 1, he was so calculated. He absolutely controlled the entire space in the final zone and put up a huge game score. Actually took away the largest points in a single solos game from season 1 and season 2. And then all of a sudden, from season 2, all of a sudden, somebody else bypassed him into the second game, and he's not done anything since. I hate to see it. Ace is champion. Wake up, baby. Splash some water in your face. Let's go. Speaking of waking up, though, WBG Spider, who didn't have a great first game, coming in with 14,000 damage, 5 eliminations, and going to be walking away MVP this round with a 12-point game, almost double every other player in the lobby. WBG Spider going to be super happy about this game here in our third day of solos in the bi-weekly final. Sorry, not bi-weekly final, in our first bi-weekly split.
Absolutely understandable there. It looks like we're going to be able to look at this one for the other one. And like I said before, they did a fantastic job the last time here with those beautiful shutdowns. The beautiful shutdowns were looking so nice. They were able to clutch it up realistically with just a lot of potential, and they didn't really have to worry about too much. They made it look good just in general. They really, really did. At the end of the day, they made it look good, and they were able to lock it down as best as possible. So now the question is how do you keep the same energy going forward? There's obviously different types of ways, and there's obviously different types of momentums that kind of really are going to be able to push you into that top slot, but in reality, there's only quite a few. So, for Mike's sake, Mike needs to be able to possibly pull that out and say, hey, I am a playmaker here. Let me show you why I am.
Yeah, Mike needs to come back into game 3, and he needs to go absolutely crazy. I don't know what Mike needs to do. He needs to pick an aggressive hero. He needs to put a ton of kills on the board early, and then he needs to find a way to take control of the final circle, even though it's not what his hero does. He just needs to make it happen in game number 3 here if he has any hope of taking over that first place slot today. If he doesn't have at least a 10-point game in game number 3, there's no chance he can take first place. He'll make it to top 8 and qualify to go play, top 16 and qualify to go play in the final for this bi-weekly. I don't think there's any question that Mike is going to be able to climb that ladder and get there after that first game. But that's not going to satisfy Mike. We know Mike. Mike came out and, he was, I think he was MVP, had most kills in season 1. He didn't win the season 1 grand final, but he had the most kills in season 1 and was a very dominating player. And as we saw in a couple of interviews, he was not happy with his performance in season 1 of NBPL.
I remember that. He said, sometimes it's better for me to be eliminated off of the rip, off of the first game, knowing that he feels way less nervous and still feels like he can play aggressive and as well as he would like to for the next couple of games. So sometimes that first game, he's completely okay with losing like off the rip. And I'm like, that's interesting. And then he's just like, I know that I'm a better player, so I just have to basically act like it. I have to be like it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he has it to do. It's doable. What's really unfortunate is Wang Liang, man. Wang Liang in his first bi-weekly,
he's just not locked in right now. He's just not locked in.
He was a completely different player. He was so aggressive. He's bringing the nunchucks out. He was that one player that we saw made Takeda work in the first week. Absolutely just dumpstered lobbies. And, he didn't do anything with his first day here in season 2 of the NBPL. It's his second day, and he's put 2 zeros on the board back to back. Wang Liang really, he's got to wake up. I don't know what's going on with his mental. I don't know where he is, but he doesn't seem to have that passion today. We saw AOW's mic slide up on him, and yeah, AOW's mic was full health, and Wang Liang was like half health. But Wang Liang is a player that, usually thrives in those situations. And he just kind of let Mike walk up and eliminate him. There was no counter. He didn't throw left click, nothing. And unfortunately, that's how the way cookie crumbles sometimes. But speaking of Wang Liang and just letting it happen, what we're going to just let happen now is a break before we come back for game number 3.
王良这边是击败了红布莱，拿下本场比赛的决胜。这波能反杀，看起来想要这套操作，他秀了。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans? Welcome back once again to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper, and man, what a day it's been already. 2 super great games, and we're getting ready to lock in for game number 3. AOW's Mike suffering in game number 2 after a very strong early performance in game number 1. Question is, can he pull it back, and can Wang Liang wake up? Please, somebody splash some water in that man's face, get him back in. I want to see that energy. I want to see season 1 Wang Liang. That man was a master madman with the nunchucks.
He was
we just
crazy.
haven't got any of it. We haven't got anything of it this season. I don't know what to say, but WBG Spider, man, showing us what it is. Spider this season. He locking them down, bringing them into the trap, picking up some huge eliminations in game number 2, putting some big points up on the board. And Spider has been one of those players that's consistently kind of like, you know, top 4, top 5 every game. He's easily looking to lock and save a place down in the top 8 so that he can guarantee going to the finals in this first bi-weekly split of season 2. And man, he's making it happen here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League.
I'll tell you this. When it comes to these players, though, if you have a bad game, oh well, gotta run it back for another one. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to Wang Liang, I'm telling you, he's missing his secret ingredient. You know exactly what that secret ingredient is. His girl ain't put his nice bun in his head. We ain't see those colors that we usually see in his hair. His hair is probably in his face. It's probably getting in his eye. He has a hard time seeing the game, and that's probably why he's been doing it. He needs to get his butt. He needs to put the buns in. Where the little clips at? Wang Liang. I need to see them lights, them yellows, them reds, them blues. I need to see the different colors of the rainbow all up in your head. That's what we missing. I think because he didn't have that, that's why we seeing that, and it's kind of crazy to look at it as we look at WBG Spider. With 2.4 kills, second place. Look at this. Spider coming through and really being a contender here. 4 solos, average damage, 11,000 damage and 9K under him as well here. WBG Spider feeling it out here. And a lot of confidence coming in, man. WB Spider has really, really impressed me so far in these in this last week.
Yeah, you know, Spider coming in, new player here for WBG, really making things happen. You know, again, he's been consistent throughout his games in his first day, and today, you know, he had a bad opening game, but this game, making it back, put 12 points on the board, was double the points of EWG's Yiran, who was in second place. Absolutely crazy. Speaking of WBG Spider, we're going to throw to a quick video for him before we come back and lock in for our third game.
当初刚打游戏的时候就起，因为我比较喜欢蜘蛛侠这个人物嘛，就起了一个这个 ID， 然后现在打也想不到别的嘛，就一直用这个。打天人高分的话，更注重于打架，决赛圈都几乎是很难到决赛圈，但这比赛不一样，比赛可能中期出一点操作上的小问题，就会导致下一把了。因为平常场上的选手在天人的时候也会经常遇到，所以说也经常打，所以说不会特别的陌生。
Yeah, WBG Spider here, give us a little bit of insight into how he plays the game, and clearly it's working for him. Again, he's been very consistent. He's consistently towards that kind of top 5, top 6 range. He puts points on the board every game. He had one bad game, game 1. I was very surprised to see him eliminated with 0 points in game 1, but unfortunately sometimes that happens. I think everyone is going to have at least one 0-point game during the league. If that's his 1 0-point game, Spider's not sweating it. He's sitting pretty happy after game number 2 here. He's going to come back in and bring that energy. Who I'm worried about is AOW's Mike. Mike picked up 2 kills last game, got eliminated in 13th place. Mike is consistently one of those players that when he has a bad game or has a bad early fight, he struggles to do anything for the rest of the game or for the rest of the day. His mental just doesn't take that very well. I'm hoping that he's able to come back here in game 3 and not let it affect his mental like he did during day 1. Day 1, you've got some jitters, you know, you're coming back for a new season, things happen. We're into his second day now, our 3rd day of solos total. He's gotta get over that mentality. You're gonna have a bad game. You have to learn how to adjust. If you can't, you're not gonna last long as a pro player. And AOW Mike definitely has what it takes to be one of the best pro players we have here, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely though. Still a whole lot of stuff coming into this, as it looks like we're going to be able to patch this in for the next sections. So much more happening here, and you love to see it. As we're going to be able to lock in here for Nbpl game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the fun begins, as now we're seeing a lot of the new picks coming in, though. Like to see it coming in from there. A nice little bit of that here as we look at a lot of the Justinas. The Justinas are finally starting to lock in a little bit as well here. A lot of these players are going to have to start spreading them out here as we see our first Tarka of the night. Moo is going to be able to lock in Tarka. We love to see it. I can't wait for a fireball.
Zidane Queen here, going back to the ball again, ready to lock things down. I love to see Balda coming more alive here. We're going to see another Dowie. Look, we always talk about Panaman when it comes to Tarka, but Dowie was the one who played, you know, Tarka the most in season 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm ready to see Dowie in his first day playing Tarka as well. Laid it down with the fireballs, made something actually happen on Fireball Tarka.
Wreckage Plains. Wreckage Plains coming in, trying to see. There's a lot of players going to be landing over there as well. And it looks like we're finally going to be able to catch some people in Sigma Mine right in front of Shadow Jade Mine. Finally going to see some desert play. I haven't really been able to catch a lot of that action over there at Shadow Jade. Shadow Jade has been very deserted. Get it? Because it's in the desert. We're also going to be able to lock that in as well as we go in for WBG Spider for our game 3. Our halfway mark for our solos here for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Champion coming through. Wang Liang trying to see if maybe he can get something going as well here. There's more and more of this happening here. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going into this. Love to see it. You love to see the space when you can really capture more and more of this momentum happening here. It's going to be fun to see how they can do it as they immediately start to push in here. Wang Liang is going to need to get some massive amount of damage and eliminations here. Let's see if he keeps that same momentum coming into this. Love to see it as they will be able to push on this. And now, looks like they will be able to do that for more and more. And it looks like now, even with Champion up top, trying to see if maybe he can capture some more stuff as well. See if they can keep that same momentum coming into this.
And this is an absolute brawl breaking out this early in the game as GD's Dong Quing slides in and secures the kill on to Wang Liang. Dong Quing here with the purple armor thus far and a purple dagger, but now WBG Spider, MVP from last game, coming in getting some hits there with the white longsword, but not really doing a ton to Dong Quing. Dong Quing's just going to throw the bubble here to reset, but another bubble comes out, catches both WBG Spider and Dong Quing, but Spider is actually going to jump up and catch the lantern. The lantern's going to fall, stun him, set him on fire, and Ace is champion. Finally able to put a point on the board today after that happens. Don't let it happen to you, Champion. Champion going very close to that lantern there. If he had jumped up, that could have been it for him. But he catches Dong Quing in another F1 bubble. Dong Quing here set on fire, but is going to be able to get a reset while Ace's Champion backs off. Dong Quing waiting for the fire to burn out here so he can secure some loot off of that body, and that's exactly what's going to happen as Ace's Champion comes in here to try to lock in on him, just narrowly escapes being set on fire as Dong Quing comes with the dagger, catches a left click into a right click off of the dagger, does big damage. Ace's Champion catches him out with the F1 bubble again, but Dong Quing does not give up the chase, catches him with a bubble, now into the uppercut with the dash into the left click. That's going to be it as Dong Quing secures the second kill on to Ace's Champion. Now we're over to NAD's Dao Yiwei, throwing a fireball here, not able to connect on to Bao Dao's Huangfly. Huangfly super low though. Dao Yiwei with a jump cancel into a parry is going to pick up the elimination on to Bao Dao's Huangfly.
Looks like they will be able to mac this in, and a beautiful elimination coming in from Mike. Looks like Mike finally is able to get that momentum he does that he needs here, as it looks like he will get pushed in by Zin. Zin ends up getting hit by some shields here. Looks like he's ready to see if he can keep that same momentum going in here. You'd love to see it though. Zin ends up getting absolutely spliced and diced by Mike. Mike feeling it out with it, and it looks like he will be able to do it as Justina. Oh no, Justina's gonna go for that ult though. Hey, W's Mike said, oh no you don't. Come over here, Justina. Just because you got that ulti does not mean that you're getting out of here. Because it looks like it looks like Dao Yiwei, our Tarka, looks like he's gonna be able to push this in and keep that same aggression energy coming in. So much happening though. Nice little blocks coming in, and it was able to do the nice beautiful uppercut here. Oh, I was waiting for the fireball to connect it. But the Justine is going to be able to force himself to get out of here. Very, very unfortunate coming into this, as it looks like he's going to be able to rotate this out. Looks like he might be able to get another one though. Let's see if he does it. It looks like no. Beautiful dagger comes in, and it looks like Dao Yiwei ends up getting eliminated. Our Tarky G ends up getting eliminated, and now he's going to get pushed by another player. Looks like it's going to be Kai Bao. Kai Bao keeping that same momentum that he did earlier. Looks like he will be able to go through nice little defenses, but not enough to get parried. So much happening, though. Even with the cannon, it ends up getting hit by some bow coming from Champion. It looks like Champion is going to be also around the bend as well here, trying to see if maybe he can catch something, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to find another one here.
JDG's Che Jung here, moving across the map, trying to get away from some of these fights as we pop over to Ace's champion here, catching out AOW's Mike with a bubble. But now moving in to Wolves, Kaibao is going to be forced to use the full meter dump to turn things around onto Kaibao. Ace's champion looks to be the one who's going to get away and get a reset here as AOW's Mike hungry to turn things around on Kaibao, but Kaibao gets the reset. Now AOW's Mike says, I don't know if I want to go in to that purple armor right now, especially with the threat of a third party from Ace's champion here. So he's going to turn his attention back to champion with the lower tier armor here, the blue armor, who's been shredded halfway down as they go head to head, nunchuck to nunchuck, and it's AOW's Mike who's able to secure 1-2 combos here into an uppercut combo, but the ult comes out from our boy. Ace's champion waiting, holding on to this as long as he can. He's going to connect on to Mike, but needs to be careful because Wolves, Kaibao waiting in the wings. He's got the double meter here. He's going to throw the bubble down, but it doesn't save him from the range shots. And it's AOW's Mike who's going to pick up a kill here onto Ace's champion. Wolves, Kaibao waiting in the wings, takes a reset, looking for an opportunity to collapse onto Mike. And this is GD's Don Quing and Mike at the top of the order with 2 eliminations each.
Looks like those 2 eliminations each. We're still able to find something, though. Was able to do a very good job of that, as it looks like he will get pushed in, though. See if he can keep that same momentum going into it. As it looks like now pushing it back. Leather Justina. A lot of these Justinas, man, they really have been doing a crazy job of that one. Doing a good job thus far with everything going on here, as it looks like they will be able to get the shutdown. Man, oh man. Even with all the timing, though, you love to see it. And it looks like they will be able to patch this and keep it going, though.
What you hate to see there is WBG Spider being eliminated from the lobby with 0 points once again. He was able to make it happen last game, but not able to piece anything together here this game. NAD's Dao Wei moving in to the likes of first place with 2 eliminations, as well as Alliance's Jux. Jux looking to make it 3 right now. He's on to JDG's Chu Shang here. Chu Shang gonna back out, looking for a reset here, and Alliance's Jux gonna let it happen. AOW's Mike still over by Soul Jade Pond, looking to continue to pick up loot and eliminations, giving chase to Vengeance. Rexy here is actually gonna catch the grapple. It needs to be careful though. Rexy with a little bit of ult left on the timer, but unfortunately it looks like they actually just run out. Mike coming in at a great time, catching Rexy. Without that, Rexy gonna catch the huge parry onto Mike though, pump out a ton of damage. Mike a little slow on the F3 and actually eats all of the riposte damage. That's uncanny coming out of Mike, because Mike almost always has that F3 ready to go immediately and waits to let it rip till after he takes big damage. But now it's Ventus's Rexy on the run here as KZ's Panda Band shows up to third party the fight, as well as 17JL's Ego. Mike catches a lucky break instead of being the one chased down. It goes down on to Rexy. Rexy still on the run, but now Mike looking to catch on to 17JL's Ego. Catches a massive cannon shot with that purple cannon and blitzes down an entire bar of shield off of them. Mike forced to pop the F3 now, goes for a reset. Mike looks to be rocking that advanced deal here, so he's going to get quite a bit out of that one pot there as Ventus's Rexy now turns their attention on 17JL's Ego. Both of them going to whiff a parry in each other's face here. Nobody really going to get punished for it. And unfortunately, we see on the kill feed, XCG's Wang Liang is going to eliminate Baodao's Huang Fly from the lobby. Wang Liang finally on the board here in game number 3. Ventus's Rexy still giving chase. Not able to connect onto Ego, though, with this dagger. Neither of them really has pumped any damage onto the other. So it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, Rexy now going to take the opportunity to get a pot off. They heard Ego get one off and said, look, I'm just going to take the reset and get a repair here, because they do only have a white dagger. It's not a great situation for Rexy to be in here. As we pop over to EWG's Yiron with 0 eliminations, he's going to catch Don Quing out, but doesn't have an opportunity to actually follow up on it. They could have scale rushed into that room, but opted to walk there. Really interesting choice from Yiron. I think Yiron wanted to try to get that charged left click off of the dual blades there, but was worried that if he hit with the scale rush, that it was going to waste the bubble and not get enough damage. But unfortunately, he gets no mileage out of it instead, because he takes the time to walk across the beam, doesn't connect with anything. Don Quing more than happy to just move away and be like, yep, that was a misplay on your part. I am going to get out of here. As we move over to Alliance's Juxie, we sit at the top of the order, tied for first place with 2 eliminations right now, giving chase to GBL Zin. Zin, a player, you know, the world defending champion for solos. not really putting in a lot of work today. We haven't seen anything out of him. I think maybe 1-2 points total. Zin needs to turn around and make something happen here as we turn to KZ's Panda Man, who's going into a full meter dump onto 17JL's Ego. Ego goes extremely low. Ego gonna get the freeze out here and back off. Panda Man more than happy to keep giving chase. Ego does have that ult charge. Panda Man gonna stop to take a little bit of reset, but it's EWG's Yiron waiting in the wings who catches out 17JL's Ego. Ego gets a clank, but is it gonna be enough to keep them alive? They are gonna catch the grapple up in the air. 1 HP in a dream. It's not gonna be enough. 17JL's Ego gonna be eliminated. Yiron throws the bubble down, comes down with the charge left click, catches Alliance's Jux, Panda Man, Alliance's Jux, EWG, Yiran, and Wolves, Kaibao all going head to head here in the streets of Celestra.
Doing a good job of that one. So much momentum coming in, especially with everybody just nearby. It really could be anybody's game here. Let's see if they keep that momentum coming into this. There's so much stuff happening. Looks like it's only going to get crazier, though, towards the next bin. And it looks like Ron, it looks like he will be able to catch Zin on this bubble, but decides to keep him alive and just decides to just dip out. Probably doesn't want to go into that much of an engagement, knowing that he does have the purple shield, does decide to just pop it and just go straight for purple. Is going to be able to keep this alive, but decides, hey, let's just try to focus more on what's better. As it looks like Zin will be able to patch this in. He's going to be able to go for the rotation and then tries to play this smart. With everything going on here, there's still more to be had, as Rexy looks like he's going to be able to catch the first one, is able to at least hit him with a nice little bit of that fire. Fire always wins when it becomes the fire and ice here, as it looks like DAY5-SOLO also is going to be able to push in and keep that same momentum off Rexy, and it looks like Rexy is going to be able to go for the retreat here, and no, it looks like DAY5-SOLO ends up getting hit in the back by those dual blades. Unfortunate coming in, as DAY5-SOLO really wants to be able to push in and get this elimination here. This could be a massive elimination coming in, but it looks like, oh no, looks like the finish could be happening here coming through, but it looks like no! Looks like DAY5-SOLO pops the ulti and is able to shut down that Justina. Fire wins against ice every time, and it looks like DAY5-SOLO wanted to prove that.
DAY5-SOLO really... Sorry, go ahead, Tommy.
Gonna be able to go for the repair, but what were you saying?
I would say DAY5-SOLO really coming alive here in game number 3. You know, DAY5-SOLO tends to play Tarka, and it's the off games that he plays Tarka on that he does really well. And nobody expects it, right? Nobody expects DAY5-SOLO to really pop off on Tarka G here. But he's just playing a very different Tarka here in Season 2. He played Fireball Tarka in his first day here, right? He's still got the Fireball. I do believe he's rocking Blackout Vulcan as well, but he's just playing a solid target. He's not even abusing the fireballs. He's just playing really good core fundamentals, and I love to see this coming out from DAY5-SOLO. He gets to play his comfort character as well. He's putting on points early to mid game, which is exactly where he needs to be putting on points, and just it's a very different DAY5-SOLO. We saw DAY5-SOLO have some pop-off moments on Tarka last season, but he didn't have this sort of consistency with Tarka. It was few and far between that he was able to make things happen on Tarka. When we really saw big moments with Tarka, it was like KZ's Panda Man, who was the one really popping off. Now, Panda Man has kind of moved into some other heroes. He still plays Tarka every once in a while, but it doesn't seem to be working out for him, whereas DAY5-SOLO has kind of doubled down and said, look, I'm going to make Tarka work in competitive, and he's proving that he can do it. Look at this. He's sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now on Tarka. He's playing Fireball Tarka, who really isn't as competitive as some of the other versions of Tarka, but he's figured out a way to make it work against some of the best players in all of Naraka, and you've got to give him respect for that.
Oh, absolutely. Especially like really being able to juggle it with so much happening, like surrounding the area. It only can get crazier from there, and it's really able to patch it up and does a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they keep that momentum going in towards it, as it looks like Jux will be getting some hits, trying to play this off as best as possible. Jux, Wang Liang. Looks like Wang Liang is going to push in on this, stay aggressive as possible here. Jux able to try to see if maybe he can get a bow shot, but is unsuccessful. It's like Wang Liang will be able to fight another day. DAY5-SOLO up top, the Tarka maining up top with a massive 3 eliminations here, 3.3 points here. Let's see if we can keep that same momentum coming into these next couple of games. So much going in towards it. You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen, as it looks like we will be able to patch this and rotate this out. Go towards the next ones, and let's see how they can do it. So much of it happening though, so it's going to be more and more of it, more and more of those strikes going down. Let's see how they're going to be able to work towards this. So it looks like we will be in the next stretches of other things going on. Nice not bows, but cannons coming in from Yeron. Yeron trying to see if he can do something. It looks like he got hit. Nice little... Definitely got hit by one of those guns, but I don't know if that was Eagles or if that was somebody else's, like super randomly. Could have been somebody else's because there are some people nearby it. I didn't realize they're in like kind of those surrounding areas, which by the way, if you want to know more about certain things about the game itself, make sure to follow us on Twitter at Naraka Esports. And if you actually want to ask a question, make sure to hashtag Nbpl in chat when you ask your question. Our mods will actually have the chance to look at it and ask some of the pro players here from Naraka Blade Pro League and get some advice from some of the best of the best. On top of that, if you want to ask it on Twitter, just at Naraka Esports when you ask it. They will be checking it out and they will be watching, and your question might get answered live in front of everybody. So keep the same momentum here. It looks like Kaibao looks like he will be pushing out Yeron, trying to see if maybe he can get that elimination. Grapple looks like he was able to catch the first one. Kaibao very, very close nearby, and this man wants somebody's head. Yeron is coming for blood, and he smells it, and he wants it as much as possible. He's sitting there, he's like, looks like he will be able to push in on this and play this smart. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum, though, as Yeron. Trying not to get caught, though. Beautiful, you love this. Oh, ends up getting blitzed by an insane bow shot. It looks like he got hit by another one at the same time here, so it looks like Kaibao's gonna have to dip him out of here as quick as possible. So much of it going on as cannon shot. Looks like he shot. Yeah, all right, that's just rude. He just turned around, looked to his right, and looked at him and hit him with a cannon, point blank, as it looks like Kaibao ends up getting eliminated by Jux with a bow. And even with all the momentum, Rune, you know, you would think with everything happening, everybody is really able to kind of balance this out. But a lot of times when it comes to you getting hit and all of a sudden you're low, you're in a very dangerous situation because then everybody is coming for your head. So how do you really try to balance, like really getting out of the situation? Do you, obviously, healing is probably the most important thing. But at the same time, if you're getting hunted by a lot of people, you can't necessarily do that. So where do you prioritize that?
So there's two schools of thoughts, right? The first school of thought is you try to create some space and get a heal off, like you said. But the problem is in a pro league like this, where there's so many players that are just so top tier in their skill and especially their movement, where movement really is king in Naraka, it's very hard to create any sort of distance. And you always run the chance of walking into another player while you're trying to create distance and not getting that heal off. The second school of thought, though, is to kind of take a risky play, catch a player off guard who's not paying attention, do a ton of damage to them, and turn the Sharks' attention onto that other player. As soon as the Sharks change target, you're going to be able to create space. You're going to be able to heal and get that reset you're looking for. The problem is it is a huge risk, right? Because you are very low. If that player is paying attention, all of a sudden you put yourself in a situation where they're able to secure the kill on you. So both school of thoughts really take a risk. I prefer the second school of thought, right? I prefer the aggression. I love the ability to just pump out some big damage, and then all of a sudden the rest of the lobby turns their attention to another player, because that guarantees you the space to take a reset, right? And I'm always more for kind of risking it for the guaranteed outcome than I am for taking it for the maybe outcome. And again, you're gonna burn a ton of resources trying to get away from players, because every time you get a pot off, the rest of the lobby's still gonna be chasing you. Their eyes are still on you. So not only do you have to get, you know, the reset. Ooh, speaking of which, unfortunately, NAD's DAY5-SOLO wasn't able to find a reset here as Alliance. Jux just comes in and tears it up. Jux coming alive here in game number 3 with 4 eliminations. And about love to see Alliance Jux making something happen. But again, yeah, once you get the reset, you still have to get them off of you. You have to turn their attention somewhere else because they're hungry, right? They've put in the work. Now they really want to secure the elimination because they put in so much work. You really need to turn their attention somewhere else. So doing kind of a drive-by onto another player, getting them low so that the attention turns onto them, really, in my opinion, is the best option to survive in a situation like this. Because if you're low, everybody's just going to keep chasing you. Nobody's going to give you that opportunity to get a reset for free. You've got to make something happen.
So much happening, though, and you love to see it, though, as Wang Liang still trying to juggle this out as best as possible, trying not to get caught up. Wang Liang, one of the players that definitely needs to have a better have a better outlook. Really is going to try to see if hopefully he can knock this down as best as possible. We'd love to see Wang Lang within that top spot here, but it looks like Jux is going to be the name of the hour so far with 4.8 points and 4 eliminations. Panaman right nearby. Beautiful. Beautiful hits coming in from Panaman here, as it looks like Panaman will get pushed out. Looks like Panda will absolutely try to see if he can do what he does. Ends up having that gold as well nearby. Very, very helpful to him. Let's see if that's going to be very useful in his regard, knowing that he has all of that movement and he has all of that gold on him. So let's see if we can keep that same momentum coming into this, as it looks like Panaman, Sheng, Mu, Jux, Yeran, Panaman, Ego, AOW's Mike. Love to see it. 2.2.
I was gonna say, super unfortunate for Panaman though. Here he is in the situation where he's final circle 0 kills again, but at least this time he is playing a late game hero, right? He's playing Yoda Hime. He has the opportunity to pop off, where the last 2 games he came into the final zone with you know, Tarka and Ziping respectively, with no kills, and had no hope of really popping off playing that hero unless something drastic happens. So maybe Casey's Panaman will finally be able to put something together here in game 3. We would hope so. He's a fan favorite. We always love to cheer on Panaman.
Panda, Panda.
Especially when he's got his old Panda head on, but he doesn't right now. He's playing a classic Yoda Hime. EWG's Yiran here. Another player who really needs to piece something together. He got himself 1 elimination here. He's rocking the cannon with the bounce shell. Very interesting combination. I always love bounce shell on cannon. It's so much fun to play. But we are down to 10 players left live. Zone 6 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 7 as we speak. We're going to start seeing some eliminations come out. Alliance's Jux still at the top of the order with 4 eliminations. NAD's Dao Yuhui still in 2nd place, but he's eliminated. He can't put any more points on the board. Unfortunately, he's only going to be walking away with a 3.3 game score here. Dong Qing and AOW's Mike holding on to 3rd place respectively with 2 eliminations each. Going to be interesting to see how this final zone patches up with all of these players being forced together here, and quite a few Yoda Hime's left, but a lot of Justina's this game coming in. I do believe we have 1 Zipin Yang left, and we also have Fun Plus Phoenix's Mu playing Tarka, another one of our few players who enjoys playing a little bit of Tarka. Unfortunately, Mu has not been able to make anything happen onto Tarka here yet in this season for Fun Plus Phoenix. He had 1 good elimination in his first day, and that was really about it. EWG's Yiran going very, very low down here in the bottom corner is now going to become the target as the Sharks come out. Yiran going to throw down the bubble, but here we go. We're probably going to see, yep, the range hits coming out. No place for Yiran to go, and it's XCG's Wang Liang who secures the kill with the flame breath there. Again, the Valdes, this is the issue with the bubble. Every one of them tries to stand in that bubble and take the reset, and they just can't. It's going to get punished every single time. KZ's Panaman also bringing that flame breath out, trying to lock onto somebody. Now it's JDG's Xu Zhang who goes a little low here and is going to be caught out. As we see Pandaman, Wang Liang coming in, Xu Zhang gonna go ahead and use that ice core to freeze up, but it's Pandaman coming in with the freeze to make it happen. GBL Zin in a very similar situation is frozen, but the flame breath comes out. They go super low, they're gonna go airborne, but are they gonna get the flame tick? I could not tell if they were on fire before that. They might have been immune to the flame tick. That looks like they were, and they're still going to be alive. 17 JL's Ego going to frost core in the zone. GBL Zin going to go down to Alliance's Jux. Jux going to pick up their 5th elimination for the match here. Everybody just trying to stick airborne. These Yodas trying to hold on to their oak for as long as possible. Now GD's Don Quing going extremely low, so he's double flame breath come out. Don Quing goes very low. Wang Liang trying to come in. It's AOW's Mike who picks up JDG's Xu Zhang though. Don Quing in the zone. Buffalo Phoenix's Mu going to throw a fireball. We're going to see the ult come out. It's going to be Blackout Vulcan. Unfortunately, the Yoda ults are going to stop them from being able to send anybody anywhere. They're going to get froze out. This is where we see the target go down. Here it is. We see the ult come out from Bold and lock everybody down. Panaman picks up the 17 JL's Ego picks up a kill. We see AW's Mike pick up a kill. Panaman going head to head with Wang Liang. Wang Liang turns around with the flame breath. Wang Liang picks up 3 eliminations, takes first place. It's going to be tight. I'm not sure who got first place, but I think it might be Alliance's Jux.
Yeah, I think Jux might have got that one. He had that 4 eliminations, and he was able to pick up at least 2 out of that final circle here. I think he might be the one that ends up being the winner here. Ain't no way.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here.
Wait.
Mike coming back with a much stronger game than the second game here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's the 10 points he needs to hold on with.
What?
Wait, XCG's Wang Liang comes in the end? I saw a couple kills pop up on that kill feed, but I didn't see that many. Am I going crazy now?
Hold on. We just talked about how Wang Liang needs a pop-off game. We just talked about how we didn't know where Wang Liang was. We were wondering, where's this man? This man has been absolutely dominating in season 1. We saw so many of Wang Liang 1v1s between some of the greatest of this game so far, only to see him just not have the greatest start. You can tell there's a little bit of frustration in his face. He knows that not only is this game not enough, he's gonna need to put up a lot more points, but at least it's a good start for the Wang, that is Liang. Man, oh man, we haven't seen that start in a minute here, so to finally be able to see a good start from him, well-deserved from the man himself. He's been working hard to finally get a chance to get that opportunity here, so let's hope that maybe that works out here, but we have not seen a Wang Liang dub in a minute, in a hot minute. It's been a minute. It's been a while. So to finally see him get that dub the way that he needs to, I know his face, he's kind of like, yeah, it's cool, but we run it back. Do it again. So even with that amount of confidence here, let's hope he can bring that energy into that next game. But you know what? GG's Wang Liang, even I didn't expect for him to get that dub. I definitely thought Jokes probably had that one. So I can only imagine how close this scoreboard is going to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see what the scoreboard looks like. Because again, like you said, it all was coming up Alliance of Jux. They even picked up a couple more kills in the end. I know Wang Liang picked up a couple there to the very end, but it came down there, you know, he got first place, so the multiplier plus the placement points might be just enough to push him over the edge there. He kills Panda Man in the very end, is able to lock it down. We love to see it. I'm happy Wang Liang coming back, and of course, he's rocking the nunchucks all game. That's where Wang Liang really shines. He's definitely a nunchuck gamer. He's 100% always caught rocking those nunchucks. Different Wang Liang this game in that final circle. He kind of fell under the radar most of that game, like you said, but in the final circle, Wang Liang finally was like, I don't know, his coach must have come by, spritzed him in the face with a little bit of water. He's like, what am I doing? I'm Wang Liang, I'm in the final circle, I got some nunchucks, playing Yodohime, let me pop off real quick. That's exactly what he does here in game number 3. I love to see it. The question is there gonna be enough points to get him out of the bottom 8 where he doesn't stand a chance of competing in the bi-weekly final? He's still got a lot of work to do. He was all the way down in 19th place and he had 2 0-point games for his first 2 games. This needs to be a big game, and then he needs to come in and have 3 really good games after this so he can try to hold on just for a chance to compete in the bi-weekly final. And you got to remember, it's not like the grand final. When we go into the grand final for the season, everybody's at 0. You know, the slate's wiped clean, but going into these bi-weekly finals, you carry points over from the bi-weekly. So you still have a hill to climb. If you're 16th place coming to the bi-weekly final, you really, really got to pop off if you want to walk away with the big money at the end of the day, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely, especially coming into this, like really trying to patch this, and does a pretty good job of it. There's still more and more of it happening towards the end. Let's see if they can keep that momentum for the rest of it, but so far they've done a pretty good job of it thus far. Even with the amount of madness that has been happening, they've still been able to look around and kind of go, hey, this is what's going on. This is kind of how we've been able to like really make certain things happen here as we look at the top of the lead. Oh my God, I said it was gonna be close. 8.8 and an 8.5. 0.3 point deficit between first and second place. Obviously, AOW's Mike comes through with the top 3, 6.6 for eliminations. I know Mike's got to be feeling good. He's gonna have to keep that momentum up as he continues on, but for Mike, being able to get the top 3 is also really, really good as well. Wang Liang also, very similar situation up top, absolutely dominating, ready to dominate again. He's going to be able to look through this one as we come through from the patch. But look at this. Panda Man, 6.2. Daoyue, 3.3. Ego with 3. And it looks like a 6.5 coming in from Dun Queen. I don't even know where Dun Queen popped off at.
Yeah, Dun Queen just kind of was coming in under the radar. He had 2 kills going into the final circle. He picked up 1 more kill there, and he places out in 3rd place. He gets those extra, you know, placement points, those 2 extra placement points, able to put together a 6.5. Good game for him. Mike, a 6.6, but it's not enough to take him to first place. It might be enough to take him to top 8, maybe top 4, if he keeps playing well. Unfortunately, I think his dreams of being able to steal that first place out from underneath Zhang Yu gone. And I think Yiran is in a very similar boat. Yiran had, you know, this is his 2nd game. He's not performed. He only puts a 1.2 up on the board. He put a 1.1 up last game. Very unfortunate for Yiran. As we finally take a look and Wang Liang able to put 3 kills
Abyssal
together.
Aurora, he had 2 of them.
Yeah, double Abyssal Aurora, you know, the effect doesn't stack, but the stats do. A bonus attack damage is good for him there. And Abyssal Aurora, we saw him actually put in work with that. I think it won him one of the fights in the final circle, and then he was able to make it to the final fight there with our boy Panda Man, and he pulls out the nunchucks and says, the heck with the dagger. We're going back to what I know. We're going to go to the nunchucks. He's able to clean up the fight with KZ's Panda Man. Good game from Wang Liang. 3 eliminations. Wang Liang's still got a lot of work to do. He's got to come back in these next 3 games. I'm happy to see him wake up. The scales have fallen from his eyes, so to speak. He kind of locked in this final circle, and he got his game face on. He needs to keep it on going into these last 3 games because he really, really needs to put some points on the board just to stand a chance to go play in the finals for this bi-weekly split. Our first bi-weekly split of season 2. And Wang Liang is a player who's not going to be happy not being able to go to those finals, because every one of those finals gets you points to go to Worlds. But we're going to send things over to Leah before we come back and get ready to lock in for game number 4.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to Mike to be the MVP after 3 games. So let him say hello to us first. 首先请 AOW Mike 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
嗨，大家好，我是 AOW 麦克。
Okay, welcome. So, like after 3 games, how do you think you're shaped today? 那3把比赛下来，我觉得今天状态还 OK 吗？
我觉得是 OK 的。
Okay, I think it's quite well. So, you know, our audience really curious about like Nbpl. So, I see that in the first week there was a lot of Nbpl in solo, but in these weeks it was just 1 or 2. Maybe can you know the reason why? 因为我们看到就是从第1周开始有很多Nbpl出现，但是在这周其实就数量降下来了，尤其是在今天的比赛只有1到2个Nbpl，你觉得是为什么？
我觉得吧，就是可能Nbpl它一开始在第1周的时候，大家都是在摸索阶段，然后在第二天的时候，感觉大家的就是因为这一段时间休息打天人，包括什么也好，就是会把Nbpl可能觉得认识到它的强度，会把它当成一个王牌来使用。
Okay, so because Ziping was a new hero in our game, so in the first week we really want to try this hero and know her more. And in this week, maybe after some training and some playing games, we know more about this hero, so we know the power of Ziping. So we want this hero to be the our best hero, and so maybe we will use. So can I understand with like maybe Ziping will appear a lot in the BIWEEKLY final? 所以是我可以理解为大家想把Nbpl就留到周决去使用吗？
对，是的。
Okay, so because of the power of Ziping, so we really want to use this hero in the BIWEEKLY final. So you know, but we suddenly see Ziping in trials. So why is that? 那其实我们是很少看到Ziping这个英雄出现在3排里的，只运用在单排里面，这个是为什么呢？
我觉得吧，Nbpl它的厉害是厉害的，它全面，但是在3排里它的全面就是无法涉及到队友，所以我觉得Nbpl在3排里的表现应该是中规中矩的。
Okay, so because Nbpl, this hero is like have more ability in make herself to survive, but not on her teammate. So he maybe is more suitable in solo, but not trios. Okay, so maybe you can tell us which weapons is most suitable for Ziping. 那觉得Ziping配合起来就是用起来最棒的武器是什么呢？
我觉得Nbpl的话应该是配匕首做双刀。匕首的话就是它是主打蓝白刀的，然后Nbpl的护盾可以很好的帮助匕首去更好的博弈啊什么的。然后双刀的话，一个Nbpl它有一个特性就是双刀的左键蓄力，如果它是跑起来的话，它的蓄力从蓝霸体会变成白霸体，就不会有蓝霸体这个东西。然后Nbpl的盾如果存在的话，会把双刀的一个蓄力变成蓝霸体，然后就是一个非常奇妙的搭配。
Okay, so I think a Stargate and Double Duel, because Stargate is really flexible and Double Duel can cooperate with Ziping's skills. So Ziping's shield can make a Double Duel into when you use your charge attacks, it can improve your attacks when you have a fight. So I think these two weapons is more suitable in Ziping. OK， 好的，谢谢 Mike 来到我们的采访，也希望之后3把你可以发挥得更稳定，然后拿下更高的分数，好吧？ Thank Mike, come to our interval. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder,
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are at the halfway mark. 3 games done. I'm gonna slide that over there. We don't need that. We already have that footage. We already have those replays for next week. Now we got 3 more ahead of the game. The vibes are high. I'm feeling good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point. And I'm accompanied by my main man, Runekeeper, as we're going to lock in. We got 3 more games ahead of us. Now, Wang Liang finally got his dub. AOW Mike got his dub. 2 surprising players that so far we haven't really seen the insane clutches that we usually see from season 1, but some of the OGs have finally done it. Wang Liang has his shot. Now it's time for him, and he's at the bottom of the leaderboard, a place that is not familiar to this man at all, with a 27.6. Obviously, that 11.8 absolutely massive. Wang Liang in his first day had that 15.8, but obviously, as we're gonna look up higher, I mean, you gotta. It's not only the consistency, but you gotta get those eliminations, you gotta get those points, you gotta get that aggression. And sadly, he just hasn't been able to catch that as much as possible right now.
Yeah, absolutely not. We take a look, but though, you know, Alliance's Jux, XCG's Wang Liang, AOW's Mike able to climb up from the bottom 8 where they wouldn't have been able to qualify for the finals here for the first bi-weekly into the top 16. I'm gonna be super happy about that. You take a look at the top of the order, of course, Zhang Yu still sitting up top at 67.7. The only person able to climb that hill right now. GD's Don Quing, who's had a very good day at 13.7, has got a 41.9. He still has 26 points to climb in the next 3 games if he wants to have any hope of taking first place. From Zhang Yu, unfortunately, EW's Yi Ran was also a player who was in a very similar situation, but he's not had a good day. He's had 2 really just bad games back to back for him. So, you know, he's got an even bigger point deficit to climb back. He's got like a 29, almost 30 point deficit in 3 games. That's going to be really hard unless EWG's Yi Ran pops off. So all eyes are on GD's Don Queen right now as the only person able to supplant Zhang Yu from that first place spot. So it's going to be interesting to see how these next 3 games shape up and if GD's Don Queen can continue to perform. You know, Don Queen hasn't really had a big pop-off game today, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm going to say, Dobby? It's all about consistency, and that GD's Don Queen has absolutely been.
Obviously, Don Queen is definitely one of those players that really kind of gets swept under the rug a little bit, but obviously at the same time still does so much as well. He's been able to really patch it up and make it look really, really good towards these circles. And man, it just makes it look amazing, obviously, with average of 2 kills. Yeron, 9,000 damage here. I mean, Yeron is also one of those players that has been doing a really, really good job of that. So let's see if they keep that same momentum, though. But man, it's been so much happening, though. It's gonna be dope to see how they place that and how they put that together. There's gonna be more of that happening in the future here. But man, I'm excited to see how that goes. But now, as we go through it, we're talking about my man Yeron. Why don't we hear from the man himself and see what he's thinking?
我觉得差不多吧，因为我也想自己尝试一下，因为我觉得3排对于我来说，感觉还是就是因为我3排里面打的是一个多数是一个3号位的一个位置，所以我觉得单排我觉得应该也就是影响不是很大，就我也想尝试一下单排，然后就过来就是尝试一下单排，发现还行，打得还行。目前来说啊，对于单排这一块，我觉得应该算是比较内敛的吧，因为都是大哥们，那感觉要跟他们熟悉一下，还是得要花点时间的，我觉得，所以感觉还是比较内敛的。
You know, Yiran here giving us just a little bit of his thought process about why he swapped from trios to solos. You know, talking about how he kind of felt like an anchor for his team in trios. He was the least performing of his 3 teammates, and he was like, you know what? I don't think it's going to be too big of a difference between solos and trios. Let me go to solos, play that, see what happens. Clearly, something different because Yiran, one of the top players now into solos, coming out of the gate here into season 2. Clearly, he's got a much better mental and much better understanding of the solos field than he does trios if he's performing so much better here into solos. And, you know, sometimes these teams are going to make swaps with the rosters, And sometimes that swap is exactly what you need to happen. And clearly EWG moving Iran into the solo position was the correct play here. I don't think we ever talked about EWG's other solo player. He was always kind of middling or bottom of the pack, whereas Iran here comes in and is sitting at the very top of the pack, plays consistently, has good games. He's had 2 kind of middling games today that weren't so great, but he's got 3 more games left to put some points up on the board, and he's still in the top 8. So we're going to see if Iran can continue to lock it down and put points on the board as we get ready to jump in to game number 4. We can see all the players locking and loading, sitting behind their PCs, ready to jump into the action. Hero select getting ready to happen. Super interesting to see who's going to come up. Not a lot of surprises here. Zipin Yang and some Yoda Himes. You know, kind of exactly what we expect out of the field in solos right now. Get ready to see the next 4 locking in. Zipin Yang, Zipin Yang, Zipin Yang. Is it gonna be a 4-piece? Bumbleless Phoenix's move says no, it's not. I'm bringing back the Tarka G because I'm gonna rain some fireballs. He's trying to make a repeat happen of what happened last week as we lock into KZ's Panda-Man. Locking in a Tarka G this time around. We're gonna see what he can do. A Justina as well, but it's mostly Yodo Himas and Zipin Yangs. I think 3 Justinas and 3 Tarkas. The rest of the lobby, Zipin Yang and Yodo Hime. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how things play out. Dobby, tell me about this map, baby.
Man, the spread has been... Actually, there hasn't been much of a spread. There hasn't been a lot of people that's really been separating themselves from the rest of the group as often as possible here, as it looks like the very center of Wreckage Plains and Celestia is going to see a plethora amount of people. Zest Winery, Windfall, George, Pool of Cleansing, Trifen Junction, and it looks like a single player, GBL Zin, is going to be able to head it straight towards Shadow Jade Mine. Is going to have all that loot to themselves, unless you find the other 2 that's also going to be nearby here at Gamma Mine. But for game 4, it looks like it's going to be a decent spread inside this center section, but there's still a lot more other sections that's going to be handled as well. But it's going to be fun for our game 4 as we lock in with Wang Liang, our last game's winner. See if he can keep that same aggression and that momentum here for it. It looks like he's going to be able to find. Oh, it looks like there's a purple heavy. Hello. Hey, if you don't want that, I'll take it. As he takes it and smooths it. Hey. You sure you don't want that, buddy? Because if you don't want it, I'll take it. You know, that'd be great. Looks like Rexy is going to be able to see if he can push in and keep the same aggression here coming in. Let's see if he can do this. Next person that ends up winning, I'm just going to sing their name. Kai Bao is going to be able to pop in. Trying to see if maybe he can keep that momentum coming in. Rexy gonna be caught within a corner. Beautiful defense coming in. Both daggers waiting for the upcharge. Both sides end up missing. Whole lot of it just waiting for the opportunity here. They've been doing a beautiful amount of stuff here, as it looks like it's only gonna get crazier. So much more happening as the F3 ends up popping out on both sides. It's gonna be able to cancel it on each side here. It's gonna be a bit of ring around the swords. Whole lot of blades coming in. Don't get cut. Ashes, ashes. We all fall down as we look towards it. Looks like it's going to be able to push in and plays that as best as possible here. Let's see if they keep that momentum going. Still is able to look towards the other space. And now we love to see it. As now it looks like the insane amount of momentum coming in. Dao Hui is going to try to see if he can keep this game alive here, trying not to get caught up, as it looks like now he's going to push in on this next team, playing it so well here. Dao Hui trying to see. I'm waiting for the fireball to happen. I'm waiting for it to connect. Hopefully, if it is within his power. Grapple comes in. He's not letting Rexy go here. Fireball comes out, and it looks like absolutely insane, but Dao Hui. I was off key as possible. Don't even worry about that though. Wei absolutely comes in. Absolute dominance. And you love to see it though, as it looks like we're going to be going back into Celestia with Fun Plus Phoenix's move.
Yeah, Fun Plus Phoenix's move once again onto the Tarka G here, trying to make something happen. We're to see if he can actually make anything happen here onto Tarka G. He's not been able to this season thus far, but definitely loves him some Tarka. He's gonna get grappled down here by the likes of 17 Jails. Ego gonna use the F2 to immediately take control of neutral, but gets parried out, loses the F2, gets blitzed down by the katana here, and follows up with the cannon shot. Moo coming in with the fireball. Ego able to get some iframes off of the dodge there and not take the damage. That would have been it for Ego, but Ego able to move into an armor swap after using the tap dodge. Gonna use the F2 to take a reset once again. Ego goes super low. Looks like Moo already has Meteor. for the cannon here, giving chase to 17JL's Ego. Ego still on the move, trying to get away, trying to find a reset here. Moo, come in with the scale rush and actually causes himself to move away from 17JL's Ego, and Ego gonna be able to use that distance that was created by that scale rush to get most of a reset going here. Gonna throw the F2 down. Gonna get a little bit of HP off as now Ace's champion coming in for the third party, trying to lock something down as we pop over to NAG's DAY5-SOLO. Has already secured himself a kill. Coming in onto GBL Zin with the F2 from Zipin Yang here, taking control of the neutral for just a second. But we're gonna see the charge left click come out, and then a parry comes up from GBL Zin. NAG's DAY5-SOLO forced to use the fireball, but it's not gonna be enough as Zin able to use those blue iframes with the blue focus charge there to just eat the fireball, take the damage, and secure the kill onto DAY5-SOLO.
Dowie weighing on a whole lot of situations here, but it looks like Kai Bao is in a situation of his own as Panda Man back in another space here, being ran over, and it looks like, oh, beautiful impact here from the fireball coming into this, and it doesn't look good as it looks like he will be able to rotate this around and tries to see if he can catch him in a bad light. Ends up doing it, and Panda Man ends up taking his kill that's rightfully his. Panda Man absolutely dominating though with that, ends up coming through with that fireball, decides to back out, plays it smart as best as possible. It looks like he's gonna go for the chest, see if he can get a little bit of some extra stuff. Got a good stack of heals, good stack of shield, and he's feeling good with a whole lot of meals as we're gonna be able to walk in for the next section. You love to see it coming in as Wang Liang's gonna be able to back out, goes up top of the roof, ends up going for shield. Rotating this on the other side. Champion sees a player nearby, ends up getting pushed, and ends up getting sliced and diced by a katana. He's gonna have to back out. He goes for the right click, is able to hit some impact, but it looks like they have better defense. As 17JL's Ego. Ego's gonna push in. Right click ends up connecting, but Ego's gonna be able to retreat and shut that down. A beautiful kick to the face. Champion is gonna be able to rotate this out. Not looking good for Ego though. He went through all this work, and now here's another person that might be able to reap the rewards. But it doesn't look like he's not gonna make it easy for him. As Ron ends up getting juggled by a katana and ends up getting pieced up. As Ego is gonna be pushed in. Nice heals coming in. Beautiful Q timing comes in. Ron ends up getting hit by the right click of the katana. Ego not making this easy. Scale rush rushes out on the outside skirts of it. Decides to go a little under the canyon here. And ladies and gentlemen, he might be able to get out scot-free here. But not as scot-free as H-Fly, as he just gets eliminated by Moo. And Moo ends up getting caught in another section here as Spider pushes in. Keeps the aggression going. But absolutely can keep up with him though with the momentum as the katana ends up coming in up and down. Nice beautiful slashes coming in. And he is not going to let it go. He said, oh, you want to keep that same momentum coming to me? No. You better come here because now I'm on fire. And ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to be on the other side of these flames. As he's going to push in, keep that same momentum. Spider's going to go for that nice little ice core, but it doesn't matter. Moo's going to keep going and keep that same aggression. The Tarkaji is playing this aggressive. Like I said, don't mess with a hothead. Get it? As Moo is going to keep it round and round as much as possible, like a record. As it looks like Spider's going to go for the bows. Both shots ends up missing. Fireball ends up hitting him square in the mouth and says, how's that fire taste? Be careful because the barbecue, there's many more where it comes from, and it's for the cheap low price of $12.99. And it looks like these absolutely are going to start coming in. Beautiful cannon shots start coming in here. The aggression comes through here, and let's see if he gets. Oh no! And Champion steals it from him, right from under. Moo ends up putting in so much work for that one, but Champion comes in and steals it. Wah, wah.
Ace's Champion able to make something happen there, put their first elimination up on the board as we turn our attention to XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang, the MVP of the last game, a player we want to see pop off and make things happen, coming in here, but now it's AOW's Mike who lands a huge parry onto 17JL's Ego into the Dragon Rush, following it up with the Nej's Might, and is able to come in with one more left click after a flank and secure the kill on 17JL's Ego. Ego gonna be forced back to the Soul Altar now to JDG's Chu Zhang, going head to head with the likes of Baodao's Huangfly. Huangfly has already been eliminated once, so they do not have a resurrection available to themselves here. They're able to find a blue armor. A little bit of space to get a reset. JDG's Chu Zhang gonna come in. Needs to be careful though in this tight space with the Yodohime, who has an F3 available. See the charge left click coming out of the dual blades here. Chu Zhang though wants to continue to chase this down. If they get caught out again, though, this could easily turn into the favor about us. Huangfly trying to make exactly that happen. But now Chu Zhang going to come in with some huge dagger hits. Huangfly finds another blue armor to swap into, uses that F3 to great effect so they can get out here, but doesn't get the reset onto their HP. And they need to be careful. Huangfly moving in the direction of KZ's Panda Man, and now Huangfly being hunted down by the Sharks here. Panda Man trying to secure himself his third elimination here in game number 4, trying to finally put some points up on the board. Love to see Panda Man locking things down. Huangfly goes very, very low. Panda Man holding the charge. The F3 comes out. Panda Man gonna ult up here, gonna use the elbow to knock out Huangfly from the zone. We're gonna see the fireball come out. The fire tick might actually be enough to clean it up. Panda Man says, I'm not even gonna wait for it, pulls out the bow and secures himself the kill on about us. Huangfly for his third elimination. Panda Man moves up into first place here in our 4th game.
Panda Man has yet to be within the top place spot here, and you love to see it coming in all this time and space here. As Don Queen looks like he's going to keep that momentum and push on to Yeron. Yeron comes through with that ice core. Able to go for the back out. Plays this as best possible champion. Probably hears his footsteps, knowing that he's nearby here, waiting for the opportunity for them to strike. Don Queen up top, going full shield. As it looks like he's gonna be able to rotate this out. Nice little spot there. Go for the repair. That's Chang. He's gonna be able to rotate this out, try to play this as smooth as possible here, trying to stay away and trying not to get caught up in bad situations. Panda Man, top of the leaderboard, 3 eliminations so far. Let's see if Panda Man can keep that same momentum. So much going into this. I'm definitely going to be using that more. I'm not going to lie. A lot of that last little bit of casting right there, Rune, was fresh off the dome. Don't mess with a hothead.
Speaking of a hothead, though, we joined up on Plus Phoenix's Moo over here, who's definitely rocking the hothead, playing Target G here, trying to use that ultimate to clean up some kills. He's been able to secure a single elimination, but Moo historically has not done well on Target G, so he's still got a lot of work to put in. But the hotheads is coming in as KZ's Panda Man, who's onto his favorite Tarka. Hasn't been able to make anything happen now. Finally coming alive in game 4 with 3 eliminations under his belt. 13 players left alive as Zone 2 collapses onto Zone 3. All of the resurrections are about to go away in the next 20 seconds here as Zone 2 continues to collapse. As soon as Zone 3 comes up, that's it. No more resurrections available for these players. Speaking of players and resurrections, we're coming over to Alliance's Jux and AOW's Mike, who have been resurrecting their career here in day 2 for them in the solos of season 2 of Nbpl. Both of these players putting up some big points today after struggling in their first day, but it's Jux who finds himself on the back foot after parry coming out from Mike pumping out a ton of damage. Jux gonna catch an uppercut with the dagger, though. Needs to be careful. 17JL's ego waiting in the wings with the bow shots, though. AOW's Mike doesn't want to take this fight under threat from those bow shots, so both of them gonna take the gentleman's agreement to back out and take a quick reset here. WBG Spider coming in looking for their 2nd elimination of the game, as we see GD's Don Queen picking up a bounty on 17JL's ego. Zone 2 almost fully collapsed on to Zone 3 as we see WBG Spider take a little bit of respite to do some shopping as we pack back over to XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang got a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, he's got 0 eliminations here in game number 4. He was our MVP last game. Will he be able to piece it back together here in our 4th game and put some more points up on the board? AOW's Mike with 1 elimination under his belt, struggling to find his footing after 2 strong early games.
It's going to be interesting to see where this goes here. AOW's Mike really trying to put it together here. Looks like they will be able to patch this together here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it. Only more and more of it happening. See if they can wrap this around and do the best they can, though. Only more and more of this momentum happening, though. You love to see it, though, as it looks like we'll be able to go through towards this rotation. Looks like, oh, beautiful fireball connects that one. Didn't think that was actually going to connect at all here. Did a really, really good job of that one. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum, though, going into it. Whole lot going on here. It gets kind of crazy, though. As it looks like their Jux is going to be able to get that elimination, though. Or no, Wolves is able to get the elimination with the pistol. Pistol! Pistol!
Yeah, Kaibao picking up their first elimination here into the fourth game. Playing Yoda trying to make something happen. Kaibao's been struggling as they are down in that bottom 8 right now, who don't stand a chance of going to finals for the weekend. So Kaibao needs to piece himself together in these next 3 games just so he can get in top 16 and stand a chance at competing in the first bi-weekly final. As we take a look at AOW's Mike here, picking himself up some purple armor and some other goodies from the Moore's Blessing here while these other players engage with one another. We're down to 12 players left alive. Zone 4 getting ready to collapse. Or sorry, Zone 3 getting ready to collapse down on Zone 4 in the next 5 seconds. 12 players still in it. Baoda's Huangfly, NAD's Dao Yiwei, EWG's Yiran, and Ventus's Reki all eliminated completely here from game number 4. No resurrections left available as we are into Zone 3, which is now collapsing it down to that Zone 4. FunPlus Phoenix's Moo with a bounty on his head, trying to keep it moving, trying to create a little bit of distance between him and his bounty target. KZ's Handman with a bounty on his head as well, trying to do the same. As you see GBL Zin getting engaged here by FunPlus Phoenix's Moo. Zin goes heckin' low as FunPlus Phoenix's Moo blitzes him down with a katana here. Moo backing off of the chase because there's so many players around. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to secure themselves a much needed elimination. GBL Zin finds himself a place to take a reset here as we see another player slide in and get a couple of hits with the nunchucks off. Zin going to use that F2. Doesn't want to waste the resources after just having used some pots to get a full reset, hoping the F2 can clutch it up, get him the heal here. Jin gonna back off, move over to the side here, find a place to, I think, heal a single tick of shield with a full shield pot. Very interesting. AOW's Mike finding a place to use that 2-na to get that buff up, as well as get a little bit of healing going on here. Mike with the nunchucks onto Zipin Yang this game. Things slowing down a little bit, almost as if I say it, and then here we go. We're now in, onto the Moore's Blessing. All these players moving in, trying to make something happen, but 17 jails Ego, who secures himself that gold armor. Ego with double eliminations right now, being chased down by AOW's Mike. Mike hungry to make something happen here. Everybody wants to get that gold armor. 17 jails Ego doesn't want to let anybody get away with it, though. Gonna use a grapple to go ahead and get out up here, find some good space to get a reset. Mike continues the hunt, but Ego is going to get this pot off before Mike can come around the corner. Is able to tap dodge away from the left look of the nunchucks before they connect. And now 17 jails Ego with the full reset. Mike's going to back off. JDG's Chu Zheng here giving it chase. Going to be sent flying with a fireball from FunPlus Phoenix's Moo. Holding on. A little bit of burn tick damage coming in there. We're going to see Wolves. Kaibao eliminated off the back of a Bane's Breath hit. 17 jails Ego follows it up with a pistol shot and secures themselves a kill. And unfortunately, Wolves Kaibao goes down here in game number 4.
Absolutely insane rotating this out here as Moo and Heng looks like they're going to be inside here. Looks like Moo is in a very dangerous situation here. Low HP. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought the Storm almost got him. We didn't see their name, and I thought the Storm almost out, and I was like, oh, no, that's not good. Moo is in a very dangerous pitch situation here, especially inside of the... It looks like he will be able to go through the rotation, trying to see if he can keep it alive just a little bit longer, but Heng is able to catch him on the other side and get that elimination. Has to be careful, though. Heng does not want to get caught up by that Flamebringer. Spider looks like he will, and it looks like he will get caught by it anyway. He ends up getting sliced by that insane heavy, as it looks like Spider's going to force himself back and out. Best call currently here. Nice maneuvers happening. Spider with 1 elimination to his name. Looks like they will be able to join this off towards the next ones here. Let's see how this goes, ladies and gentlemen.
GBL Zin coming in quite literally hot with a little bit of barbecue onto WBG Spider. Spider trying to use that frost core, and we see the flame breath come out, doing a ton of damage to WBG Spider, but now it's JDG's Chu Zhang who goes low. Wang Liang trying to give chase to Chu Zhang here, but WBG Spider not out of the woods yet as GBL Zin continues the chase. Spider able to get a single health pot off, but Zin still in hot pursuit. Spider gonna go around the backside of the building, go up, gonna use the scale rush to get top side here. Spider goes over and under and around the corner, still looking to find a place to get a reset here, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to get the opportunity. They're going to be forced into the zone here to take zone tick. Going to be use the scale rush to try to get back in. Unfortunately, they don't go over top of the building like they were expecting to, and now stuck in the zone. Spider taking more than half their HP bar in zone tick. They have no shields, but it looks like they're able to get at least one pot off. GBL's in, sees them over in the corner, continuing to give chase. Spider able to get 2 shield pots off, able to get a full reset here. Zin lost track of them. Zin forced to use the F2 to back off. Now it's WBG Spider who's trying to give chase, wants to catch Zin in their web, but Zin gonna keep it moving. After popping that F2, takes a little bit of burn damage from the legendary flame breath, but that is about it. It looks like Zin able to get the reset. AOW's Mike up top, gonna be on the receiving end of that legendary flame breath as well, taking a little bit of damage, trying to keep it moving. Mike needs to find a place to call their own as Alliance's Jux sits just on the outskirt, and it is third party central as we have zone 5 getting ready to collapse onto zone 6 in the next 30 seconds with 10 players left alive.
Whole lot of action maneuvering out over as Panaman and Ego tie this up. 3 eliminations to their name. Both have been doing a pretty good job here. Let's see if they keep that same momentum towards the end. I would love to see Panaman finally get his dub, especially for today. He really needs it. You'll love to see it. That looks like Spider is going to be able to try to go through some form of rotation. AOW's Mike trying to keep the momentum alive. Look at the movement coming in from this man, though. Check this out. Let's just enjoy the movement coming in from Mike, though. Just maneuvering around. It's going to be a lot of this for at least a solid like 1 to 2 minutes before circle starts to close in and we really get a chance to see the amount of momentum happening here. And that's obviously in that moment, that's one of the perfect reasons why you cannot stand still in this game. People will abuse that moment for you to be standing still, and definitely does not want you caught up in a bad situation, let alone especially the way Champion is currently here, getting absolute chase. Nice Q comes in and an absolute spray of barbecue comes through as Zin looks like he's able to try to go, like I said, back to the top of the order. Whenever you have that, you have access to pure crowd control. You have access to really being able to split that up and kind of go, hey, let's just try to be smart here in our situation here and try not to get pushed on. Because obviously, it's hard to really get pushed by somebody that literally has a very powerful weapon on him. So most of the time, people are like, I'm gonna go over here. I'm not gonna, I don't want to fight you. I'm good. I'm gonna go in an entirely different direction. So when it comes to that, you have the opportunity here to really create that insane amount of crowd control and help and force people not only to split off here, but if somebody is dangerously low, you might be able to get yourself also another elimination too. It could be a freebie if somebody is also not paying attention. As looks like we're going back up top of the order. Spider doing a great job here with that crowd control, trying to keep everybody at arm's length and at bay. Trying not to get caught up in a bad situation here. Looks like he's going to need to do the repair on that one very soon. And looks like he's going to. Is able to successfully do it. Champion right under him. Trying not to get caught up in a bad light here. Let's see if they can keep this going. So much happening as he does end up getting pushed up. Ends up getting a nice little dagger and then just dips out here. As it looks like Champion was a little bit pissed by that one. No. You really gonna do that? Hold on. Let me show you what's good real quick. Looks like it's only gonna get crazier though as the circle starts to close. Let's back this out.
Wang Liang here, rocking the great sword, trying to lock down some space. We're looking to go up a tree here, but unfortunately, none of these trees are the kind that you can actually find. There's a little bit of scenery here. AOW's Mike out here pumping out a lot of damage with that flame breath, but unfortunately on the receiving end, quite a bit as well. But WBG Spider goes super low. Wang Liang gets sent flying as well. GD's Dongqing trying to clean it up. You see the likes of WBG Spider gonna be forced to pop that Justina ult, go super high. AOW's Mike finds a tree to try to reset, but the zone comes in. Mike gonna use that F2, now coming in on Dongqing. 17 JL's Ego. Nobody turning their attention to Mike. Mike goes extremely low. WBG Spider is gonna die to the zone after Panaman lands a huge boat shot, picking up their 4th elimination. GBL's in, coming in with a huge charge left click on Casey's Panaman, though. Panaman goes extremely low. Flame breath comes out left, right, and center. Panaman in the zone, taking massive zone tick damage, trying to hold on with the fireballs to climb higher and higher. Pandaman, no space to get a reset here. GBL Zin coming in with a charge left click, isn't able to connect on to anybody. Man, this zone is going to go a little bit crazy. Pandaman finds the time and the space for a reset, gets his shield all the way back up, but he needs to get his health up if he wants to stay into this game as the zone continues to collapse. Panaman takes some hits, goes low again. People continue to give chase, lands a fireball onto GBL. Zin is able to grapple back up to the tree. Alliance's Jux just below him. Will Panaman get the reset he wants over to GD's Don Quink? Still using that Flame Breath to create space, but that Flame Breath needs to be repaired. He's gonna find the space to make it happen here. We're gonna see Wang Liang pick up a kill with a scale rush onto Panaman mid-air. Wang Liang secures himself his first elimination of the game. Gets knocked in the zone, goes super low, gonna use the F2. The Flame Breaths continue to come out left, right, and center. Alliance's Jux eliminated by GBL Zin off the back of a dagger and some Flame Breath damage here. Everybody trying to go airborne. Aces champion gonna use their ult, their F2, trying to just stay in it. Gets knocked into the zone, no place to go. The Flame Breath knocking him down. Don Quing gonna be able to pick up an elimination onto AOW's Mike. Don Quing onto a second elimination, goes super low, forced to use the ult to go up, comes in with the Flame Breath, tries to pick up the third elimination, doesn't quite get it, is in the zone. We're gonna see him die to the zone. DBL Zin also going to pick up the kill onto Don Quing. Then goes for a second, goes for a third. GBL Zin, it's all coming up. GBL Zin, will he walk away the MVP? He takes first place, he picks up multiple eliminations, and it's GBL Zin gonna be walking away the MVP for game number 4.
I really just cursed on Queen. He was doing so well. He had so much momentum. And the moment I said that, 2 people target him, gets him to like 15 to 20 HP, and then he dies outside of circle. It's so unfortunate coming in as JBL's Zin, a top player. We've seen this man absolutely dominate before. And obviously, back at it again at the top of the leaderboards here. A lot of command coming in from a man himself that's absolutely put in an insane amount of work. But I mean, man, he really did a good job there, even with the crowd control that was happening from Don Queen. Don Queen had a massive opportunity, and AOW's Mike, top 4, still feels really good. The man absolutely doing the most here and made it look good while doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, what a game, though, from GBL Zin. Zin absolutely just played strong. Naraka was able to take control of that final circle in the very end and pick off elimination after elimination. We saw him come in with a massive scale rush when we saw the likes of KZ's Pandaman go very low, catches Pandaman out of the air. Pandaman gets sent flying off the tree. GBL Zin sees him airborne and goes, hey, before you have a chance to react, bop, is holding the scale rush, lets it go, picks up the kill. And man, what a final zone. Don Quing, like you said, was also having a very strong final game, but Zin was on the ground, was the one holding the space while Don Quing was forced to be on the move. And unfortunately, if you're that player who's kind of out in the middle and everybody's attention is on you, you're the one who's going to be eliminated first. And that's what happened to Don Quing. He put himself in the less favorable position. GBL Zin had the ground, had the position where he wasn't the one being targeted out. He wasn't the big attention grabber. And because of that, Zin able to lock down, put some big points on the board. And man, this is a game that GBL Zin needed. He's the defending world champion in terms of solos, right?
That's true.
He needs to lock some of these games down. He was very, very consistent in season 1. The problem was he fell apart in grand finals, right? Every single game, season 1, GBL Zin was putting in work. It was GBL who also had some really big games and trios in season 1 as well. But grand finals is where he fell apart. So he comes in, he didn't have a good first day coming in. Now it's day 2. This is a game that he needs here in the second bi-weekly, but he has to continue to perform in these next 2 games if he wants to put himself in good standing going into this bi-weekly final later this weekend. And here we are, we're going to take a look at the overall standings of the leaderboard. And it's GBL Zin with 5 eliminations, first place, 8 kill points, 4 ranking points, going to be walking away with a game score of 12. Wang Liang coming back in, making some magic happen here in this game, picks up 2 eliminations, goes out in second place, takes a 6.2. Pandaman with 4 eliminations is going to go out, and I do believe 4th or 3rd place, and is going to walk away with a total of 5.3 points. Unfortunate for the likes of EWG's Yi-Ron, another 0-point game, unable to perform yet again here in game 4. And Alliance's Jux, who had a very, very strong game last game, unfortunately, walking away with a 0.5-point game as well. AOW's Mike only walking away with a 2.3. Wang Liang bringing it back as AOW's Mike begins to fall off the horse. Champion from Team Aces finally able to put some points up on the board, at least with a 3.5 game score.
Absolutely comes through though. And another thing also too, I gotta give it up though, Wang Liang getting that in-air elimination though, with everybody just kind of surrounding those areas, and does a fantastic job of really being able to lock in some of those games here, and does a great job with it. Even though it was like in that space, he still was able to lock it in, and he looks fantastic when he did that. So even with the amount of timing and really putting all that together, he made it look a lot easier towards that bin. And just, man, he did a good job of really being able to lock that in. So much more happening though. Hopefully he can keep that same momentum going into our game 5 very, very soon here. But Zin up top with those 5 eliminations. Abyssal Aurora, Thundercall, Phantom Step, and 2 melee resist and 1 attack Soul Jades with 19,000, almost 20k damage, 11,000 in healing, and look at this, 14,000 damage came strictly from a melee. So absolutely putting in a lot of work for that one as well, and 5 eliminations. I mean, man, the man's is feeling good. The man's is feeling really, really, really good.
Yeah, this is a game that GBL Zen needed. And he was able to dominate this final circle with Zipin Yang. You know, Zipin Yang, again, an early to mid-tier hero, but what separates the boys from the men, so to speak, when you come into a pro game like this, is Zin able to pick up those early eliminations that he needed, right? Comes into the final circle, and even though statistically his hero is not the best for the final circle, he is able to use raw skill to make up that deficit, hold on to the final circle, live to the end, and pick up multiple eliminations, right? Through the items that he picked up, the choices that he made, being able to utilize iframes with the tap dodges. Skill really is the difference maker at the end of the day, as well as the decision making, and his decision making and skill allowed him to cover the deficit of playing Zipin Yang in that final circle, pick up some extra eliminations, and make it to the very top, where he survives. He gets the most possible points he can from the multiplier, gets the most possible ranking points, walks away with a huge game score of 12. I think the biggest game score that we've seen is a 13.7 in solos, so 12, not far off of that. Really good game for GBL Zin. He's gonna be super happy now. He just needs to come back and do it again in the next 2 games.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to come through with that same amount of momentum if he even wants to look at like even being higher up, because we don't necessarily know where he's at in the total standings. But obviously with the last couple of points, you're definitely going to need to make some type of momentum and magic happen if you really want to, you know, kind of go in and shut that down. It's been a good look for it so far here, so let's see if they keep that going towards the last one. But I know Jin has to be feeling good, knowing that he's got his dub out of the way. He says he got it. Now he can just move on and just maneuver towards the next steps. You love to see it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of players here who really kind of needed to come awake here in their game, in their day 2. This is the 3rd day of solos, but it's day 2 for a lot of these players, right? They got to play one day. True. They didn't get to play in day number 2, so this is their day number 2. And you know, Wang Liang, AOW's Mike, GBL Zin, 17JL's Ego, and Alliance's Jux were all players who underperformed in their day 1. So they needed to come in today and make something happen. Alliance's Jux kind of had a pop-off moment. Ego's had a couple of pop-off moments. Not enough to get them out of the bottom. Ego, anyway. Alliance's Jux, I do believe, is sitting in 15th place right now. Could be a little bit lower depending on how the scores came out from this game, because he did have a 0.5 score game here. But, you know, the likes of GBL Zin, AOW's Mike, Wang Liang have been able to move themselves out of that bottom echelon today, so they can at least go to finals this weekend because they're in top 16 and stand a chance to make something happen. You would rather be towards the top because, again, those points do carry over. You get a little bit of conversion from throughout the week. So the further you are, you know, down below, the harder it is for you to come out on top in the finals. But at least you get to go to finals and make something happen, and everybody who plays in finals gets some sort of ranking points towards going to Worlds. You would much rather be there, even if you're in the very bottom, even if you stay in 16th place. I'd rather have 1 ranking point towards Worlds than 0 ranking points, and having to explain that to my team and coach that's not a situation I want to be sitting in, Dobby.
Yeah, especially Wang Liang here, which, like I said before, was like a top 5 contender from last season. Only to see him at the very bottom of the leaderboard here. Obviously, he was able to get his dub. He had that pop-off game, feeling really confident, but he still has a long way to go if we're ever going to see him at least even close to top 5. He has to be able to keep that momentum going as much as possible here, because Wang Liang definitely is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, I immediately saw him do that grapple to that kill mid-air while everybody else is trying to scramble, trying to see if they can get something. And one of which, obviously, the whole crowd control thing that we were talking about with that Flamebringer, really being able to put that down and just kind of go, all right. Gotta be careful with that one. Definitely don't want to get caught by the barbecue. And speaking of barbecue, I'm gonna go get some really quickly because I know there's some in the fridge. We're gonna be right back for game 5 for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Let's get it, baby.
I'm feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good. So good. On a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day. Yeah,
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our third and final day of solos. We're 4 games deep of today's 6 games, and we're getting ready to lock in for game number 5. A lot of players making some noise today, coming back, climbing out of those bottom 8 rankings, trying to have a chance to come in to the top 16 and go to the finals for the weekend. I'm your host and your caster, the RuneKeeper. Joining me is my boy Dobby. Dobby, enjoying what looks like a cup of coffee or tea over there, waking up, getting ready to lock in for game number 5 because he knows the action's about to get crazy.
It's not. It's that Flamebringer juice. It's amazing. Oh my god. Did you see the amount of people that got dropped from that Flamebringer? Oh my god.
Dobby is absolutely right. The flame breath still coming in, putting in noise here in solo is a great way to counteract both Justina's ice core and Yodahime's F3, and you know, putting in work. We saw the likes of our boy Wang Liang able to hold on to the end there, and GBL's in playing Zipin Yang, a hero who doesn't really do well in final circles compared to heroes like Justina and Yodahime, but because of the utilization of those flame breaths, able to make some big noise, put some big points up on the board. This game, GBL's in needed. He needs to carry that momentum over, though. He needs to have as big a game as possible in the next 2 games so that while he lands in that top 16 and goes to compete in the finals, if he wants to get more of those ranking points for Worlds, he has a better score going in to the finals. He doesn't want to be in 16th place. He would much rather be in like 9th or something if he wants to stand a chance to climb to that 1st or 2nd place and get those big points, Dobby.
Massive points coming in. Really gonna have to try to see if they can do something here and just make that same momentum and magic happen here. Still a lot more as we lock in. We still have 2 more games left here, but even within those 2 games here, really anything can truly happen though, especially within the top 5 of these players. We're doing a pretty decent job so far here, so let's see where they keep that momentum forward the rest of it though. Still a lot happening though, and it's just like, it's been kind of crazy. It's been a little crazy, been a little all over the place, but we love to see it as we are going to be able to go in and lock in towards these games. Any more stuff happening though, so let's see if we can keep that momentum going and try to work towards the rest of it. As now it's going to be interesting in terms of these next 2 games. I feel like that desperation section like kind of sets in a little bit. There's a lot more W keying we're going to be seeing for the last 2, and I think that's where we're going to be able to do it as we and speaking of peace, let's talk to somebody right now that currently has that feeling of peace.
就刀哥吧，见到他挺开心的，跟我想的不太一样。就刀哥可能跟我长得不太，跟我想象中的不太一样吧，就也挺开心的。刀哥的话他是只玩扩刀，然后熊猫人只玩太刀，我是什么都玩，就可能跟他们有点不一样吧。我是什么都玩，看对面是什么，然后换武器跟他们打吧。
OnePlus Phoenix's Moo here, talking a little bit about the differences between our Tarka players here, talking about how he was surprised to see how well NAD's DAY5-SOLO doing on Tarka as well. But, you know, DAY5-SOLO prefers Greatsword on Tarka, while, of course, KZ's Panaman prefers the Katana. He wants to try to get that Infinite off whenever he can. Moo saying, you know what, I'm a little bit more adaptable. I'll play any weapon onto Tarka. I don't care. I can make it happen. Moo popping off a little more last game than he has thus far, so maybe he's right. Maybe Moo being adaptable is going to come in and make something happen for him on to Tarka G. I'm not sure. I think he's played Tarka twice now though, so he's only got 1 Tarka left to lock in before we go into game 5 and 6 here. He needs to be careful about when he locks it in, if that's his confident hero. Taking a look at Wang Liang right here. Wang Liang coming back, making some things happen. He's been, you know, MVP in game number 3. He was top 3 here in game number 4. He needs to keep the momentum rolling if he wants to stay in it to win it. We're going to see what happens as we get ready to move into game number 5 here and jump into that hero select option.
Oh yeah, hero select is definitely going to be different. Definitely going to be a vibe here. Looks like we're going to be able to patch this up here, so it looks like we're going to be able to put that together. And let's see where we go. Looks like it's only going to be more crazier as more and more of that is going to be able to patch it in, you know. Just looking with all of the mass necessary picks here. Justina, Yoru, and the new, I keep forgetting her name. I got to get it right. Zipin Yang coming in with, and of course Moo with that Tarka pick. You love to see it coming in from the man himself. Nothing but Yodahime's and Justina coming in from this section here. Looks like, you know, the old things never change, as always. As it looks like it's still going to be that, and another Tarka coming in. The 2 Tarka boys, okay? You love to see it. The Tarka boys coming through trying to make some magic happen as we're going to lock in here for another game. But Looks like this one's going to be a little bit more fun. A lot of those huts on that right side here, right in between where Celestia and Shadow Jade Mine is going to see a fair amount of work here. It looks like Sigma Mine is going to be able to find some people as well. Midsection, nobody in Celestia, but they're all surrounding the rotation sides of it, especially right on the outskirts of where the tower is. If anybody knows where the right side tower is of it. Two people, Panda Man and Zin, outside or inside of Wreckage Plains. And I don't think I see a single person in Sun's Wings Rest. And at least I don't see anybody landing on the top side of Stillside Temple. But still a lot of surrounding areas as well. So let's see what happens with our 5th game of Naraka Blade Point Pro League.
As we pop in over here to Wolves, Kaibao engaging head-to-head with XCG's Wang Liang straight from the rip. We're going to see a massive parry come out from Kaibao onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang going to use that frost core. Kaibao going to pick up the spear that Wang Liang is holding on to. And Kaibao coming back in, going to use the tap dodge out of the way. We're going to see Wang Liang pull another spear out of their back pocket here. Going to use the scale rush. Kaibao going for the charge right click. Unfortunately, is unable to connect with Wang Liang. Thought Wang Liang was going to come back in on them, so played it a little defensive there. Wang Liang going to be able to get away here, find themselves a set of white dual blades as well. But it looks like Wolves Kaibao still giving chase here. Wang Liang hasn't found the opportunity to take a reset. As we pop over to take a look at NAD's DAY5-SOLO, who actually popped off of the Tarka from the hero select that we saw, is actually playing Z-Pin Yang here, saving Tarka for the last game. I would assume GD's Dong Quing here absolutely getting blitzed down to the likes of AOW's Mike and another player here. I didn't quite catch the other player's name, but Mike is still trying to give chase. Unfortunately, gets caught up on terrain, and Dong Quing is long gone. Mike still wants to give chase here, but they can't even see Dong Quing. Dong Quing's completely out of render range, even for us. Casey's Panda Man going to go down to GBL Zin, as Zin secures himself his first elimination of the game. Alliance Jux on the receiving end of some pain from EWG's Yiran, as well as WBG's Spider. Alliance Jux just trying to get a little reset here. Uses that F2. Is going to get blitzed down from behind by EWG's Spider, though. That F2 not going to put in any work for them here. Yiran going to use an F2 of their own to take control back at the neutral. Comes in. The charge left click off the dual blades. And Jux goes very low. DAY5-SOLO coming in, trying to secure a kill here. Jux goes low. DAY5-SOLO picks it up. Now Yiran able to get a reset off the armor, but DAY5-SOLO is hungry for another elimination here. Yiran picks up that blue armor, gets a little bit of a heal off of it, utilizing that Soul Bloom essence. Yiran gonna get the full reset here, but so does DAY5-SOLO, as both of these players back off of this fight. 1-1 eliminations each. Yiran is gonna come back and get some supplies off the body, and they turn their attention back to NAD's DAY5-SOLO. Yiran, GBL Zin, DAY5-SOLO, the only 3 players with eliminations thus far here into game number 5. DAY5-SOLO turning around, trying to make something happen with these dual blades. We're going to see them come in here with the nunchucks to get a little bit of a hit off of the grapple, but DAY5-SOLO turning things around very quickly, catching him with the charge left click. DAY5-SOLO going for another charge left click. Yiran able to get a little bit of a clank to save himself a little bit here. DAY5-SOLO, Yiran, both of them. No shields left. Going to go for the reset. JDG's Xu Zhang coming up from behind for the third party as well. About Squonk Fly.
Fly coming in, as it looks like Moo ends up in a bad situation here, trying to see if he can keep the momentum strong as possible here, doing the most, but doesn't look all that great here. Spider's trying to keep it together, and it looks like Spider's going to be able to shut that down here. Love to see it coming into this space. More and more of it happening, though, but wow, oh wow. Looks like we will be able to patch this up, and we will be able to put this in here. Let's see if they can keep that same magic and momentum happening, coming towards it. See if they can piece this one together. You love to see it, though. This looks like now we're going to go back up towards the top of the order here. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going and moving and schmoving. As it looks like now, we'll be able to make this happen. Nice little dagger coming in, shutting down Kaibao, putting him on his back. Has to be very, very careful that Justina pushes in. It's going to keep that same aggressiveness on Kaibao. Kaibao's not going to give him the opportunity, though, to push into this. Let's see if they can make it work here. You love to see it as the dual blade starts to decimate this man, and he's going to do the exact same thing. Absolute madness coming in on each side here. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Wang Liang here going to be forced to use the ice score, take a little bit of a reset. Wolves Kaibao also going to reset as well. Wang Liang wants to continue this fight. She's going to come up take a pot in front of their face. Both of them going to take the full reset as we pop over to JDG's Chu Zhang, who's giving a chase to the likes of Badass Huangfly, as well as EWG's Yiran. Huangfly wants out of here, doesn't really want to deal with this fight here, as both players locked in onto him. As we now move back to Wolves, Kai Bao still engaged in the fight here with, I do believe, Wang Liang from XCG. Wang Liang goes low, going to use the Frost Core to get a full reset, though. Kai Bao coming in, trying to lock it down, and going to use the F2 here. Throws it in, gets a little bit of a reset, takes control of the neutral. Wang Liang going topside, though. Wolves getting stuck on terrain, unfortunately, not able to follow it up. NAD's Dowie Wei is going to go down to AOW's Mike, who freezes him out here with the ultimate and cleans up his first elimination of the game. And Mike holding on strong here into game number 5. Now turns their attention to GD's Dong Quang, but needs to be very careful because he does have a bounty on his head, which means the likelihood of a third party from whoever has bounties are pretty high as we move to Badass Huangfly. He's going to stop to repair his blue bow here. Huangfly, one of those competitors that's done very well for himself, but now has struggled to put a ton of points up on the board today. He needs to find his footing here in this fifth game. Casey's Panda Man throwing down the F3 to take a reset here in the face of WBG Spider. Spider had one really good game today, but unfortunately hasn't been able to clutch up much after that. A couple 0-point games, nothing very impressive whatsoever. Now back to the action here with Huangfly, AOW's Mike, JDG's Xu Zhang here. Mike is going to go super low. Pops the Frost Core, but now the Scale Rush coming out for Badass Huangfly. Going to immediately lock down Mike. They're near no ult zone as well, but now coming in with the nunchucks from behind, as well as EWG's Iran. Mike with a double parry there. Gets a little bit of damage into an armor swap. Mike going to be forced to pop the ultimate and goes super low here. Trying to come in onto Huangfly. Is going to go ahead and move out. Looks to reset here. Unfortunately, we do see in the kill feed, Vince's Rexy picking up the elimination on the KZ's Panaman. Panaman going to be completely eliminated here from game number 5. Mike gets a full reset, but he is rocking white armor, and that is not a place you want to be when this entire lobby has got their attention turned onto you. EWG's Iran on the receiving end of some pain from Badass Huangfly. Iran going to back off, and now it's Huangfly continuing the chase onto AOW's Mike. Huangfly going to pop the F3, continues to go for a quick reset, looking for AOW's Mike. Doesn't want to give Mike a chance to reset. Mike does get a single pot off, but missing a little bit of his armor. Huangfly able to catch him in the air with a left click coming out from the katana. Now Mike coming in on top of him, a huge charge. Left click comes out, catches Mike off guard, takes a ton of damage, going to be forced to pop the F3. We see the Bane's Breath getting ready to come down, as well as the no ult zone. These players need to be very careful how they're going to play this out, but it's AOW's Mike on the receiving end of some pain. Once again, all of these players do not want to give Mike a chance to breathe. Mike goes super low. He picks up Yiran, but then Mike takes a hit from behind from JDG's Xu Zhang. Mike still trying to get away. Badass Huangfly giving chase once again, but we're going to see the full meter dump come out. The F3 cancels the meter dump into an aerial uppercut here from the katana. Goes for the Scale Rush, misses because of the terrain. Mike's going to pop the Frost Core. He's waiting for Mike to come out. Going to use the Scale Rush to get away from those nunchucks. Mike goes super low, still being hunted down by everybody here. Can Mike hold on? It's a 3v1 situation for Mike. He turns around with a meter dump on the JDG. Xu Zhang just trying to stay alive. Mike is going to be eliminated by EWG's Yiran.
Man, he was trying to actually keep that alive for so long. He was really trying to balance back on both sides here, trying not to get smushed up by both players here, but sadly, it was just unfortunate. He goes to the other one after absolutely decimating one of them, though, with those nunchucks, and just was not able to really patch it up and get the finish the way that he wants to here. Let's see if he keeps that same momentum going into it. Still a lot going on, but man, oh man, I love to see it, though, and you love to see the amount of timing and space coming into this. And it's just the more space that's been happening, the better it becomes. Let's see if he keeps that same momentum going into it. But man, oh man, they've been doing a lot of it. It looks like Wang Liang is going to be able to try to push it together with Rexy. Rexy trying to keep the same momentum here as Wang Liang. It's going to try to knock this out here. You love to see it. And it looks like Kai Bao trying to see if they can do something as well with it.
Yeah, Kai Bao here with only one elimination. He got the purple armor and dagger here, really locking down a favorable position for himself, but needs to be careful as there's a lot of third-party opportunity here. And Zipin Yang really is a hero that does well into the 1v1s. The third parties make things happen, or make things unfavorable for Zipin Yang. Sorry, they don't make things happen. They make things happen for other players. Zipin Yang struggles into that because they only have so many resets off of that F2, and controlling the neutral only really does them good in those 1v1 scenarios. So now we're going to see a lot of damage coming out. Ventus's Rexy, player going super low, and look at this. There's at least 5 players trying to secure this kill. See the flame breath come out, bow shots. They're gonna die here. No question. Alliance's Jux cleans this up. They had the flame tick on him. They had no HP. 1 flame tick was all it took. Alliance's Jux more than happy to take their 1 elimination, get out of here, leave the resources behind on the body. You know, they've got a purple flame breath, purple nunchucks, and purple armor. Juxie really doesn't need any of the resources off that body there. They just want the elimination. We're down to 12 players left alive here as we take a look at the top of the order total. Dongqing still holding on to 3rd place, not able to move up into 2nd place yet. GBL Xin has moved all the way up to 4th place to surpass EWG's Yi Iran. That game, last game for Xin, a massive game for them. They really needed that, and it's going to help them coming in to the final. Wang Liang moved themselves all the way up to 13th place. Alliance's Jux has moved back down into the bottom 8. They do not want to be there. They need to put some more points on the board. They can't continue to be pushed down, or they will not be going to the final. As you see, FunPlus Phoenix's move, turn things around on EWG's Yuran with a huge charge right click coming out of the dagger. A very defensive dagger. We're going to see the ult come out. Yuran jumps up top, looking to avoid that freeze that was coming out from the player Mu here. Now we're going to see Wang Liang come in with the scale rush, almost secure the kill immediately on EWG's Yiran, but Yiran able to use that ult to get that little bit of HP back, and it looks like we're also going to see Wolves Kai Bao pick up that kill onto Ventus's Rexy, and Rexy be eliminated here from this game. In the kill feed, XCG's Wang Liang still giving chase to EWG's Yiran. EWG's Yiran had to be forced to swap into the white armor here. Goes super low, gets the reset, but now white armor, the lobby, still more than happy to continue the hunt onto a player with no resources and no armor.
Absolutely no armor though, but it looks like some people definitely have some armor though, as we look at the #1 player currently from our last game, Xin. Trying to see if maybe he can make something happen here. Gonna throw that quick heal out. This character has been very popular amongst the crowd in terms of solo play. It looks like she definitely has more solo play experience and value coming out of her than most of the other self healers as well. Don't you think, Rune?
You know, Zipin Yang here has got some very interesting abilities for solos. We haven't really seen her slot well into trios yet, quite honestly. She has an issue in trios where as soon as she spends her resources on somebody else, that's it. She can't, it's not like Karumi, who has an ult where it can heal the entire group. She can only throw it onto another player, and what she does, she has nothing left for herself. Whereas Karumi can throw a tether, she can then teleport to that player to get out of a sticky situation. The ult can heal the entire team. Wu Chen, as a support, brings healing for the entire team as well with his F. Being able to heal shields for the team, as well as bringing a ton of utility to the team. She just doesn't bring that same level to trios, but in solos, that ability to take control of the neutral with her F2 is huge in the early to, mid game, where she's able to take those 1v1s without threat of a third party, and then once she has control of the neutral in the fight, she can guarantee that big damage that comes out, and that's why she's been so strong into solos. But a lot of players still favoring the other supports into trios over her because she just doesn't bring as much in those situations. As we see, XCG's Wang Liang trying to escape from FunPlus Phoenix's Mu here, take a full reset. Mu needs to be careful about continuing to push this. Mu with some much needed resources though. Last time we looked, they had 2 shield pots. Now they're up to 8. Mu gonna be forced to pop the frost core here. Gonna walk away from Wang Liang, who was trying to catch them out with the charge left clicking, go vertical onto Mu, but Mu easily able to tap dodge out of that, coming out of the ice core a little bit early there. More than happy to keep it moving. Wang Liang taking some shots from a downrange, not quite sure who's doing that. Mu gonna be the one to pop the bell and get an insight onto where all these players are looking to come at Wang Liang. Wang Liang just begins to lock down the space. We are 12 players left alive as Zone 3 collapses down onto Zone 4. There's no more resurrections left. It is do or die time for many of these players. NAD's Dao East Way. swapped off of Tarkus, saving it for the last game. Now engaged on the Bound Off Squonk play. Gets a huge uppercut combo here. Goes into the zone. Now we're going to see the Flame Breath come out from Alliance's Jux. Jux has been putting in a huge work with these Flame Breaths time and time again, and is able to slide in and secure the kill on the Bound Off Squonk for their second elimination of the game, tying it up. It is a huge 5-way tie between EWG's Ziran, WBG's Spider, NAD's DAY5-SOLO, Alliance's Jux, and Wolves Kaibao with 2 eliminations each here in game number 5.
Whole lot of action going on here as AOW's Mike is really going to try to see if maybe he can do something, but ends up getting grappled by somebody else though. AOW's Mike momentum is still very strong amongst the pack here. Let's see if Mike is going to be able to keep this stature of gameplay going though, and he's been doing a good job of it. Look at these scale rushes coming in for these players, making it so hard for anybody to really get any form of impact or damage amongst the crowd here. As we look at it, DAY5-SOLO ends up getting insanely hit by a cannon, but obviously because of that new character was able to get the shield, was able to back out, and now basically still healing up as well. Looks like Jux is the one that ends up getting the Flamebringer as well. Nice little barbecue. You love to see it, as it looks like we're going to be towards the rotation. DAY5-SOLO still trying to patch it up. Let's see how that actually goes with each side. Yeron up top, and Wang Liang, Moo, and Mike trying not to get caught up in a bad situation. Ends up going through the wall, ends up rotating around towards this section, scale rushing on each side, waiting for a chance just to maybe get away here and maybe pop for a little bit of shield here as they're forced to pop that ice core. He's gonna go for the shield here. Mike is waiting for the opportunity to strike here, especially with his nunchucks, and it does. Both definitely does connect here in that situation. Dun Queen, Moo, and Wang Ling nearby, and AOW's Mike finally finds some action. It's a double parry back to back on each side, stopping 2 players from even continuing on with their fight. Unbelievable. Mike has to be coming in with so much confidence, being able to shut that down here. You love to see it, as looks like he will be able to absolutely decimate 1 to 2. Absolutely throws them inside of the corner here, forces the ice core to happen, and it looks like the Arctic Wraith comes out for Wang Liang. Wang Liang wants to retreat from this as quick as possible, and sadly it looks like he might have canceled it, which means he's stuck and he's back in the same place that he was before. Ends up going and scaling through the wall, ends up getting hit off of the wall. He said, get your over there. Get your booty over here and make sure you don't get caught up in the situation. You talk about trying to get on the wall. You ain't no fly. And it looks like he will be able to rotate this around here and see if maybe he can catch something going. I really wish One Fly was alive, because then that would have been funny to be able to do that. And then it goes right to One Fly, which currently AOW's Mike still back on the scale rush, trying to see if maybe he can catch him even on the outside of the circle, playing this as best as possible. Wang Liang dangerously low. The AOW's Mike rocking it with those dual blades. Dual blades have been doing an impressive amount of damage. Ends up getting grappled and pushed onto one of the other players. It looks like he might have been using it just to straight juggle and balance. You know, you love to see it. Those Wang Liang is going to have to be forced to go out of the circle here. Going to be able to pop that heal. He's just waiting it out as best as possible, knowing that somebody's nearby. And ladies and gentlemen, it will be AOW's Mike just waiting for the shot here. And now he's going to be able to go through the rotation, pop his signature, and dip out.
Yeah, unfortunately there, Wang Liang forced into a bad situation. Was able to get the reset though. Played it really smart. Swapped into a full white armor while he healed his health. As soon as he started popping the shield pot there, immediately grabbed up the purple armor, so it healed that, so he was in a much better situation. Forced into the zone, able to walk away. AOW's Mike comes in, he burns the frost core, and just walks out of a really bad situation. Great plays there by Wang Liang to just be able to walk out of that situation. We are down to 11 players left alive as Zone 5 gets ready to collapse on the Zone 6 in the next 60 seconds. Wolves Kaibao here with a legendary greatsword and a skin I don't think I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen this particular color on this version of the skin that Kaibao has here. So super interesting to see the blues and yellows on that weapon. Very interesting to see him with the legendary greatsword as well. We do not often see legendary greatswords making it into the final zone. It's usually like a dagger or a katana or something like that. So Wolves Kaibao here in a situation where one hit from that greatsword is going to do a massive amount of damage. So if he catches somebody off guard with the scale rush or anything, that is going to be a huge advantage for Kaibao, who's currently tied for first place. So 5 of these players with 2 eliminations each, only 2 with 1 elimination, and the rest with 0 in the remaining 11 players left alive. Wang Liang able to use the scale rush, get up top, find a place maybe to take a little bit of a reset. AOW's Mike caught out in the middle here, forced to use that Ice Core. You see EWG's Yi-Ron coming in, trying to lock him down. WBG's Spider also following it up with that Flame Breath, going to get sent flying with a charged left click from the dagger. Mike, no frost core available for the next 11 seconds and is being chased out. Looks like he's able to find a little bit of a respite. Oh no, we see a greatsword come through the wall, but it doesn't connect. Thankfully, the wall gonna block the damage there. Just wants to let Mike know, hey, I know you're there. Wang Liang coming in with the charged right click with the Soul Jade that alters the verticality here on the spear. Wang Liang really needs to take this opportunity to reset instead of just throwing around in the space here while these other players are ignoring him. Wang Liang's HP very, very low, and the zone collapsing right now onto zone 6. Kai Bao waiting in the wings with a greatsword just out the window, waits for Wang Liang or somebody to come out because he knows the zone's going to force them out. Wang Liang is going to try to go to the right side, but isn't going to be able to find it. Gets locked in the corner by GD's Dong Quing. Wang Liang going to freeze him out. Comes in. Kai Bao comes and gets frozen as well. Wang Liang stuck in the building. He can't find the exit. Dong Quing going to put Kai Bao in the corner. Dong Quing going to use the opportunity to bump to the other side, get himself a reset while the likes of WBG Spider coming in with the Flame Breath. There's no place for Wang Liang to go here. No question. WBG Spider picks up the elimination, goes super low. We're hearing some dual blades come out. Dong Quing comes back looking to make something happen. Is more than happy to go back to the other side and take a reset. Once again, him and Wolves, Kai Bao trading blows here, going in and out of the zone. Kai Bao with an opportunity to take a reset here. Still stuck down below, holding onto that house while he can. Spider going to use that cannon to get some explosive damage off, and Kai Bao going to be forced to take another pot once again here. Now Alliance's Jux coming over the top with that Flame Breath, trying to hit GBL Zin, who found himself a little bit of a hidey hole down here as GD's Dong Quing moved away from that. Jin going to be catching out Alliance's Jux now, though. Wolves Kai Bao needs to look for an opportunity to get out of here because this zone is going to collapse onto this building in the next 2 seconds. Still 10 players left alive here. Zone 6 collapsing down to zone 7. This is going to be the last zone. GD's Dong Quing catches GBL Zin with a charged left click from the dual blade, sends him flying in the zone. Zin able to get back, looking to find a little bit of a reset before he takes some tick damage here. We're going to see some Flame Breath coming down from up top. Yi-Run trying to take some shots down onto Zin. WBG Spider going topside, looking to find a reset on the side of the building. As we move in, we take a look at GD's Dong Quing, who goes super low. It's NAD's Dowie Hui, AOW's Mike giving chase to GD's Dong Quing. A massive parry coming out from AOW's Mike onto GBL Zin, knocking him in the zone, doing a ton of damage. The fight turns around now onto NAD's Dowie Hui, looking to make something happen with these purple dual blades. As we look, Wolves Kai Bao still down in this house, more than happy to hold on to his space, holding on to the scale rush. Knows if he catches a player with his greatsword, it's going to do a ton of damage, but he's got to come back through the zone down. Now, Kai Bao really needs to find an opportunity to get out of this hut, or it could spell disaster for him. He goes through the front door, takes a ton of tick damage. Now, we see Moo coming in. Moo getting absolutely locked down by Kai Bao. Kai Bao going up into the corner, waiting for the opportunity to scale rush onto Moo. Moo goes outside, goes up in. Kai Bao still holding on to the corner as we look up top. Moo now going aerial inside there. Wolves just holding on for dear life. WBG Spider now looking for an opportunity to take a reset into that corner. Moo comes down, gets on top of the roof. Spider follows it up with the Flame Breath, locking Moo down for a ton of damage. We're going to see the likes of JDG's Chu Zhang also going low up top, takes a huge hit. Chu Zhang uses the F2. He goes extremely low. Anybody could knock him out now. Chu Zhang popping the F2 now, holds onto the neutral, just trying to stay alive in the space. Wolves, Kai Bao still in the hut. Zone 7 getting ready to collapse. Kai Bao needs to get out. We're going to see Dong Quing eliminated by JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang still low, though. Goes down. Everybody giving chase. Can Chu Zhang hold on? He's got 1 HP in a dream. No, WBG Spider going to catch him with a right-click aerial from the greatsword. Going to do a ton of damage. Gets a reset. Alliance's Jux looking for a reset of his own up top before the fight goes vertical. We're on the wall. AOW's Mike gonna blitz down. Alliance's Jux. Jux gets sent flying. Wolves, Kai Bao stuck in the corner, just holding on for dear life. Catches Alliance's Jux, does a ton of damage with the greatsword. Looks like he might pick up this elimination onto Jux. Jux goes down to Wolves. Kai Bao. Kai Bao in the perfect place to just hold on to this zone here. Nobody can get to him. He's got the zone. He's got the Flame Breath now. Stuck in. Can Wolf pick up another elimination? He does. On to GBL Zin. Kai Bao with 4 eliminations. Finds a hit onto Yi-Ron. Yi-Ron goes low. Will Yi-Ron die to it? To the zone. No, Yi-Ron holds on for dear life. I'm not sure who's MVP, but man, what a fight on zone, Dobby.
That was a lot happening though within that space. Really did a very, very good job with reality. just a lot of stuff really being able to maintain as much as possible. There was still a lot of wildness and a lot of stuff that was happening here, but they were still able to put it together here as it looks like Yeron will be the dedicated winner of our game 4. You love to see it coming in as everybody else has been able to make that same stuff happen here. Absolutely wild space. And let's see how that exactly goes here. Kind of wild to say the least here, but you love to see it though with everything happening. Kind of crazy when you think about it, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I gotta give it to Wolves Kaibao though. Look, he held that space, not knowing where the final zone was gonna close up, right? To just have the cojones, as it were, to just chill in that space and hope that the zone was gonna be favorable to him, then to be able to pick up a couple of extra eliminations as people force themselves in there. You're holding that corner with that legendary greatsword, you pump out damage, you've got the confidence to just sit there and go, look, if the zone closes in my favor, I take it. If not, it is what it is. And you know what? It ended up closing in Kaibao's favor. He's definitely going to be either second or third place here. This is a big game for him. EWG's Yeron able to clean it up though, because he's got the top position where he was able to fight more players, pick up more eliminations, and hold on a little bit longer than Wolves Kaibao, but still a great play by Wolves Kaibao. You know, sometimes you got to take the risk, Dobby. And in this particular instance, it pays off for Kaibao.
It does. It does pay off. He's been really kind of putting it together, and he did a fantastic job of really maintaining during all this, because there was a lot of madness, especially to the point where it was close to looking like a vertical ending. And sometimes those vertical endings can be very, very hectic to try to get as much impact and damage as possible. But it still worked out in his favor. He still was able to play that to the best of his ability, and he still looks good while doing it. But if we look back, though, if I were to specifically look back at that final circle in terms of how that whole range of stuff was played, in terms of what I remember, there was still a lot of hesitancy, I think, more than anything, on certain players that didn't really have anything that was like truly powerful to them in that space. Now, obviously, that rooftop at the very edge of it was kind of wild, and the dual blades really did play a massive factor in some of these games. I mean, there was a point where Jux got absolutely sent, and he ended up going kind of towards the very bottom as we look at the top of the leaderboard here. Yeron with 12 game score points, Kaibao with 9.5, with Spider with 8 points as well. AOW's Mike was still trying to do so much here, trying to keep as much of the momentum inside the circle as possible. DAY5 ended up getting swept so hard where Wolves was able to get the elimination off of Jin, and then after that, they just started to come in. Yeron started to get pick one. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. AOW's Mike ends up getting elimination during that final heap of the circle. Kaibao ends up clutching one like right before it's like pretty much about to be the end of the circle. And there was still a lot of momentum happening with a lot of these players though, but it looks like at the end of the day, Yeron was able to control that game.
Yeah, Yeron just holding down that final circle really, really well. He had a couple kills going into it. Kaibao locked down that space down below, used that to pick up 2 eliminations for himself. But unfortunately, he kind of went down to the zone tick while Yeron was able to use, those abilities to stay a little bit healthier, a little bit longer. And because of that, he was able to lock down quite a few eliminations there in the final on top of the hut. He had really good positioning. He was just able to slide in and clean him up. And it looked like Wolves Kaibao was actually about to clean up the kill into Yeron, and then Yeron able to turn it around on him with a single hit. It was a very, very close fight. Unfortunately for Kaibao, Yeron still had shield, so every hit that he landed didn't hit his HP, and the zone tick was what he needed to get the kill. And unfortunately, Wolves Kaibao had taken enough damage that the zone tick was enough to end him there, and EWG's Yeron picks up another kill right after that to go to a total of 5 kills. But I mean, Kaibao having a great game. Yeron also with a phenomenal performance in the final circle, picks up 5 eliminations with 12k damage total. Gotta love a great performance coming out from Yeron. A player who struggled today, but had a great performance in day 1. So it's nice to see him coming back to a little bit of that consistency and having another strong performance here in game 5.
Game 5 here really did a whole lot of momentum though. And also too, like I said, that desperation really started to set in with some of these players though. But also, from what I noticed too, Stowe also was like being smart
and timing like when certain things were happening and kind of going, no, this is definitely going to be the next best momentum. This makes sense, and I'm definitely going to hold it off as best as possible. You love to see the amount of momentum happening, and they did a fantastic job of it. So I'm excited to see how this goes towards the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got one game left, and this is the final game of solos before
game.
the bi-weekly final. So this is the last game for these players to perform. You know, the hero point rules coming into effect. We saw DAY5-SOLO as well as Fun Plus Phoenix's Moo looked like they were going to lock in Tarka this game and then pick different heroes, clearly saving that Tarka pick for the final game. So we're going to get some Tarka into the next game for sure. I think KZ Pandaman has used up all of his Tarka G, so Pandaman going to have to be playing something else. And a lot of Yodo has been used 3 times by many of these players, so we're probably going to see far less Yodos into this final game. It's going to be interesting to see what the hero picks are and how things pan out for game number 6, because it's been an interesting day. Quite a few players able to kind of move back up into position. GBL Zin taking, I think, 4th or 3rd place has been huge for him. He climbed all the way up from the bottom today into that kind of 4th, 3rd place slot. Going into the finals this week, that's going to be huge for him. He's going to be able to have a bit of points to carry over, and he's not going to have such a massive wall to climb, whereas players like AOW's Mike or Wang Liang, who, yes, they've crawled out of those bottom 8 spaces so they have a place in the bi-weekly final, they're kind of towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They're like, you know, 15th place, 13th place. They've got a much bigger wall to climb coming into the grand final. So they really, really need to continue to put some points on the board to close that gap as much as possible.
Yeah, they really need to be able to back that in as much as possible and do a pretty good job of it, honestly, with everything happening. So hopefully the more that we spend on these types of things and they really start to put together like what's probably worth it, that's where we're really going to see the amount of momentum happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we only have one more game left. This has been fun. This has been fun. 5 games deep, one more game left.
One game left today.
Who do you think is going to take the dub? Who do you think is going to take the dub?
The overall dub or the dub in this last game?
Dub in this last game.
It's going to be
Chat,
tight,
that's
man.
to you too. Chat, that's to you too. Who do you think, when we go to this commercial break, chat, who do you think is going to take our 6th and final dub of today?
I'm looking at Wolves Kaibao. Kaibao played this last game really well. You know, Wolves Kaibao is my boy. I love to see him perform well. He's kind of coming into this meta between these groups A and C today. I'm looking at him, and I'm also looking at EWG's Yiran. Yiran just played so consistently in his first day and played really well. He struggled in his first couple games today, but he's coming back. He's bringing a little bit of that consistency back. He was on top this last game. I could potentially see him doing a back-to-back dub.
It's very good to know. It's very good to know. Feels me. I'd probably say, I definitely would probably agree Yaron, but also I think Zen might be able to do a back-to-back. I would like to see Zen up top twice. That'd be kind of crazy, just to be able to just kind of confirm that, like, hey, I am the best. Be careful, because I'm still lurking in the shadows. You know, we talked about them before when they talk about the dark horse. You know, the dark horse can really come in all shapes and sizes, and right now it's forming in the shape of either Zen or could be Mike, because Mike is dangerous. That's a dangerous man that's been playing as well and doing a fantastic job with it. So as we look in, I lock in, I'm going to be looking at chat. You guys tell us who is going to take our 6th and final game for Naraka Blade Point for Season 2 for solos. We'll be right back. Oh, that was so nice. It was like it was. Did you see the whale? You see the whale? Rune?
I did, Dobby. I did.
You saw the rune? That was so nice. I could almost hear it go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final game. Games number 6. As we look at towards the leaderboards here. I'm sorry, I didn't expect for them to show a whale. It's not my fault. I actually got really into that. I was like, oh my god, it's so cute. As we lock in for our 6th and final game, we're looking at the leaderboards here from 24 and up. 17 through 24. It's a struggle though, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who isn't down there, and that's Wang Liang. And sadly, Ding Liao, which obviously hasn't actually played today, or JJ, they will be playing on the next one, sadly has not been able to accumulate a whole lot of points throughout these games. They've been struggling. As we look towards these next games, 15th place for Wang Liang. Wang Liang with a 33.8, finally able to make some magic happen. Let's see if he keeps that same momentum coming into this. H. Huan Fly with a 10.3, Panaman with a 17.3, putting his points up a little bit higher and definitely doing some pretty decent amount of work. Dao Hui so far with 12 points. Very, very surprising knowing that his first day of gaming on day 2 was a 22. So it was looking pretty good for that man, as it looks like we're going to be able to lock that in as well here with so much momentum happening here. And looks like the leaderboard went backwards. Looks like we went back down towards 24th place. I guess they might be looking at leaderboards here just to make sure everything is good. And that's okay though, because we definitely want to make sure every single point, every single elimination is counted for in every way, shape, or form. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize the whale was like a name first. It was like a logo of a name, and then it became a whale, and then it started to swim like a whale. That was so, wow, I wasn't ready for that. I really wasn't ready for that. What are we looking at here, Rune?
Well, we're looking at quite a few of these players able to push themselves into the top 16 here. XCG's Wang Liang, Wolves Kai Bao, NAD's Dao Yi, and Pandaman were all in the very bottom now, able to put themselves up into the top 16. So they're going to be going to grand finals. I don't think or not grand finals, but finals. For this bi-weekly split. I don't think there's any question about that, but they need to continue to perform. The more points they put on the board now, the less of a deficit they have to make up going into the final day. As we take a look here, EWG's Yi Ron, after that win, able to move back up from 4th place into 2nd place with 53 points. I don't think he can overcome Zhang Yu. The most points we've seen put up on the board in a day is 13 for a single game. 13 would still leave him 1.7 points behind OC's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu just with 2 very, very strong days. AOW's Mike just able to squeak out and move into the top 8. He's in 9th place, but he's kind of suffering from the same thing we've seen him where he usually suffers. He had a couple of really strong games the first 2 games. 3rd game was not a good game for him. You know, he put 2 points on the board. He was eliminated in like 13th place out of 16. And from then, he's just kind of struggled. He doesn't, there's something about his mental where once Mike has a bad game, he either starts beating himself up or, you know, it changes the way he approaches the game where it's detrimental to him and he's just not able to come back. Most of these games, he's put up like 3 points on the board, 2 points on the board. And that's not the Mike we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing a very aggressive, point-hungry Mike who's always in the final circle, who's always in those top 3 kind of placements. And we're just not getting it. Wang Liang, though, able to come back alive in these last couple of games and has had a really good day. He's had 18 points he's put up on the board today. Much better than his first day's performance. And he continues to be towards the top of the pack. We love to see that. The question is, you know, you asked us a question before we went to break, which was who do you think is going to be on top? And, you know, it's either going to come down to, EWG's, Yiran, or I think it's going to be Wolves Kaibao, or potentially Wang Liang. Those 3. GBL Zin could also come back in and put a second double on the board. I kind of like the argument between GBL Zin and EWG's Yiran. Those 2 players have been very consistent. I kind of think they're going to come in and make some things happen. We're going to jump to a quick video, though, before we get ready to come back and lock in for our 6th and final game of the night.
ID 的话就是 打职业都图一口气，我想争这口气。打职业都为了冠军，那我也是为了冠军而来嘛。所以有机会的话就起这个 ID， 给自己相当于说给自己加油吧，多点自信。跟现在这些联赛单排选手博弈是相对来说对我来说是有一点点吃力的，但是，如果说没有那么多人追我，我或许可以用我的身法跑一下。然后单排的话，主要是还是磨练一下我的身法还有操作这些东西。
A little bit of an insight there from Ace's champion, talking about why he uses the name champion. You know, he talks about it being a pro's goal. And honestly, I expected so much more out of him. He came in with the name champion, right, Dobby? His first game, huge game, breaks the record for the most points in a single solos game in the NBPL off the rip, and then has sputtered out and done nothing since. Super unfortunate, and I hate to say it, but Ace champion, that's not the mentality of a champion. You got to come in and you got to be consistent. You can't have one bad game and crumble, and that's what he has done, is he has crumbled in the face of the competition as we get ready to lock in for sixth and final game, Dobby.
Sixth and final game. You'll love to see it, though. We're doing a pretty good job of it so far here. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going, as it looks like we will be able to come through and make some of this magic happen here. Still going to be more and more stuff happening here, as, man, yeah. Let's see how we can lock this in. It's going to be great. I'm excited.
For Justina's coming in off the rip, Dobby.
For Justina's coming into this. Oh boy, that's going to be absolutely hectic. I don't know how I feel about that. Still a lot of stuff happening here, as it looks like now we'll be able to lock it in, but let's see where that goes. There's just more and more Justinas. This is going to be an absolute ice core of a battle. This is going to be a whole lot of just ice everywhere. I'm going to be frozen. I feel cold just looking at this. We see our first Takeda. Wait a minute.
I swear, GD's Don Queen, if you're teasing me with Takeda and you don't play Takeda this game, I'm done. I don't want it. You better bring that heat. And Ace's champion locking in freaking Tion High? What is this? Is this the last day of Repashas? It's the first bi-weekly of the season, right, Dobby?
I'm gonna be honest, this feels like a scrim.
What's going on?
This might be a scrim. I'm gonna be honest.
What the heck's going on, Dobby?
I don't know. As we look in for our final look at the map here, it looks like there's gonna be a decent amount of people on top of tower right in front of Stillside Temple. A whole section right under Spring Valley, right near Wreckage Plains, and it looks like there's gonna be some people near the usual suspects. Zest Winery, Pool of Cleansing, Artesian Grove, and of course, Servants Grounds. But ladies and gentlemen, just like how beautiful that whale is, we're about to lock in for our final game of the night. Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys have missed it, you guys have missed an insane amount of action. This champion ends up getting caught in a bad situation and ends up getting sniped so hard. Bill comes out trying to see if he can go for the support. He's going to have to dip out of this. He's going to have to dip out as quick as possible. It's not looking good, as he's going to rotate through, and he's going to go through it, ladies and gentlemen. Bad boys, what you... Hold on. Actually, I just realized I really could be singing this. Bad boys, what you want, what you want, what you gonna do. Looks like he will be able to get pushed in on this as well here. And it looks like he will be able to... It looks like he don't have much choice here. He will have to fight this out here. Question is, he is 1 HP, though. Absolutely dangerously 1 HP. We'll be able to force that off. It does able to get the shield, though, and he is going to pop that heal, so we will go through the reset. You love to see it, though. It looks like we will be able to pass this as we're going to put it together. And it looks like now it's going to be pushed in by DAY5. DAY5 not giving Jux an opportunity here to try to do anything. Nice little, not dual blades. Been trying to make a lot of magic happening here. Oh no, this could not be good though if he ends up getting caught by the flames, and it looks like he does. And it looks like he was able to actually survive it, as Jux will be able to push his Gartic Wraith and will decide to dip up out of here. Probably the best and smartest decision. Does end up finding them and does end up pushing. As the Ice Core comes through, he ends up getting pushed back out. Oh, the dagger upper shot ends up coming in a great time. You love to see it, as it looks like we're going back towards the top of the order here with Mike and Jux. Jux trying not to get caught up. Meanwhile, DAY5 says, hey boys, what's up? What y'all doing? Can I play? No. as Jux is going to be able to shut that down with an insane parry, and is able to shut him down and make Jux look like, oh, it looks like I'm going to have to be able to go for protection here. It's not looking good, as it looks like he's going to be able to bend it over on the east side, and it looks like, oh my goodness, he comes through and is able to catch him on the flames, and Mike ends up getting eliminated off of the first rip here. It looks like Mike might be able to get 2 here. I don't know why I said Mike got eliminated. That's not true. Mike actually gets the elimination. Ends up playing it well as best as possible here, and it looks like he's just gonna absolutely juggle it. Oh no, but he ends up getting hit in the back by another player, and ladies and gentlemen, Mike is able to pick up and collect that second elimination. Feeling good. I know Mike's gotta be feeling good.
That's his 3rd elimination of the game, believe it or not, Dobby. That's what Mike does. He's got that early aggression. If he plays aggressive early, Mike makes things happen. As we now pop over to a situation here, we're gonna see a meter dump into a meter dump. Oh no, he catches Champion in the back. Champion had that lockdown for sure, but JDG's Chu Zhang comes in from behind with the meter dump. No place to go, and the Monk gets eliminated. JDG's Chu Zhang with the first elimination of the game. Over to EWG's Yi Ron, who's picked up 2 eliminations already. And man, it's almost like there's some sort of gentleman's agreement here, because this is the most aggression we've seen out of any solos game ever.
I told you. I told you there'd be a lot of aggression. I said it.
It like you said, it feels like a scrim, right? These guys are just going head to head. They do not care. They're just taking every single fight. I don't know what it is. This is the Pro League, right? We're supposed to be watching the NBPL right now, right, Dobby? Not just a CN scrim, because that's what it feels like. I love it though. I love the aggression. I wish this is what it was all about. But some of these players desperately need to be putting more points on the board and not kind of playing around. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of playing around, unfortunately, GD Don Queen gets parried out by a jump cancel parry from Fumbless Phoenix's Moo, who secures himself an elimination, some purple armor and a purple weapon there from GD. GD gonna be riding the bench here for a minute till he finds a way to get back into the game with a resurrection. 2 players fully eliminated already, down to 14 players left alive. We're going to see that resurrection come out, and now we pop over to WBG's Spider and EWG's Yi Ron going head to head here. Yi Ron with multiple eliminations under the belt here this game, trying to make things happen. WBG's Spider locking it in, trying to go in, but now we're going to see JDG's Chu Zhang come in. Chu Zhang gets absolutely blitzed, and is going to be forced to pop that frost score to get a little bit of a reset off here, and it looks like EWG's Yi Ron also going to get the full reset as JDG's Chu Zhang loses sight of and is going to back out and hold on to that full meter here. JDG with the 1 elimination coming in was able to hit the Monk from behind as the Monk finished up their meter dump, catches them out, picks up a cheeky little third-party elimination. Alliance is Jux struggling to find their footing here in the 6th and final game, holding on to white armor here, has already been eliminated once by AOW's Mike, and just looking for scraps here in Celestra.
Absolutely looking for straps, but hopefully the straps are good. Just because they're straps doesn't mean that they're bad straps. They could be good straps. As we look in towards this, it looks like it's going to be a back and forth fight between Spider and Yeron. Yeron trying to keep the same momentum and trying to push in as best as possible here, playing it to his strength as much as possible, and really able to trying to climb him out of that same section. Let's see if we can keep that same momentum coming into this last section. Love to see when the space is divided and they're both able to rush in and is able to push that with so much timing. And it looks like Yeron is going to be able to turn that around and absolutely send that onto Spider. It's not looking good though. Yeron waiting for the opportunity though for the parry to work out, and each time he ends up getting caught in a really bad situation here, which doesn't look good on him. It's a beautiful bow shot though, as they're both going to be able to heal and go for it, as Yeron ends up getting parried and sent on towards his back. Low HP, cannot afford to get caught in a bad situation. All he needs is 1 hit to be able to clutch up this game and hit this round off. He's so low, and oh no, they end up hitting for the defense. Spider is able to get a little bit more heals here. The question is, does Spider clutch this up? I don't think he does. It looks like there might be a massive opportunity. Depends on who. And he gets parried 3 times in a row. Spider shutting it down, says that's enough out of you.
Super close fight there between WBG Spiders and EWG's Yeron, but Spider able to clutch it up with a parry in the end there. All of their abilities exhausted. It was just comes down to who could land the hit first, and Spider made it happen. As we pop over to GBL's Zin, who has moved himself up quite significantly in the standings. I do believe 2nd place overall. Zin needs to just lock down some more points here to be able to try and climb that first place. You gotta have a massive game, honestly, to get there, but Zin could do it. I think it's more likely he's gonna sit in that second, third place, depending on where EWG's Iran lands in this game. Fun plus Phoenix's move gonna get parried here by WBG Spider. Spider, man, I gotta see the parry statistics at the end of this. If he doesn't get first place, somebody broadcast, let me know how many parries this boy Spider gets. This has been ridiculous. That's at least 4 that we've seen before Zone 3, Dobby. Now Fun plus Phoenix's move gonna get double grappled onto. He's gonna go super low. AOW's Mike gonna be able to cheek out a kill there with 4 eliminations. Mike doing what Mike does best with the early aggression, but Mike gets sent flying with a huge uppercut combo and then loses the neutral a second time, takes more damage. WBG Spider, tired of everybody here trying to lock it down onto Mike. Again, Mike with no frost score here. Spider wants to secure a kill. Gonna use the F2, gonna take a reset here all the way. He's gonna turn his attention back to the body. You're gonna let Mike get away so that he can get some much needed resources. Mike able to land the full reset. Gonna have his frost score back in the next 6 seconds. A WG Spider not happy with letting this go, especially after Mike slid in. Stole that kill. Another parry comes out. That's the 5th parry from WBG Spider. At the very least, Mike gets his frost score back up, but WBG Spider waiting for the opportunity to meter dump onto Mike. Mike goes super low. Once again, we're gonna see it come out now into the uppercut combo. A little bit of damage, but it splits them up. Unfortunately, Spider loses an opportunity to lock down even more damage onto Mike. Mike takes the left click, takes the right click. Mike goes for the ult, goes for the freeze onto Spider. Spider still holding on, still alive, but Mike gonna be forced to use the F and the ult to get away. Spider coming in. Sorry, Mike gonna be forced to use the ult to get away. Spider coming in with the range shots from the pistols, trying to secure the kill. Unable to get it. Looks like AOW's Mike gonna walk away again, but now we're gonna see the likes of Wolves. Kaibao coming in. Mike gonna use that frost score again. No ult, no frost score available. Mike is super caught out and low as 17 Jails Ego shows up. Wolves Kaibao with the legendary nunchucks before Zone 3. Gets a little bit lucky with that. Mike gets parried out by WBG Spider again. His 6th parry, and he eliminates Mike.
Mike ending up getting eliminated is definitely something we did not want to see. Unfortunate coming in. Mike has been putting in so much time and energy and also been doing such a fantastic job as well. Just really being able to shut it down and make it look good. But at the same time here, it's very inevitable getting caught in these situations here. And it looks like he's able to. And now back at it again. Let's see how this goes. More and more of it once you figure this out. And it looks like they're going to be able to go back and forth here. I haven't seen a monk in a minute here, as champion is going to be our single and solo monk of our game, our only game for a monk. It's kind of crazy.
Wolves Kaibao gonna be picking up the kill on the 17 Jails Ego, and that's Ego completely eliminated. No resurrection. You know, Mike gets sent back to the solo altar, but at least he has a resurrection here because Zone 3 hasn't been collapsed down fully. But unfortunately for 17 Jails Ego, that's it for them. No chance of putting points on the board. And they are in the bottom 8. They're not gonna be going to finals. NAD's Dao Wei securing the kill onto Ace Champion, and that's it for Champion as well. He's gonna be completely eliminated here in game 6. Now over to WPG Spider, who's engaged with JDG's Chu Zhang here, trying to lock him down, trying to make something happen. Chu Zhang misses the freeze, doesn't miss that freeze though, and is coming in with the meter dump, but we're gonna see the F2 take back control from the meter dump. Chu Zhang goes super low, the grapple comes out, he just needs one pistol shot in a dream, and he's got more than enough in the dream as he lands the pistol shot. WBG Spider picks up his 4th elimination and instantly turns his attention onto Alliance's Jux. He's coming in, he's ready with the meter dump with the nunchucks. Spider is just trapping everybody in his web here in game 6. He's hungry for it, Dobby.
Absolutely hungry for it. Love to see it coming in. You love to see the amount of aggression coming in, though. Making it a lot harder, though, out of these players is to try to see if they can get something going. They've done such a good job of that, really making that happen. See if they can keep that same momentum, as they will be able to get pushed in here. Zin trying to clutch it up, trying to do something to pull it together here. Has been a really good look for him so far. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum running in towards this next teams. You'll love to see it as they're able to play it and patch it up as best as possible. Jux trying to push in. Zin staying alive here. Already massive circle. Listen, Rune, top 8 alive. Look how massive this circle is. We're only about to end circle 2, and there's already 8 people alive still. Zin, Spider, Mike, Kaibao. No, actually, hold on. 5. Zin, Spider, Mike, Yateron. Wait.
No, there's 8 players left alive. We're just seeing the total leaderboard over top over there. So we're seeing players that aren't playing today and stuff as well. But WBG Spider comes in and gets another freaking parry. I swear, if this man gets another parry, I'm gonna lose my mind, Dobby.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna lose my mind for sure.
This is gonna be the most parries in a single game. I need some statistics. Somebody over in broadcast, please tell me the most parries in a single game from season 1, and I need to know Spider statistics. I have to know. It's insane. It's every time we cut back to WBG Spider, he's parrying somebody. Wolves Kaibao getting caught out frozen here by NAD's DAY5-SOLO, but the Wolves turns it around, catches a freeze of his own, comes in with the nunchucks, trying to make it happen. He goes super low though, looking to take the reset now. As he gets chased, he's able to find a set of white armor. Man, what is happening in this game? 8 players left alive, and we just now collapsed onto zone 3. The aggression. Again, this feels like a scrim every single time I see WBG Spider. He's parrying somebody or chasing the next target. He doesn't even care if it's the target he just got low. If he sees somebody, he's grappling onto him, and he's going mad. Him and AOW's Mike both with 4 eliminations coming in to the 6th game here. It's absolute insanity breaking out in game number 6 here. We're gonna see now as JDG's Chu Zhang is coming in all crazy. Look at the nunchuck meter. WBG Spider comes in now with the flame breath. Chu Zhang pops the frost core, but he's on fire. WBG Sleepwalker Spider coming in here, picks up the 5th elimination. The man does not care. Wolf Kaibao coming in now with the legendary nunchuck, trying to make something happen. He's poisoned and he's still chasing the lobby. Spider with the flame breath breaks it out. Just does not care. Now on to Wolves Kaibao. Kaibao coming in with a huge hit from the nunchucks. Both of them going low. Spider continues the chase, doesn't want to let it go. Wants the elimination for himself. Drops the F. Gonna take a reset. Kaibao frozen out here. AOW's Mike comes in with his 5th elimination. Mike and Spider both 5 eliminations each, but Spider picks up the kill on AOW's Mike for 6 eliminations. I'm losing my mind, Dobby.
Is absolutely going insane. 5 players alive here. This is absolutely insane. It's one of those things where we talk about certain things and there's obviously that amount of momentum, but at this point, it has gotten out of control. Spider just wants heads, and the W key aspect has really turned itself on as much as possible here. As one of them will get found here, Spider will get pushed on, but Juan Fly actually was a little bit too far. And trying to get the impact though from that hard right click, trying to see if maybe he can freeze him, but it's unsuccessful as One Fly is going to be able to push in on Spider as quick as possible and trying to see if maybe he can time it just right, knowing that he can pop his Q and then be able to heal up as well. Does a fantastic job of just trying to stay alive as Jux ends up getting caught in a bad situation, and Zin knocks down Jux in a beautiful display of gameplay as he ends up getting hit and stunned by the next player. Ends up keeping it going and saying, hey, what's up? Don't think I didn't notice you there. Ha ha ha. It looks like now we're going back towards the top of the order. Absolute madness happening as Zin is able to capture this and see if maybe he can get a finish somewhere in between. But Spider is the man of the hour, the danger of this guy. Spider is feeling it right now with 6 eliminations, putting him in top 3 of 53 points right now. Spider absolutely was at least like maybe 6th or 7th place. Right now he is back up and he is feeling it right now. There's still a lot of madness here going up, and it looks like he's going to be able to push in and try to see if he can get another elimination here. We are 4 players left in this final game, and he absolutely spams. This man is coming for blood. He's got revenge on his brain, and he's got a book written with everyone's name on it. He has to be careful as DAY5-SOLO is going to try to see if he can use that nice little massive ballista bow, trying to see if he can catch somebody who says, oh, you thought you had an opportunity, though. Zin's gonna be right at the very bottom here, waiting for the opportunity. Flamebringer drops down at the very bottom. It looks like he's gonna say, let's get it. I'm gonna push in all the way. Spider keeping the momentum alive. Purple shield, trying to see how he can balance this off. The circle is much more spread. There's less worry about the third party, only because now it's a massive circle and there's not 10 people alive. It's now 3. This is where the final stand goes. It's the final countdown. As it looks like we're going to be able to lock this in here. So much is going down here as it looks like we're going to be able to lock this in. Zin goes all the way with that ice core. Is going to be able to push in on this and not get caught by that. He's going to be able to balance it off as best as possible. But both of them do have that nice little barbecue. You love to see it as we talk about it. Justina's going to try to see if maybe he can get away. Yes, he does. Catches Spider in a bad light in a situation where he needs to be able to dip up out of here as quick as possible. Now he's going to get chased. Both of them low. The one is going to try to dip away as quick as possible. And then Spider's going to try to dip away just so they can also shield, and they might try to meet up again. Whole lot of madness happening here as DAY5 already gold shield, gold heals, fully ready to go. Expecting them actually to be in it, but decides to go for the repair. Gives everybody a chance to go for a quick reset. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the last reset of the night here. This is going to be the last reset of the night, and I hope everybody has a fantastic night, because ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble, as it looks like we're going to be able to spice this up. Back at it again. Rotating around, trying not to fight this out. I think they might be also trying to figure out where the last player was. They know that there was one more, but they're like, yo, let's try to figure this out. Oh, he almost sees him.
Dobby, Spider is just, we're down to 3 players. It's freaking zone 5.
I know.
Spider's an absolute madman. I've been here mouth agape the whole time while you've been casting. This is insane. DAY5 caught down below here, engaging GBLs in, both of them going head to head. But here's the thing, WBG Spider waiting in the wings. There it is, the flame breath. He's looking for whoever is low. He's hungry. He wants to take this. He does not care. The W key never stops. He gets a jump cancel into a parry. DAY5 goes super low. He's forced to pop the old DAY5. It's gonna be the one to go down. Who's gonna pick up the kill though? Is it gonna be WBG Spider? And it looks like it is. Spider picks up his 7th elimination. He needs one more to tie for the most eliminations ever in Nbpl for solos. Now it's GBL's in. It goes super low, forced to pop the front score. The flame breath comes back out. He catches him with the nunchucks. He comes back in. Spider picked up 8 eliminations, takes first place, and this might be a tie for the most points ever in a solos game of Nbpl. WBG Spider ends it before Zone 6 ever comes out, takes 8 eliminations. What an insane game, Dobby! I'm losing my freaking mind.
Spider, I'm gonna need you to come back with that same energy next week. I appreciate, you know.
Spider, the next game, next time when we do this, I'm gonna need you to keep that exact same energy. I don't know where you was in game 1 through 5, but with this last game, you made it up in every last single circle I've ever seen. I'm gonna need you to come back and do that again, if not again, and then just like DJ Khaled says, another one.
That was a little uncalled for. I don't think he needed to go that hard in the paint, because he just eliminated every single person within that lobby. It was just like, nah, I'm gonna eliminate you, I'm gonna eliminate you, I'm gonna eliminate you. I'm just gonna finish off everybody, because at this point I'm sick of it. I can imagine, even when he left that, he was like, look at that smirk on his face. He's like, yeah, I know what it's, yeah. I might not have won. That's okay, and I'm totally all right with that. But as of now, yeah. I'm just y'all don't even understand. Runa has been just like, I'm a little shocked as well. So you're not alone, but also like, yeah.
I'm gonna need you to keep that same momentum. For the next solo, Spider, if you can do that again. But if not, just like continuously keep going. Yeah.
Look, Spider. I don't know. Ace's champion needs to go ahead and give up the name. He just needs to go ahead, forfeit that, give it to Spider. Spider, not even being a spider this game. Spiders wait for their prey to fall in their web or walk in their trap, and Spider jumped off his web this game and said, y'all might as well go ahead and put some respect on my name and call me Spider-Man, because I'm swinging through the streets of Celestra and I'm coming at you. I do not care. I'm bringing the grapple. As soon as you show your face, there was multiple times he was chasing somebody, he got low, saw somebody else, immediately grappled them and said, I don't even care. You got up in my grill, I can see you, you're the target now, let's go. He W keys the whole lobby, doesn't stop. Dobby, 8 eliminations is half the lobby. Half the lobby. Wow. This man done said, bring it, I'm gonna kill half the lobby. By myself. Get out of here.
I'll do it myself.
This is my game. WBG spot. Oh, what a
really
game.
Just came in and said, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself.
He Thanos snapped to the lobby, Dobby.
He really came in. He's like, I do it myself.
He said half of everybody need to go. Bah!
Just like that. Finished. Finessed. See you later. Done. Tossed. Finished. Finessed. Don't come to me. Don't talk to me unless you got a 2x4. Don't do that.
You know what, Dobby? That's where he was the first 5 games. He was putting together the Infinity Stones.
And then by the 6th one, he was like, yeah, I'm ready. He's like, oh, it's just now it's like, okay, all right, cool. I didn't know. You know, there was a moment where I was like, I feel like someone did something to you, like during the break. Maybe in that 2 minutes, did someone DM you in Discord and just pissed you off to the point where you know what I'm saying? Like, did Spider get like a call in Discord? Somebody broke up with him or caught a fade or something. Did something happen in the DMs that made him just absolutely go off with 8 eliminations, 16.8 points, 12.8 kill points, ranking score of 4? Mike coming in with 8 eliminations, but I mean, literally double the amount of kills from our 2nd place player. I mean, I'm just wow. Not only is that impressive, it's also scary. Where was this earlier?
I need some stats. I think this is the highest scoring single game in all of NBPL's history in solos, and highest killing game, I think, or tied for highest killing game at the very least, because he got first place. That's why he's going to walk away with the highest score. And we're going to check out his MVP stats here in a minute. And I think he's got to have most parries in a single game. I really do. I need Valen, Toki, somebody. I need the stats. 9 parries in a single game. Somebody, look at this. They ain't even any space. It's all red, Dobby.
Wow.
35,000 damage.
22,000 healing, 27,000 with melee weapons, 9 counter strikes, 8 eliminations, 18k from Storm Strike, Soul Slash, Thunderstorm, Burst Arrow, Blue Moon, and Nunchucks Sap. That's a lot. Like,
this man just broke so many records, Dobby. If you're not paying attention to WBG's Spider after this, you're sleeping. You're absolutely sleeping. If you're betting, man, go put your money on WBG Spider. That is, I can't. He broke multiple records in a single game, Dobby, for the NBPL. There's no way. I think he's got the most counters. I think he put the most score on the board in a single game, and he's got most kills for a first place finish.
Honestly, that is a fantastic way to end game 6, as we're gonna go and take it over to our girl for an interview as we go calm down for a split second here. Hey, take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So we invite Yiren from EWG to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 谢谢Yiren跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EWG 的叶兰。
Okay, welcome. So, Mike mentioned about like all the players use 子平 as their killer maze. So they maybe use a lot of 子平 in the following games. Do we have this kind of view? 那其实上一次采访的时候 ，Mike 有提到你们都是把子平留到之后作为杀手锏的。后3把有这样的感受吗？
今天打下来的话，我觉得应该是有的，因为后面的因子平出场率有点就是一下变高了，在第1天的时候好像是没有那么高的。所以他应该算是一个杀手锏吧，对于我们来说，不，对于单排选手来说。
Okay, so I can feel that in the following 3 games there was more 子平 appear in the game. So I know 子平 is really a powerful a hero in solo game, and she is have a great ability for survive. So yes, we all use 子平 as our killer maze in solo game. So maybe how do you think your 子平's performance today? 那你觉得今天子平的发挥怎么样呢？
我觉得子平发挥今天感觉还是不错的，因为他的容错全部都体现出来了，然后每把能到决赛圈能就是拿到那些分到决赛圈，就已经是这个英雄该做的了，就这样。
Okay, so I think it's quite well, and because this hero have a really high fault tolerations in the game, so if she can survive in the final circle is her victory, of course. So I know before the interview you mentioned about it. When you use Justina Gu, you met Ziping and you have a fight. So maybe you can say a little bit about experience when you use Justina Gu when you face Ziping in the game. 那其实，在之前采访之前，你有说到你用冰女的时候，遭遇过Ziping，但是打得不是很顺利，可以跟我们详细说说吗？
因为我带的是 V1的冰女，我想的是因为决赛圈嘛，如果能到决赛圈的话，我V1冰女能往天上多穿一段，然后呢。发现那一把音子屏很多，然后落地的时候发现音子屏很多，然后就会怎么说呢？就音子屏打冰女没带 V2的话是一个很劣势的一个情况，因为她的小技能能 counter 掉冰女的 V1大招，所以说就是音子屏这英雄容错太高，太容易拉扯，然后冰女的话建议是打的时候一定要带 V2去打音子屏会好一点。
Okay, so there was a game where I used Justina Gu and I used V1 in that game. But when I was in the game, I discovered there was a lot of Ziping at that time, and Ziping was a really really great ability in survive. So if you want to use Justina Gu with Ziping have a fight, maybe. In my advice, I advise you to use V2 and to counter Zipings in the game, so maybe they will be better. OK， 好的，谢谢依然来到我们的采访，也希望之后在周期当中你可以有更加不错的表现，好吗 ？OK, good luck to you. So thank you, Yiran. Come to our interview. We'll let camera back to the casters. Bye bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Naraka Blade Point fans, welcome back. I came in today, Dobby. It's day 3. It's week 1 of the first bi-weekly split here in the Nbpl for season 2. And the first week there's kind of a little bit of crazy, a little bit of flux, but nothing too insane, right? We got through our first 5 games, and I kind of was like, all right, cool. It's a chill first bi-weekly coming in, and all of a sudden, Game 6 hits, and I feel like we're watching history in the making. WBG Spider just destroys a lobby, absolutely decimates it. It was like watching an old Call of Duty map where somebody gets 25 kills and brings in the tactical noob. Literally, Thanos snaps half the lobby out of existence, breaks multiple records. In the Pro League, I haven't seen the stats, and I'm confident saying that he broke the records. I'm pretty sure. We're gonna take a look at the final standings, and honestly, this is all there is left, because I don't think there's anything left to say, Dobby, before we end after this. Is just to see where everything fell out. Unfortunately, Jux falls short, doesn't make it into the top 16. He will not be competing in the solos bi-weekly final. Dubai, our champion, our grand final champion. From last season, also not going to be competing in the grand or in the bi-weekly finals either. As we take a look here, Xu Zhang able to bring it up into 16th place, as well as Wang Liang, Panda Man, Wolves, all coming out of the bottom 8 to be able to claim a spot to go into our finals for our first bi-weekly split here. And man, just what a day. This was pure insanity. But you know what it is. We gotta see top 8. I gotta see where WBG Spider ended. I don't think he took it away from OC Zhang Yu, but it doesn't matter. With a performance like this in the 6th game, who could be upset with themselves?
Crazy.
Like,
actually crazy.
If this is what you're bringing to the last day of solos, I got to see what you're bringing to the finals for the bi-weekly, because
bring in more.
What a game to end it on, Dobby. If I had been asleep or fallen asleep going into game 6, there was no way I was staying asleep. Spider just,
there's no way I'm staying asleep.
Look again, man didn't even stay in his web and wait for people to come. Spider got off his web, turned into Spider-Man, swinging through the streets. Look at this, he made it all the way up to 2nd place. edges out Yiran, edges out GBL Zin, edges out GG Shaw, edges out AOW's Mike and GD's Don Quing, who were all at some point today in second place. WBG's Spider with a 38-point day, the most points in a single day. 59.3 points on the board. WBG Spider. Zhang Yu bringing
insane.
the consistency, but 16.8 points for a single game is just insanity. I just can't, man. This was actually insane to watch. WBG Spider couldn't be stopped. There was a moment him and Mike were tied neck and neck, 5 eliminations. They come face to face, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be a good fight. Spider just picks Mike up, throws a full combo on him. Mike stands up, and on the recovery, Spider comes in, uses that tech chase on the nunchucks, catches Mike again, and just knocks him out like he wasn't even there. And Mike is not a nobody. Mike had 5 eliminations, was having a killer game. Spider just walks all over him like he doesn't exist. Come back tomorrow. I'll be here again tomorrow for the last 6 games of trios. I don't even know what else to say, Dobby.
See ya. What's up? How you doing? Remember me? Nah, you don't have to. I'll make sure you remember. Like what?
I just, again, quite literally, Thanos snatched the lobby. I've never seen it. The whole lobby was dead by zone 5, Dobby.
The whole lobby was really dead by next one. The lobby was like absolutely wiped, and obviously, we will probably be talking about this even later on because this doesn't really. There was a lot that was going on, and I'm still kind of like a little bit little scared of him. I'm gonna be honest. I think that guy's a little scary, but I'm excited to see how we go forth from the next games, because now 6 games in, done. We still have 6 more after this.
Look, we got 6 trios tomorrow, and trios is usually what I'm pumped for, right, Dobby? You know me. I love my trios.
I want to come back. I want to come back next up to the solos. I want the solos. I want the solos again.
That's what I'm hype about. I have to see the finals this weekend for solos. Luckily, I will be here for that, but I won't be. I'm losing my mind. WBG Spider, new player, comes out of nowhere, just decides in the last game. I don't know what switch he just flipped coming into game 6.
I'm telling you, somebody DM'd him something in Discord or some wild that just flicked the switch in his head, and that man's was mad because he was beating the lobby like the lobby owed him money. You owe me $25.
I don't know what switch he flipped.
I don't care. Like,
I don't know what switch he flipped, but he needs to call his maintenance man to just go ahead and take that switch out the wall, leave it permanently on.
I don't think the maintenance man gonna survive though.
Every game,
the man might get his butt whooped just for being in the presence of him. Listen. As much as we can continue to talk about this, we gotta end it, because I still like, that was a lot of momentum, that was a lot of power, and that's a little scary. I'm gonna be honest with you, but from what I could tell you before, I could say one thing to at least end it. Now that's how you play a game. From now on, that's how you play. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for watching the stream. My name is Davier, aka Ambush King, twitch.tv/Ambush King, and RuneKeeper, twitch.tv/RuneKeeper. We'll see you guys later. We'll see you guys tomorrow for trios, 6 games back to back. You know the games, you know the vibes, it's the same stuff, same island, same time.